the frick are we freaking doing? Oh, I need to mute myself in the background. Chat, how the frick are we freaking doing? It is so good to see you guys today. Welcome, Trog. I want to thank you for fighting alongside me to ensure Hector's Paradise at a solid B tier in the opinion of Garnet Anarchist. Now, chat, welcome all. Why is it auto-translating yo-yo to Mimi? Shout out, Robertson. Welcome. So first of all, there's a poll on screen. Just wanted to pick your brains. Anyone who voted Thunderball Fist, what's wrong with you? I'm not going to lie. Go use the gun and you'll see. Bro, get it in normal mode and you're like, man, I'm so excited. Level 7, it's done. It's done. It's done. Okay, 3 levels after. But you might wonder, what the frick's all over my floor? Well, chat, my computer broke the other day because I had the audacity to put it to sleep. So had to spend about 10 hours troubleshooting issues, praying it wasn't my RAM. And the RAM situation is so bad that it was genuinely easier and more cost effective for me to go out, drive 30 minutes away, go to Best Buy, purchase a new motherboard, and do a full motherboard swap 2 times in a row than it would have been to buy the cheapest RAM possible. It's my RAM. It's my RAM. So my old RAM, I don't know what happened. I bought it in September, and it no longer works. So rest in peace, 64 gigs of DDR5, which, by the way, I bought originally at, it was either $200 or $250. That now costs $850 if I wanted to replace it. So praying that there's a good warranty system. But now I'm down to 16 gigs. It's rough, bro. It's rough to think that there was a point in time when we were like, dude, this is so peak. No, it's rough. And you know what else? For some reason, YouTube chat is the only base one right now because they're winning on Hector's Paradise by 6-7%. Like, what is this? Welcome, Astolfo. I hope that you have good eep, okay, buddy? Anyway, chat. No, if you said Thunderball Fist, though, like, actually, like, we can't be friends. Just so you guys are, like, 100% aware, like, we will not and cannot be friends. Nick Jade, welcome. I know, I literally don't know that I'll be able to play BL4 at this point. Hello, Mario, welcome. It's good to see you again. Anyway, chat, we are here. Vote on that. If you vote Thunderball Fist, you're outing yourself, bro. You're outing yourself. This is the build. We always got to max out foreskin. You know how it goes. Currently, Trog, 38 is when Grendel comms are 50 or are +5 and +4, right? Because if so, let's go get a blurred trickster, like a good blurred trickster. Good job, Jester. Hello, Ramos. Well, this isn't about which one you have. It's about which one is better. You know? And I'm not going to lie, chat. The Thunderball Fist, go use it. It's so bad, bro. It is genuinely so bad. I don't know how it's so bad. What levels are infinity, by the way? Doesn't matter. Infinite damage. It truly, truly baffles me. So, I think most of us would agree. The whole reason I'm bringing this up is because recently in our Discord server, Garnet's been doing a lot of polls trying to figure out, like, what is the best gun in the game. Though I will say that I think his rating system's a little interesting because, like, 90% of the time it's just, like, which one does more DPS. But then sometimes it'll be not about that, and it'll be, like, well, you know, X and Y. So, you know, anyway, we've been talking about it, and... Chat, no, it's crazy, because everyone was like, oh, the Hornet, that's an A tier weapon. Hector's Paradise, C tier. C tier. I was like, hold on. What are we talking about here? How is the Hornet an A tier, but a direct swap that's just an elemental swap is 2 ranks lower? I did not fully grasp how the rating system was working, but I get it. Garnet is going based off its like peak performance, which I think is fair, especially because it's an OP10 tier list. Specifically, I should mention that it is an OP10 specific tier list, and he's going off like the potential performance out of it. And you will get more using, you know, Hornet on loaders than you will using, you know, you'll get more using Hornet on loaders than you will using the Hectors on literally anything because of shock. But at the same time, since it is shock, it can be used for the whole game. So I think of it more as like, well, if I could only have one gun, period, which would I have? And I would take... Shout out, we can't use it. We can use that, though. But in my mind, I'm like, if I could only have one, I would choose the Hectors. Because it's literally just a color-swapped Hornet. It's really good. But losing 2 tiers, going from A tier to C tier, I was like, no, you are cooked. Hello, Juliet. Welcome, welcome. Hey, it's never bad to replay these games. I'll be real with you. Also, I never filled up my my gamer subs today. I'll do it later. Also, hello, Nicholas. Welcome. Why is the Thunderball Fist getting closer, chat? Don't let it win. Don't let the Thunderball Fist win. But I think you guys would find that it is quite good. Hector's is a very competent weapon. If you're using it against... Well, here's one thing to think about. There's almost no shock-resistant enemies in the game. There are a very, very few specific set. I think ion loaders are. And then, like, shock nomad, you know... Shock... Do shock spider ants exist in this game? I don't think so. They did in BL1. Shock skag, like, those very, very few exceptions. Other than that, you do full damage the whole time. It works really well, and against, like, a lot of loaders, you can just shoot them in the eyeball, and even if you're using fire, you do full damage. It works great with the B shield. It has all the same synergies of the Hornet, and it's literally just... I'm pretty sure the stats are identical, other than the fact that it comes exclusively bladed, which is a bit unfortunate, but... I think this is my strat that I do. No, Nicholas, you should not. Also, Kristev, welcome. Our current build is kind of just the default Maya one. You know, I love Maya. However, her right skill tree is so one-dimensional, like, literally. I think this is just, like, the best option. Technically, if I would have put, like, -1 point in Flicker and 1 point here instead. Oh. Chat, I have the unspec skills class... not class mod, the unspec skills mod enabled, apparently. Can I take away more than that? The frick? Wait, I was wasting points? Why was I wasting points? Sorry, chat. All right, well, apparently I have that mod enabled, so we're rolling with it. Yeah. I didn't talk to the other person. I just left immediately. Watt, yeah, Watt's a little resistant, but, like, not that bad. Really wasn't an issue. And then same sort of thing happened with the little Eevee, bro. People are fighting that the little Eevee should be C tier. And keep in mind, what's in C tier right now is the Bearcat and the Seeker are both in C tier. And I was like, you're telling me that the little Eevee and Hector's Paradise belong in the same tier as the Seeker? Every enemy in Digistruct Peak is neutral to corrosive Ramos, aside from loaders who are weak to it. Also, everything in the peak is, like, neutral to shock, so, but nothing really takes bonus damage other than if it's shielded. So that's why most people would pick corrosive over shock for the peak, because it works on all flesh, it works on all, you know, bosses, all everything, but loaders take extra damage, so, you know. The true downside that I would give the Hector's Paradise is you can only get 1 per playthrough. However, that's not being taken into consideration for the Garnet Anarchist tier list. So,
why, hello, person. I'm feeling very good today, and not that from thirst.
Guys, like, I dare you guys to load up the Thunderball Fist, bro. Nah, it's horrible. It's horrible. And, like, I think the initial projectile gets Grenade Splash, but then it gets... If I'm not mistaken, the secondary orb, I think, is Pure Splash, right? So it doesn't really get buffed by anything? Well, this isn't taking that into mind, Don. All of the ranking that's been going on recently within the Discord has been based purely off of, like, you have the gun and the perfect version of it, you know? That's the thing, Nicholas. Literally, welcome, Rango Tangle. Literally, if the enemy so much as moves, you're cooked, bro. It takes so long to explode. I think that's one of the worst parts of it. it takes so long to explode. If it's a stationary target, it would probably win against Hectors. If it's not, dude, yeah, then it's GG, bro.
Just thank the lovely people of Oasis. It's good we have so much water. Otherwise, we might have died of dehydration.
Chat. I feel like I'm going crazy. But then on top of that, what tier would you give those guns? I feel like they're both B tier. I feel like they're both B tier guns. They serve different purposes. I feel like the Hector's is more consistently good. The Thunderball can be good, okay? There are times when it can be good. But its usage is just like so underwhelming. It's genuinely one of the few legendaries that in normal mode, when you get it, it's gone within 3 levels. As we're normally in normal mode, like, I know this is a little unfair, but like you get a Herald and it lasts you for, you know, probably 10 levels or something like that. If you get a fastball, I don't know, it just flashed on screen. If you get like a fastball, it'll literally last you like 20 levels. If you get a Lesco, it'll last you longer than a Thunderball Fist. Just saying. Okay, with close enough. All right, Gaige. All right, Gaige, buddy. We get it, bro. We get it. Okay, but if you have to pre-bomb the fire, Dominic, then you lose out on significant damage of the weapon because then it's just the pure splash of the, I think it's pure splash. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then it's just the pure splash of the secondary explosion, which isn't very good. Now, you have to take in mind, chat, we're talking about, like, as a whole on all characters. I believe it's good on Gaige, you know? I've used it once or twice on Gaige. Well, good, I don't know. Okay. Usable? Very much so. You also can't use it on Jackenstein. Guys, Trog's cooking you guys. With just, like, actual facts. Dominic, I'll bind freeze scroll to jump so the enemy can't move. You know that rocket launcher's not Vladof, right? From the car? Actually, it is, so. How about I go back and beat Shock Gaige? You know, I really hate to say this, but recently I've been like, man, you know what sounds fun? You know what sounds fun? Shock Gaige. I'm thinking that what I can do is, because I'm stuck on the peak right now because it freaking blows going through the peak, okay? But I'm thinking, what if I get a Shock Topneaa and just farm a Transformer? I mean, technically I could farm Bunker for a Sham, but like I really don't want to do that on Shock only Gaige because I would need a Twister. Wait, did we get a Twister? Hold on. If we got a Twister, we could farm a Sham and then just get a Shock Topneaa and then just pre-stack and Shock Topneaa spam through the peak. Because imagine, chat, that's like one of the, I think that might be the only character that I've never ever hit true max level 100% legit. I won't get paid for, why is my hand so cold? I think I'm losing circulation. My monthly streak might reset because I won't get paid for resubbing for at least a week, so I might run out. It's okay if it runs out, okay? We'll remember it. We'll remember it. Yeah, we'd had our X chest. I don't know if we're ever bringing back Shock Gaige, but I'm worried that if I tried to bring it back, it would be like one day of me doing it and being like, man, I hate this character. So why not farm a Shock Norfleet at that point? The Gaige players will really be like, Gaige players will really say that, won't they? Good point, though. No, genuinely though, when actual Gaige players do that, they're like, oh no, she's really good if you have like a 94 Sham and a Norfleet. And how do you expect me to get that Norfleet? Now granted, you can Drunken Hive. Chat, what would we rank the Hive on the tier list? That's the current one Garnet has up. And, you know, it's, that one's a tough one for me. Because it's really good. But its ammo consumption's really bad, and it's corrosive only. Alright, Stereo. Thank you for coming in and trying to skew the vote.
and do it myself. First of all, good question.
Well, okay.
Glad to
As
see
much
you.
as I hate
Nope,
Gaige,
taking the
I will say,
initiative. Second of
Christy,
all,
or Christiv,
someone's pretty strong and you're expendable as hell, so good
I
luck.
will say that Anarchy is her actual build here, okay? And her Death Trap build isn't bad, okay? There, I said it. I said it. Even at OP10, her Death Trap build is usable. I said it. Oh, I'm a grifter, bro. I'm literally a Gaige grifter. That's crazy. Oh, let's get our health back. Hold on. Yeah. And, you know, chat, no, I hate it. I hate it because, like, I'm kind of coming around to Gaige, you know? Where I'm like, I agree with all the things I've said in the past about her, but at the same time, like, you know, Wires Don't Talk is a really bad skill, right? 15% shock damage. But, like, but if you're doing 1,000% damage on an attack that's shock, then Wires Don't Talk is increasing the already 1,000% damage by 15 extra percent, which is pretty significant, you know? If it was on a 100 damage attack, then like if you were buffing up a 100 damage attack with Wires Don't Talk, yeah, you're getting 15 damage. But if you're using that same gun and it instead of 100, it's doing 500, then all of a sudden it's an extra, like, what, 70%, 60, 70%, something like that. Sidesweep, welcome. You know, I do appreciate you watching all the VODs. I hope that you're getting extremely parasocial and are, you know, ready to email all your personal information to a scam email of me. Now, wait, chat. You know about this chest? Hold on. I learned about this in Hide and Seek. Which, by the way, I'm still getting cooked on. One guy left 3 comments about how I ruined the Hide and Seek video and that he's never going to watch it. Or he's never going to finish watching it. And that I should never come back. And I was like, dude. Chat. They're mad at me because I gaslit in Hide and Go Seek. Also, Beersford, welcome. I'm sorry about the 6-7, little bit of a flashbang. My bad, little bro. I do apologize. I do apologize. Grendel does not drop anything, but the quest reward will always give you... The quest reward will always give you a blue class mod. So that can be used to farm up if you want, like, you know, a +6 bloodbath or something like that. So that is the benefit of that. Oasis, I think that I have... Hold on. Seraphim versus Toothpick? Oh, chat. They're A tier. Call it A tier. What was I tabbing out for? Oh, do I have this character set to potential read only? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay. Read only enabled, and then we'll set up the farm counter. Chat, we're not farming the Infinity, and we're not on run 12. But we are on run 1. Wait, just make sure. Read only disabled. Read only enabled. Hold on, welcome top tier sad. So we are looking for a blurred trickster with kinetic reflection and chain reaction. Gaige is coughing baby even in her own game, but she can still be fun and viable. You know what's crazy? Oh no, I hate her. I hate Gaige, but I love her. But I hate her. She's just so quirky. No, like, it's crazy because with the right build, she is like low-key the most powerful Vault Hunter, and I'm like, I hate that. I hate that. But then her other builds are so bad that it evens out to like her just being really bad. Should I use the farm counter or just put it on screen? Good question. Here's what we'll do. We'll change this to the classic. We'll say farming thing, and then they'll be like, oh, that thing, and I'm like, yeah, that thing, you know, the thing. Yeah, it was Gas Mask. It was Gas Mask. Chat, low-key, I kind of think Gas doesn't like me anymore. He hasn't sent me any Instagram memes in like 15 days. I don't know what that's about. Chat, no, and then one guy got mad in the hide and seek because he was like, he literally TX, that TX guy. First of all, someone called me dented. He said it was dented behavior. I was like, is that like the new like R slur? But he said that he's complaining that I acknowledged, like, on my own microphone that my spot might be out of bounds, but then later fought for it to not be out of bounds. And it's like, I'm not just... Imagine how much worse the content would be if it was like, hey, you're out of bounds, and I was like, oh, my bad. No, that wouldn't have been interesting. Chat, that is crazy that we got that on run 3, or run 4. Let's freaking go, baby. All right, farms go away. I don't think there's any Vladof gear in this DLC that we want. And that's just straight up going to be better than anything else we have. We're going to get rid of every other class mod. But it's like, you know, imagine that you're in a tournament. And this is obviously on a significantly smaller scale. But if you're on a tournament for like $100,000 and you do something that's kind of against the rules, you're going to fight for a loophole. You're like, well, I want that 100K. I'll fight for a loophole and see if they buy it. And if they don't, then they don't. And that's what I did on the hide and seek video, where I was like, I know full well that I'm out of bounds and that they are not going to like my spot because I am definitely out of bounds. But I'm going to fight for that. I'm going to fight for that to the death. You know, Evergrim, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I, too, love BL. That one. Should we do, chat? Okay, I'm going to mix up some gamer subs. Should we do Torg DLC and get the kitten? Yes or no? Why does the kitten even exist in that DLC? Shouldn't it be the Torg DLC? Yeah, it's the thingy from Borderlands. The other day I had a skag pup in Wildlife Preserve drop a 500k cradle with a 7-second delay. That's horrible. No, I literally get followed by the cradle twice on stream now. We've gotten it from lockers, okay? And I was hopping on for like literally like 3 minutes to get a picture the other day, and I got it from a freaking Tina pot, dude. Also, I'm amazed that more people don't know that the cradle is quite literally the worst item in Borderlands 2. Okay? At OP10, it does 9,000 damage. And yet at low level, it will insta-kill you. Where's the out-of-bounds guy? I don't know, chat. Should we get the kitten? Nah, I don't care about getting it at level 50 is the thing. I'm not too concerned. I don't know. But also I'm sitting here and I'm like, what's even the point, you know? If I go through Torg DLC, get the kitten, use it for a few levels, call it a day, like... But you're kind of right, though. Wait, you're kind of right about what you're saying, because if I were to instead save it for 50, then I can power through base game with a fire kitten. You're right, top tier. Yep, GG. Why did your question mark get auto-translated, Dominic? I appreciate the auto-translate, but, like, it translates English to English, bro. Like, it does not... It's not working overtime like it thinks it is. I'll turn down the audio for you guys. Also, there's no music. Why there no music? My bad, chat. You're probably like, oh my gosh, I can't hear Oasis soundtrack. I was like, oh, my bad, bro. Thank you, auto-translate. Also, I'll end the poll. Okay. It's obvious. Everyone agrees the Hector's Paradise is the better weapon between the Hectors and the Thunderbolt Fists. And if you say otherwise, get out. Get out of my freaking chat. Chat, Lil Eevee. Where do we place the little Eevee? That's another one that I'm fighting for, bro. I'm having to fight tooth and freaking nail for all of the, like, shock exclusive weapons. Bro, why is the game still loud? These shock weapons? No. Chat, I love Guarded Anarchist. I do. But I must say, the entire time, he's given all of the, like, shock exclusive weapons, Little Eevee, Hector's Paradise, etc., C tiers, right? Because they're shock exclusive. Chat, he was saying the Storm is B. I'm like, what? That's the worst one, dude. That is the worst one. That's quite literally the worst shock exclusive one in the game, bro. I get you play Zero. I really do. But hell no. You are smoking crack. Literally, I was getting gaslit all day. Because, okay, so I had like a bunch of stuff going on, and then my computer was broken. Also, welcome, Anthony. and then my computer was broken. I spent 10 hours trying to fix it, and every time I was like, let me check up on the Discord. Let's see what's going on in the Discord. While I'm dealing with like, hey, my $3,000 piece of equipment. It wasn't really that much, but you know, my multi-$1,000 computer is not working. Let me check up on the Discord. And then I'm like getting gaslit by Garnet all day. Like, no, dude, that gun's not even good. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Playtime out looking frickin' thing. And I'm getting gaslit the whole day. And then I'm like, I'm mad about it. And I'm like, I can't even hop on the game to prove anyone wrong right now because my computer's broken. So I have no way to show these people the error of their ways, right? But then that's all over. And it's like, I fought. And guess what? We got Hector's in B tier, and we got the little Eevee in B tier. You're welcome, by the way. You are absolutely welcome. Okay? I take 90% credit for that. But then he has the audacity the next day to be like, or it might have been the day after, I don't know. The audacity the next day to be like, guys, I think the Storm's B tier. No, get out of here. You are smoking crack. Gaslight, gatekeep, Garnet. Exactly, bro. And I love Garnet, chat. You know it. I've been the #1 Garnet shelf of all time. Go sub to his channel, Garnet Anarchist 3 on YouTube. I've been the #1 Garnet Anarchist shelf since his first video, okay? With the worst microphone settings I've ever heard and the worst video quality you've ever seen. And I've been there. And I've been there. But when he's had the audacity to say Little Eevee B tier, Hector's, or Little Eevee C tier, Hector's Paradise C tier, Storm B tier, I was like, you have ruined my life. I just need to get that off my chest, chat. Welcome, Mimic Blade. So good to see you. No. Okay, Mimic, you're rage baiting me? Chat, I have come to the conclusion. I have finally come to the conclusion. My full opinion on the Norfleet situation, okay? The Norfleet is better than the Topneaa in every single conceivable way, assuming you had a gibbed character in which you did not have to farm for it. The Norfleet is better in every single conceivable way. Except for Krieg. Except for my boy Krieg. Krieg is the one character where you cannot sham fleet, so you genuinely need the Topneaa, and you get 500% damage, so it does almost Norfleet damage anyway. So, shout out to my opinion on that. Hope you enjoy. Can I open that? Yeah, I can. Here's the thing. People will say the Topneaa is not ammo efficient. Or is more ammo efficient than the Sham. But it does so much less damage that you have to use, even with the free projectile. I was testing. Now, in like normal, you know, in like normal mode or TVHM, it really has no effect. In UVHM, not OP levels, it doesn't have too much of an effect. The Topneaa will get you by. But, especially at OP10, like the ammo consumption difference between the Topneaa and Norfleet is actually pretty considerable, where even though it has free shots, you use significantly more. And I never understood the argument that people make of you need, like they'll say the Topneaa is better than the Norfleet, and then it's like, why? And then they always say that, well, with the Norfleet, you need a Sham. But you just as much need a Sham for the Topneaa. If you're using it as a primary weapon, you need it as that. And then when I've argued that, people, not saying names, but Alpha, is like, well, yeah, that's why you shouldn't use them as a primary weapon. Well, if I'm not using it as a primary weapon, then why is the Sham even an issue? Because if I'm not using it as a primary weapon, then you don't need a Sham for either of them. Like, gaslighting and gatekeeping, bro. This community gaslights me every day. And I have to put up with it for you guys, okay? I want you to know that. Also, Krug, welcome. So good to see you.
Good to finally meet you in person. Hell of a job fighting through those bloodshots.
On sale, you get free shot glitch. You also get dual wield Norfleets. This jab, quit it, bro. I know you're rage baiting. The retro is not better than the peak opener. Now, chat, I was thinking, is there the Discord convo is frying you right now? What's going on? What's going on? Roaster, that's a B tier rocket, I would say. What are they talking about in there? Why is Cashew uploading the sunken cost fallacy? And why does it look like a Jolts Dude thumbnail? I don't even want to get into it. Hector's and Rock Salt are not on the same tier. No, I'm not going in there, bro. I can't see Garnet right now. I cannot. But I was thinking, chat, I don't use the peak opener much on Krieg. But is there a single better weapon on Krieg than the peak opener? Name me one weapon that's better than the peak opener on Krieg. Plus, rare bloody revival moment. Shout out. I always thought Topneaa was better in the sense it's more farmable. Yeah. This is why if it's a pure Gib character, and this is why I've been confused, because I used to think that too, Claptrap. But then I realized a lot of people are just straight up like, no, the Norfleet's overrated. You're wrong. I'm sorry, bro. That's just not true. The Norfleet is not overrated. The farm for it sucks. However, assuming that you can farm it or are using a Gib character, which is often what's brought up in these things, it's just definitively better because not only does it do more damage per shot, it shoots 3 at once. Yeah, so you actually need less shots to get the kill. Like, less projectiles, less total projectiles because the base damage is higher. It's definitely just the better weapon. Best pistol? Lady Fist, I would say. You gaslight the like button. Thank you, bro. Borderlands Legends better than BL2? Dude, cut it out, Brady. You're getting banned. You count the Firehawk as a weapon? I don't know what you'd count that as. But I would say the Flame of the Firehawk would be a top tier weapon under the right circumstances. But this is where me and Garnet alter, and I think that his listing of it is totally fine. I just would have a different ranking because his ranking will be like, you know, the Hornet is a top tier weapon because when used against loaders, it's really good. In my opinion, I'd be like, the Hornet's good, but it's not really a top tier weapon because it's not good against like half of the things in this game. That's why I would fight for the Hector's Paradise being potentially even in the same tier as the Hornet. So I get what he's saying there. So based off his, if we're going off his ranking, which again is a fair ranking, I'm not calling out Garnet here. If you were to go based off of his ranking of it, then the Flame of the Firehawk, bro, that might be an S tier weapon right there. If you went off my own though, it's like, I love the Flame of the Firehawk, probably second favorite shield in the game, because I love Krieg. It's like, I don't know, B, maybe C, just because it's so, maybe B tier. It's useful for most of the game, but it's so useless for a lot of it too. Kerr Blaster for the best Krieg weapon. Max, if you have not used the peak opener, I urge you to go try it. It is a, like, they talk about power creep in the Fight for Sanctuary DLC. It is more damage, triple the grenade count, literally quadruple fire rate. It has quadruple fire rate over the Kerr Blaster and higher max size. Like, it's insane. It is insane. Carnage is closest I can compare. I thought about that too, but it's yeah, getting a usable role is almost impossible. But again, assuming you're talking about like a Gibbed character on Krieg, assuming you were talking about like doing a Gibbed character, what would be the #1 Krieg weapon? And the Carnage is really good, but it kind of needs a little bit of a build around it. Like you definitely have to play around it pretty well, and it takes more thinking overall. As where the peak opener is like, you can turn your brain off and clear digi-peek. You know what I mean? Sorry, top tier. Wait, are you talking the Family Feud or the Jeopardy? Because he's done both. If you're talking about terrible answers on the Jeopardy video, that was my bad, bro. My answers were pretty bad. I will admit that. If you're talking about Family Feud, bro, no. It shows where the community consensus lies. So, you know. Wouldn't you argue that the Herald is better than Lady Fist? I would say that... Here's what it would be. Assuming you can aim, the Lady Fist will do significantly more damage because you can match elements. Even if you don't take bones into account, but if you take a bone of the Ancients into account, especially, you can just do so much more damage with it. And the B-Shield delivery on it is absolutely insane. But the Herald is just consistently really good, so... Dude, that's crazy. The Lady Fist is Krieg, and the Herald is Axton. Because with Axton, he's pretty consistently good. He gets a little better with kill skills, but he's pretty much always about on the same power level, right? He's always about, like, right here, I guess. As where Krieg, before any of his stacks, before any kill skills, he's, like, down here, bro. Krieg freaking blows with nothing, okay? But then you get Krieg with all of his stuff, and he shoots, like, way up here. And so the Lady Fist is like that, because if you're hitting body shots or you're not matching element, it's like dude, this freaking blows. Who would use this? If you're hitting crits and matching elements, it's like insano compared to the Herald. So, also Irish guy, shout out. We'll see you in 10 minutes. I almost just banned you. My bad, bro. My bad. Hopefully it would come up with like a little message like, hey, are you sure you want to ban this person permanently? So then I wouldn't proceed to do that. So I would say the Lady Fist is better than the Herald, but the Herald is more universally usable. So if anyone were to say, that's why it's so dumb. I've seen a bunch of like, I've seen it happen in my own Discord even, but in other people's Discords where it's like, what the frick? Where am I? Oh wait, I can just save quit. I've seen it happen in Discords where there's like very heated arguments about the Lady Fist and Herald, and it's like, guys, it's not that hard to like comprehend that the Herald will just be better for like the normal the average Joe, but like if you're like a pro gamer who also is farming like multiple elements of Lady Fist, then it's just going to be the better option every time. But they're just like arguing over each other's heads where like the Herald guy is trying to say like, no, it's just always the best. And then the Lady Fist guy is like, well, actually, it's not always the best because under certain circumstances, it's actually worse. So the Lady Fist is always better. It's like, no, that's not how that goes. But we can all agree the Thunderball Fist is just worse. I mean, come on, baby. I think that's going to be the new thing. We're just going to dog on the Thunderball Fist until we've gaslit the community into believing it's like a bad weapon. Like, it's not a bad weapon, chat. It's not a bad weapon. It's just not like a, you know, particularly good one. You know what I don't like, Void, about the Herald? One of my least favorite things about the Herald is that... Also, I've seen your message in chat, Rice. Welcome. Or Reese. I don't know. I never know how to say it. Strong Fork, welcome. Hi. I've seen your message in chat. I didn't say hi. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I pray that you'll forgive me. But, no, the thing about the Herald is, like, most of the time in this game, people will be like, why use X when you can use Y, right? They'll be like, why use, you know, why use Jacob's Gatling gun when Thompson exists? And it's like, well, they, you know, they're different guns. They're different guns with different purposes and whatnot. But the Herald genuinely is, why would I ever use any other torque pistol? There is no reason ever in the world for me to ever use anything other than the Herald unless I want a sandbag. You know what I'm saying? Day old milk, welcome. Never gone on legit Thunderball Fist ever. Chad, I've told this story a few times. One of my first playthroughs of this game, okay? It was with my best friend. This was in 2012. Or maybe really early 2013. I don't know. One of the two. So I was about 11 or 12 years old. And he had gone into the game because he had watched like some guy talk about all like the guns and stuff. I think it was Yodi Slay. I don't know. I think it was Yodi Slay, but I don't know for a fact. But he had talked about, you know, seeing all the guns. And on our first playthrough, we got the Thunderball Fist to drop, okay? And that was legitness, okay? That was insane. I didn't realize at the time how rare legendaries were. And for anyone that doesn't know, I don't know if it affected the Thunderball Fist. I think it did. But the Thunderball Fist nowadays is a 5% drop chance. So extremely low. It is half the drop chance of almost any other legendary. But on top of that, I don't know what that notification... Redstone Geek with a Prime sub. Yeah, my bad, bro. I put... Okay, the Demon Core Play Boo Boo, the Cody Play Boo Boo, I got it. And then about a week later, I threw up 70 times over the course of one night. And then my computer bricked out a couple months later. If that is not a sign that you have dropped just hell on earth into my room, I don't know what is. Anyway, guys, so we get the Thunderball Fist. Back in the day, all drops were 1/3 of what they currently are. So all 1 in 10 drops used to be 1 in 3 drops. Or not 1 in 3, sorry, 1 in 30. 1 in 30 drops. Extremely rare. We get Thunderball Fist. He goes, dude, let me have it. This is like the rare gun. Like, dude, these things are so rare. Like, most people don't even have this. I was like, oh, cool, man. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. So he used it till about level 6 or 7 because Thunderball Fist sucks, chat. Even back in the day, okay? Even back in the day, that gun blew. Not gonna lie. It's usable. I mean, that's all I'll give it, okay? But even back in the day, that gun frickin' sucked. Okay. Then we hit about level 8, 9, or 10, and I'm like, hey, dude, you stopped using that. Can I use it? Can I try it? He was like, yeah. But, like, this is my first legendary, so, like, you know, don't do anything with it. Just, like, you can use it, but then give it back. I was like, oh, for sure, bro. Then I go, dude, this gun sucks. And I sold it. And cut forward 14 years. And I'm in a relationship with his sister. So, got him. Let's KYS right here. Thank you once again. Dude, I want to call you Cody Plays. Redstone Geek. Redstone, you might need to pick up the torch of Cody. You might need to pick up the torch. The boo-boo, the Cody Play boo-boo over there on my frickin' dresser. I know you can't see it. It is a demon core. Bad things have happened since it came by, okay? And my video got demonetized. The new video got demonetized, chat, and it was because of that frickin' boo-boo. Also, Forge 2IA. Welcome. You know, guys, I get why, like, looking back, there's a lot of people. I've had some friends even won't name their names where they've gone back and like watched some Yodi Slave videos and they're like, this sucked. Why did anyone watch this? And it's like, dude, you got to put yourself into the mindset that this was when nobody even knew what the Unkept Herald was. Okay. So when he got it, he doesn't know anything about it. He's just making a video because back in the day, and people don't remember this, back in the day, you didn't go to the wiki 90% of the time. Games weren't wiki based, okay? It was like nowadays, if you want to know how to farm at infinity, you go to Google and type in Borderlands 2 Infinity. Back in the day, you go to YouTube and you type in Borderlands 2 YouTube. And then you proceed to watch said content. Watch it all the way through to figure out where it comes from and what it does. And guess what? He literally... I was watching it with someone and they're just going on about like, dude, it's just all misinformation. It's like, he's just reading the wiki page. He's literally just reading the wiki page and putting it into a video format where it's digestible. Like, because there was the extremely broken wiki, but it's like, if you want to get mad at him for misinfo, he's reading it off of what was supposed to be like the trusted source. Granted, he faked the infinity drop, so, you know, it is what it is. And then, for some reason, Man of Low Moral Fiber thought that faking the infinity drop was so bad that he, quote, should have killed himself sooner. All right. Yeah. You know, guys, I'm sure cat's out of the bag, chat. Man of Low Moral Fiber is... yeah, there's a chest up there? Man of Low Moral Fiber is genuinely a very racist person. And he said in his own comment section just like a month ago that Garnet Anarchist, he's seen that guy, and that he is a cheap imitation who believes in racial equality.
Well, that's one way to hijack a train. The Valkyrie's still up on that ice shelf. Gotta climb that wreckage.
This guy does Minecraft off. Shut up, bro. It's weird to think, because then that makes me think of like the other people that were like in his group, and it's like, I don't know. There are a lot that just disappeared, and like Basher had like taken his own life and stuff, and I don't know. So this guy said, oh my gosh, Max with the 10. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. First playthrough, I got a perfect Deepa from the Loot Midget and Frostburn, and I didn't even understand what gun rarities were. It was amazing. Used it all the way up to Bunker. Still have it on my PS3 Zero to this day. Counterfactual, also thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, Max, for the $10 super chat. I genuinely appreciate that. This is and this isn't to get more donations. This is to express my appreciation. Okay, let's get that straight off the bat. But this is currently my only source of income, so I genuinely appreciate that so much. Cannot tell you how much. And Counterfactual with the Prime sub, from the follow to the Prime. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate you with all of my little heart. Thank both of you so much. You guys actually mean so much to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. Also, Devil Survivor's biggest glazer. Faking a video game drop is bad. The reincarnate... Chat, I cannot freaking read today. My bad. Yeah. It's crazy. And it's like, you know, I wish he wouldn't have faked the drop. But also, like, to insinuate that that's, like, so bad that you need to, like, take him down. I don't know. That's a little heartless to me. I like how that, dude, you know what's so weird? There are some specific people that others will glaze to no ends. They can do no bad. Okay, and it's like, this guy's blatantly, like, evil, okay? There are some people out there, like some content creators, who will just be defended of all actions. Low-key happening with Sykkuno right now. But, like, there's a bunch of content creators that'll just be excused of all actions because people glaze them. You would think, okay, that after how Man of Low Moral Fiber reacted to the Yodi Slayer drama, that's not drama. Sorry, chat. To the passing of Yodi Slayer. That's not drama. My bad. You would think that with how he reacted to that, people would have been like, ooh, I kind of don't like this guy that much. Also, thank you, Max. I appreciate your comment there. And then you would think after, oh, him being a, like actual self-proclaimed white supremacist. Like, this isn't like me just being like, oh, he's racist, right? I wouldn't call anyone racist without good factual evidence. He is just blatantly racist. Like, and is a self-classified white supremacist, okay? You would think after all that, people would be like, oh man, I'm glad he's gone. Go to his videos, go through the newest comments, and either A, I forgot, I was trying to get the Lyuda. Wait, read only? I was on read only that whole time. But go back through the newest comments, and they are all pretty much either like racist, or they don't know and they're just like, man, when are you coming back, bro? You're the GOAT. It's like, we don't want him back. We don't need him back. Got a Hyperion SMG from Bunker. Didn't realize it'll be my fave gun in the whole game. Chat, okay. The Fatale or the Actualizer? Chat, the Actualizer's better. I said it. Actualizer's better. Don't even argue with me. Shout out Baru. You know, Nexter, Baru, I watched a lot of Baru back in the day, but I've got a love-hate relationship, you know? Because on one hand, he did so much for the community. On the other hand, he was pretty much the #1 person to spread misinfo in the Borderlands community. There are still people to this day that say Axton is bad and there's no reason to play him. There's still people that say that all assault rifles are bad. And just so many other misconceptions that were definitely started and continued by him. So I have a bit of a love-hate, you know? But at the same time, sorry, it's very loud here. I apologize. But at the same time, he did a lot for the community and had some of the best moments in all of Borderlands too. Yeah, it's kind of an outdated opinion, true. I'm talking about being a little more of Fiber Forge. But people will still glaze. Yeah, Sykkuno, chat, oh my gosh, I can't, dude, no, okay, so Sykkuno was the guy who, talks like an anime character, right? And I had never even really heard of him until, like, the drama started recently. And so it was like, oh, he talks like an anime character, so I thought he just had, like, an anime voice. No, he literally, dude, he talks like how I talk ironically, where he'll be like, oh, did you really just get the Blurred Trickster? I wish I had one. Would you mind maybe sharing it with me? And it's so bad. And then he like put on this persona, right? That he was like just this innocent little anime boy. And then, dude, all of the girlies are like so all over it. And they're like, oh my gosh, I can fix him. He's like a boy failure thing. It's like, oh my gosh, I can fix him. Blah, blah, blah. And then, like, I watched a compilation of, like, it was so bad. I had to load up Incognito for this, okay? I incognitoed Sykkuno. Don't take that out of context, but I incognitoed Sykkuno and watched, like, it was like 14 minutes of Sykkuno being smooth with women. I couldn't bear it. My skin was crawling, dude. My skin was crawling out of my body, okay? And not only that, but the comment sections are filled with women who are like, they're all like, oh my gosh, he doesn't even know how smooth he is. How, I think that, like, it's because they're obviously enamored by him. But, like, I think any guy who watches that is like, this guy's so fake. Any male who has watched Sykkuno and saw those clips immediately can tell this guy's making this up. He's obviously not some boy failure. It's obvious he's trying to play them. Anyway, then he cheated repeatedly on his girlfriend. While they were trying to patch up his relationship, he was still trying to cheat on his girlfriend. He went and finished inside another girl. His girlfriend's like, no, I'm going to stay with him. Whatnot. And yet, after all of that, he's still getting support from these girlies. And they're like, well, it's not that bad because he's not like a child predator. He's not blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why are women defending this? He's abusing women. He's cheating on women. Why are you defending this? I can't believe it, bro. And he's man a little more fiber. But instead of being racist, he just like cheats on his girlfriend repeatedly. And I can't believe it. And I'm seeing so many people that are claiming like the only victim is his girlfriend. And then I'm seeing a lot of people also claim that like a lot of people saying like he came out on top, or that like he's like a king or a Chad. And it's like, why? What did I miss in the past year where all of a sudden cheating makes you a king? How does that make you a Chad? You're cheating on your partner of 5 years. Am I being gaslit? Like, am I being absolutely gaslit, chat? Or is it wrong to cheat on your partner? Is that not, like, really bad? Like, bro, it's so bad. And for the record, I'm not saying these women, I'm not saying, like, women are, like, dumb for being into him. I'm saying these women that have watched him be a serial cheater and are still wishing they could get with him. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And then people being like, oh, blah, 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 it's not even that bad. So a couple girls got played. And it's like,
Oh no. The phase blast must have taken Sanctuary off the fast travel network.
also, Iconnor, it's been a while, welcome. Paid homage to the scientist that found DNA. Yeah. He was, no, between that, and then if you go through his comment sections, like, he's just straight up talking about, like, black people in there, and how they are negative, like, negative IQ. He said Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is Man of Laurel Fiber, by the way. Sykkuno did not say this. But Man of Laurel Fiber said that Neil deGrasse Tyson was one of the few smart ones and still likely had an IQ lower than the average white person. And it's like, low-key, dude. I live in an area with a lot of white people. A lot of these white people, I don't think they have high IQs. I think that if you got out of, like, your bubble and your friend group, you'd realize that, like, most people on Earth are dumb, actually. Believe that or not. Anyway, chat, I watched a compilation of Sykkuno, and it's him with, like, Valkyrie being like, you mind buying me a Vandal? I'd forever be indebted to you. I could not watch it. I could not get it. I was tweaking out, okay? And then I don't know why he's being glazed. I feel like I'm going crazy. Also, Abdul, welcome. The fact that he was with her for 5... I know. He was with his girlfriend for 5 years. Nobody knew about it. He cheated on her, like, online with a bunch of people. He apparently finished inside another girl. And she's, like, still gonna be with him. And I guess they'd been repairing their relationship for months and months. And even while that was going on, while they were, like, trying to repair their relationship, he was still continuing to try and cheat on her, and she's, like, giving him more chances. And it's like, I guess you just, chat, if you want a girlfriend, just talk like an anime character. That's all it takes, apparently, bro. But in her defense, okay, she is probably kind of relying on him because she's with, like, an extremely, like, one of the most popular people on YouTube and on planet Earth in general, and very, like, rich. She's probably extremely well taken care of, so it's probably an extremely hard choice for her to just, like, be like, oh, I'm just gonna leave, because I mean, I don't know. She might have like her own career and everything, but it I would imagine that it's a harder choice than just like, oh, I got cheated on and that's it. But still, it's rough. Also counterfactual. Oi, 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 ladies. So bad. So bad. Anyway, chat, I have not been reading chat. Sorry. It's so bad, though. It's so bad. Literally top tier. Everyone on Earth is dumb and stupid. I'm not gonna lie. If you want to know, make a YouTube short, bro. Make a YouTube short and you will see it in full force. Where they're like, you're actually so wrong. Because actually the Hornet, I got it at level 1 and it killed the warrior. It's like, no, it didn't. I think that you believe that, but no, it didn't. It's so bad. It's so bad. Chat, and then, oh my gosh. No, on the topic of like things that make my body crawl, okay? This was literally one of the hardest watches. Like, I've seen so much like cringy content that I'm immune, okay? I'm borderline immune. There are very few things that make me physically recoil, okay? Recently there was a video, I don't know what the guy's name is, but he makes a lot of like he makes some of those like white room type videos, you know, where it's like you know, 8x versus 1y, right? Though his are a bit more fun. I can't think of what his name is, but he made one. It was so, oh my gosh, it was literally so hard to watch. It was, what was it? Like 7 guys blind date goth girls, I think is the title of it. I was watching someone else watch it in the cut up version, and I don't remember the last time this ever happened. I was watching someone else watch it. I had to pause the video, physically get up, and walk out of my room. I could not handle that. I physically could not stand it. It is the worst video my eyes have ever laid eyes on. And it's not the editor's fault. It's not the channel's fault. It's everything else. And it's so bad. It literally, I could not watch it. I could not watch it. Go give it a watch. It's 45 minutes. I couldn't make it through. I genuinely could not. It was just horrendous, okay? And a lot of like the goth community kind of hates it too, because it's just like really sexually charged. And the goth community is like, wow, you're like fetishizing us more, thank you. So they don't like it. Like the dude, it's so bad. Go give it a watch, but like but also I'm warning you, it was literally one of the hardest things I've watched. I don't remember the last time I had to get up and walk away from a video. Oh my gosh. You're out after 14 seconds. I'm surprised you made it that long. It's so bad. It's so bad. I couldn't stand it, bro. Oh my gosh. And no, you know, no offense to, you know, any of the guys or gals on it, but it was, I endured it very soon after it first came out, and I still think about it. Like, it's borderline, it's like watching a Saw movie or something, okay? Where, like, you can't look away, but you feel like you have to, and it makes you sick to your stomach at a point. You're like, I physically cannot. Also, Hashman, I kind of agree with what you're saying.
The lunar engineers denied our see what I can do.
Send in the constructors. I want those bastards dead now.
You know, Void, after that video, he then proceeded to come back and try and like correct it and claim that he never said it was spyware, and that he never, literally in the span of just a few minutes, because he was kind of reacting to the Mutahar vid that had been made in regard to that, and he was like, I never claimed it was spyware, blah blah blah. Like, I never said it was spyware. I never said it was anything like that. I never said they were spying on you. Then, within the same sentence, he goes, however, a lot of stuff in the TOS sounded like spyware. Like, that was the quickest fold of all time, bro. To be like, no, like, I didn't say it was, but it is, though. And I was like, are you serious? And then, I used to just not get involved with that YouTuber, right? Because I was like, whatever, bro. Whatever. I don't necessarily like the content he's putting out because it's all just negativity fueled. And it's all just nostalgia bait of Borderlands 2. But I was like, you know what? Whatever. I don't care. But then he came out with a video about like how Borderlands 4 flopped, right? And then he came out with another video afterwards agreeing with his own point. And in said video, he's going on about how so many YouTubers... Oh my gosh, Angel Days. Thank you so much for the resub. 6 months, half of a freaking year. Oh, actually 7 months. 6 months streak. 7 months total, so over half a year, in fact. Thank you so much, Angel Days. I do appreciate you so much. I appreciate all the support, guys. Like, I cannot tell you how much it truly, honestly means to me. But I used to stay out of the drama with that YouTuber because I was like, you know, it's whatever. I don't care, right? If he wants to be negative about the Borderlands series, he'd be negative about it, whatever. But then he released the Borderlands 4 video, and he was going on about how, like, everyone that plays the game, essentially, is a shill because everyone got paid by the game to play it. And it's like, first of all, if Randy was like, hey, we're going to pay you $8,000 to play Borderlands 2, you're telling me that he wouldn't take that? It's like $8,000 to play my favorite game series. Hell yeah, of course, absolutely, in a heartbeat, right? It's not just people being shills to be shills. But then he goes on about how the people are shills and you shouldn't trust the opinions of anyone because they got paid by the people who played the game, right? Then he proceeds to show their profiles with pictures of them, their full profiles uncensored with pictures of them in the video in which he's saying that, like, they are not to be trusted. And he literally is like, here's some examples of all the people that got paid on screen. And it's like, is that not, like, it's not doxing? But imagine if I was like, man, Lil Gas Mask is the worst person ever. I can't, or if I was like, oh, this, you know, challenge run YouTubers are the worst people ever. I can't stand them. Here's some examples, and it's just like a picture of Lil Gas Mask looking at his camera and with his name and like his Twitter account. And that's when it went from like, okay, this is just like petty, like you don't like the game, to just full on, what is wrong with you, man? So 4336. Awesome. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. I hope that you are enjoying your work. Is your work still open? Because you're at the ski resort. Are they still alive and well right now? The poll is still up? No, it's not. You're lying. Anyway, chat. Yeah, so that YouTuber, we're caught up on that. We're caught up on the Sykkuno situation. We're caught up on the 7 men blind date the goth girl situation. It's so bad. Sorry, again, I'm barely reading chat today. I apologize. I should be paying more attention. Let's get doctor's orders. Tomboy culture. It kind of is overprevalent, and like a lot of these like goth girl, tomboy, whatever, it's all very like fetishization, and I know that 90% of people in those groups do not want to be fetishized. You know what I'm trying to say. I know that like the vast majority of people in those groups don't want that, and yet it's still happening to them. What if we did clan wars for a new shield? Ours is 35. We could get a level 40 shield, but the transformer. We'll just get a transformer. Yeah, it's rough. True. Wait, true. Nexter's onto something. There's too much good and positive stuff on YouTube. Stop watching bad people and stuff that you hate. Life's too short to engage. True. 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 And like, I honestly feel bad anytime I like talk bad about any other content creators, but with some it's just like, bro, what you're doing, like, is just so dumb, man. It's actually just so dumb. Sponge, I would love to get one, but that requires crystals.
I bet your friend Claptrap could get through that Hyperion force field. Now he's out of date though. He'll need a software upgrade.
That's what I'm saying, Devil Survivor. It's like, why would I not get paid for... Like, if they would have reached out to me and been like, hey, do you want to play BL4 early and earn money from it and get flown out to a fun event where you'll get to meet a bunch of other creators? If you guys called me a shill for that, then call me a shill, bro, because I'm taking that. Absolutely. Like, what do you mean? It's my favorite... Is it? It's one of my favorite game series in all of history. I'd get paid to play it. I'd get a once-in-a-lifetime experience event paid off for free. And I get to, like, meet the people behind the game and play the game many, many months early ahead of everyone else. So to be like, you're a shill for that. Call me a shill, buddy. Call me a shill. Hell yeah, I'm taking that. What do you mean? Like I get it. If you know, if someone's paid by a company, maybe take their opinion with a grain of salt. But like, bruh. What, call Gamba? I don't even see a Gamba. Hold on. I think my thing's like bugged out or something. Choose prediction outcome. Wilhelm unique drop. Did we kill Wilhelm? Oh yeah, we did. Choose outcome. No unique drop. Chat, shout out to Uniqua from the Backyardigans. I did not get the 1340. That is technically an item we'll need to get, though, now that you mentioned that. 6-7, shout out Poetic Monkey. Very cool. Love that. I love that. Can I move? Hello? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, chat. See, it's... On one hand, it's good to stay in, like, your small little circle, but at the same time, you don't want to, like, form an echo chamber, you know?
If you can get inside to the shipyard, I can give you support and lead you to Bloodwing. You get my bird, you get your Claptrap upgrade.
Yeah. Final challenge. You play video games and get paid money. Like, Jigsaw, I thought you were torturing me, bro.
Another one down.
Huh? You thought I was... My bad. Yeah, I'm just a show guy. It's like a Swedish accent or something of chill guy. Chat, we shitted. Can I hurt them without killing them? Thank you, Cloudkill. Chat, they gotta buff Cloudkill up because, like, it's making this too easy or something. He was still chatting and yapping? Chatty Cathy out here, bro. Chatty Cathy. You wounded that one. And by that, I mean you literally instantly killed that one. Bro. Alright, well, it would be very difficult to actually do this, so... Bigger shill, me or spout? Me. I'll take that. It's me, bro. Spout has nothing on my shill. He has nothing on my shill. June 7th, we might do a 6-7 stream, yeah. You know, in watching, like, some of this, like, big drama unfold, it's also just, like, making me see how many YouTubers and, like, streamers and stuff are just genuinely so fake. And it's, like, so obvious that they're fake. And yet, it just does really well. I'm like, dang. Maybe I should become fake. Chat, should I become a fake shill? Drop it in the comment section down below. Also, we got a new corrosive cloud, which might be good. Let's check the damage. It's homing, but it does damage, so it's alright. Shut up, Mordecai. Dude, Benson is so gonna fire us if we don't get this door open. Dude, quick, go for the kill! I'll do what I want. Chat, the Infinity is so good that it's killing frickin' loaders. Fire, by the way. Yeah, is this Wolfenstein? Minus the symbols? Exactly, Claptrap. It's a no-brainer. You take the bag, bro. You take the bag.
You won't enjoy this. Ha!
But for the record, when I'm calling people fake, like, that's That's not just like, oh, they're fake, like fake friend, but like so many of them, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I get it because it works really well, but like so many people just like, it's just, you're watching a character. You're not really like watching the person at all, which I really hope I never get to that point. Like genuinely, guys, I do not play a character. Mr. TX01 is not a character. Mr. TX01 is literally just me. This was my gamer tag created when I was 12, and it has always been a part of me, and it is still fairly representative of me to an extent. Hey. See, a corrosive weapon would be kind of nice right now. And like, well, we do have the Vladof blaster, but like, you know, something better than a Vladof blaster. How do you make it so there's 8 person on the same map, same time in those hide and seeks? Cashew has to run some mod. I don't really know what it is, but it is some mod for it. Only the host needs it though. That's all I know, because I never have to deal with it. Hexy, I almost said it just reading that message. No, BL4 is not bad at all. BL4 is a very good game, just with a lack of like stuff to do, but I guess I'm not gonna sneeze. BL4 is great. It just has a lack of things to do. But at the same time, when Borderlands 2 released, I did not see the YouTubers having literally 1,000 hours on the base game vanilla version of this. They maybe put like 200 into it. And they're like, man, that was fun. Borderlands 4, I saw so many YouTubers that literally had like 500 to 1,000 hours in the first month or so. And it's like I hated that so much. I saw so many people from, you know, that community that were like, man, the game's so bad, even Jolts quit playing it. Guys, Jolts had almost 200 hours on it before it released, okay? Then he put in another like 600 hours. Like within the first month or two, he had almost 800 hours on the base game vanilla version of Borderlands 4. So it should be no surprise at all that he would quit playing it after a few months, because that's all he's been playing. After 1,000 hours in the base game vanilla version of a Borderlands release, you will get bored. That's just how that works. That's not like some crazy gotcha against Borderlands 4. Like, I really wish that these things were more transparent and it like actually did some research and was like, oh, Jolts has streamed 600 hours of Borderlands 4. Maybe that's why he quit playing it. Instead of, oh, he quit playing the game. He doesn't even stream it anymore. He's playing BL2. It's like, yeah, because it's the base game. Like, literally, that wouldn't be possible on BL2. Unless you were like a speedrunner or something where you're just literally resetting the game for 100 hours. Like, I genuinely don't think it would be possible for any of you to put 1,000 hours into base game BL2, realistically. Like, in a month, nonetheless, right? I don't know. Yeah, we'll do the Cody Play Boo Boo coin very soon. That's actually my next big upgrade coming. There's still things I do in BL4, I just don't want to do those things. Exactly. The in-game does suck, and yet it still has more to do than the other games at release. Now you can make arguments for it not releasing content quick enough, and I would agree with you totally. You're like, yeah, it is pretty slow, and the amount we're getting for the amount of time we're waiting isn't really great. It's really not. Like, I actually like the new DLC quite a bit, but for the fact that we waited like 6 or 7 months for it, it should have been more, in my opinion. Exactly, side. Literally, nobody would have said the same thing about Jolts if instead of putting 1,000 hours into 1 month, he put 500 hours into the first month and 500 hours into the second. You know? Or like, however that split would have gone. I don't know the exact amount of time it was before he quit playing the game, but nobody would have batted an eye if he would have just split that out, and if he would have only, you know, streamed 100 hours of it on the first month, and 100 hours of it on the next month, and 100 hours of it on the next month, they'd just be like, oh yeah, Jolts is loving BL4. You know what really disappoints me about BL4? I really truly believe that open world Borderlands could be amazing, but they did not commit to it. Borderlands 4, I feel, had a few different things like that, where it's like, I really genuinely really like the concept of what you're trying to do here, and I think it could work to make an amazing game, but you didn't quite land it. That's always been Gearbox, though. Like, we can't act like this is a new thing. Almost everything Gearbox has done since the release of BL2 is like, you did your best, you know? You definitely tried, you know? Even including BL2, but especially after the release of BL2, TPS was really good. It was a really good game, but it was still like not quite. You did really good, not perfect. And like with chat, should we farm this? Yeah, we should. And then like with
Just get the blood wing.
BL3, it was like you guys did a lot really well, but you did not stick the landing, and it really hurt your player base. But you were really close. You were almost there. You almost did it. Borderlands 4, almost every concept in that game is like, man, that's a really good idea for this game, but you did not land. Like the open world. Because I think one of the big things is there's the open world, but there's no point in the open world. Also, TJ McConnell, welcome. There's no reason to do the open world, because in a game like Elden Ring, you've got the open world, and you've got, you know, Limgrave, Lakes of Liurnia, Caelid, whatever the upper right area is, before Lanedale. And so you've got all of these different areas, and in that game, you've got access to the open world, and then it's like, okay, do I want to take the more intended route, the easy route, where the rewards will be very low level rewards, just sort of normal stuff, with some exceptions, you know, there's Bloodhound, Fang, and whatnot. But it's like, okay, if I go through the Lakes of Liurnia, I'm going to get more normal spells. I'm going to get more normal, you know, I'm going to get lower level smithing stones. I'll get, you know, like everything will be sort of low level. But if I decide that I want to take on the challenge and go and beat like all of Caelid, then I'm likely going to get, you know, some insane gear. I'm going to get really high level smithing stones that I shouldn't otherwise have access to. I'm going to get weapons that I shouldn't have access to. I'm going to get spells that I shouldn't have access to. And so there's an actual reward for doing that, and it makes it so each of your playthroughs feels different. With Borderlands 4, all of the areas on the open world are pretty much the same. Nothing really changes depending on where you go. The story doesn't change in any way depending on what you do first. The rewards are all kind of balanced around all of them. The difficulty is balanced the same around all of them. And it's just like, well, what is the point of doing, like your playthrough? If you were to do 2 playthroughs back to back on the same character, but on one of them you went first to Terminus Range, and then second to Carcadia Burn, and then third you did Idolater Soul, and then you did another playthrough where you did it in reverse order, it wouldn't feel any different. You'd look back at them and they're the same playthrough, you know? And I think that really hurts it. I honestly think that the game scaling with you has always been a problem. Like in Borderlands 2, it's fine because you go through 2 full playthroughs where the game does not scale, but then it hits a point where it always scales with you in UVHM, but it works in BL2 because you've got 2 whole playthroughs of something different. But in BL3 and 4, the fact that the game's just always scaling with you once you beat the game, at least in BL3, assuming you play on any Mayhem level, which you likely do, right? Because that's BL3. The game always scales to you, and I, in my opinion, it really hurts the experience, honestly. Yeah, you have 4,000 hours on BL2, but played it for 14 years, versus 1,000 hours in the first month of Borderlands 4. Oh my gosh, Jolts hates this game. It's so bad that even Jolts isn't playing it. It's like, dude, he has 1,000 hours almost in 1 month.
I like that.
You are driving me mad. I hear my cat meowing. Star Maid Knight, welcome. I hope you're doing well. It's okay, you're late. I'll forgive you. Yeah. Okay, okay. Day old, I agree. The open world killed performance. Really, bro? You're really gonna do that? Who else up? Chat, who else up janking the Jimmy right now? What the frick? I will agree with you that the open world hurts performance. But I will say that I wouldn't actually attribute that to the open world. I would attribute that to the optimization team, because it's very possible to make open world games that are still relatively optimized and are playable on lower end systems. I mean, we're taking out all of the bugs and stuff. You look at a game like Skyrim that came out in 2011, it is a significantly bigger world than Borderlands 4 could ever dream to be. It's not on UE5, you know, granted, in its defense, and yet it is a giant game that had to run on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 and like PS Vita or whatever else it was on. And it runs just fine. And even back in the day, it ran consistently on consoles, and it, you know, ran beautifully on PCs. And then they came out with the like anniversary edition, and it ran really well still, and all of that. And so many other open world games throughout all of life's history that run totally fine. It's an optimization thing. So that's why, like, I really wish the DLCs were integrated into the Borderlands 4 map, and there are like places where it could easily fit the DLCs. But then people have been like, well, it would hurt performance. And it's like, it shouldn't though. There should be no world where I'm in Fade Fields and the DLC on the other side of the map is in any way affecting the performance. And yet Gearbox, being the coding geniuses they are, make sure that it will hurt your performance in some way. And it's like, dude, it shouldn't be that way is the thing. It really shouldn't be that way. There shouldn't ever be that issue to begin with. But it's just because game devs now do not... First of all, hardware is so much better. So it's like they're testing stuff on like, you know, 5090s and stuff. They're not like it used to be, where in the past, like tech has gotten like exponentially better over the years, right? For a long time, it was more linear, you know? Like the biggest stirrup was the 1080, okay? But other than the 1080, it was like you had the 1050, the 1060, the 1660, and they were all just like a steady little incline up, right? But nowadays, it's like, you know, here's the 30 series, here's the 40 series, here's the 50 series. It's like huge leaps every single time. There's not this linear gain anymore. So they're not building for those systems that are older. They're building for the new systems that they're testing it on. And they're like, oh, the game runs perfectly. And it's like, of course it's going to run perfectly under 5090, Randy. That's an obvious thing. Now test it on, you know, a 1080, which at this point is outdated, but it's still actually surprising. It's surprising how good that is. Test it on like a 20 series card or something. And if that's able to work, then boom, then you have a well-optimized game. They don't have to do that. And so they used to have hardware limitations that really, really affected it. One of the biggest examples I always bring up is like Silent Hill, right? Silent Hill 2, because performance, genuinely, chat, performance leads to art styles. I'm telling you. Like with Halo 1, they did not have the hardware to make what they wanted to make, and instead they went for a more like artistic approach to it, where it's almost cartoony but not. And meanwhile, with Halo 2, they wanted to push the engine to its limits, make it look as real as possible. And not only does it run worse than Combat Evolved, but on top of that, it looks worse because they really wanted to make it look better than they did, right? And so Halo 1, you go back to now, and you're like, man, this game still looks good. It still has a charm. You go back to Halo 2, and it's like, man, this game is ugly. And I know that the lighting was messed up, but even with the good lighting, it still looks, in my opinion, worse than Combat Evolved and does not hold up as well. But one of the biggest examples I always bring up is Silent Hill 2. With the original Silent Hill 2, they couldn't find out how to make the game actually run because you're in this giant town, you know? So what they did was they made it so everything outside of like 10 feet is just not rendered. And they're like, well, what the heck do we do? So then they added the fog, because it's like, oh, if there's fog, then the player won't know that everything right outside the fog isn't rendered. Like this just isn't even here. Sorry. This just isn't even here. Here's the fog, right? This just isn't even here. And yet they'll never know that. And it created, a solution to the performance, because now they only have to render what's in, you know, a 30-foot circle around you. But on top of that, it created a very, very interesting look to the game where no other game had looked like that before. It created something, it created art out of nothing because of necessity for performance. In the remake, though, where they no longer care about that, where they're testing on 5090s, where the benchmark for a system, they assume that everyone has like a 4050 at the very, very least, which I don't think is anywhere close to true. But the current benchmarks for the games, Silent Hill 2 runs like crap because they didn't worry about optimizing, and so the entire town is loaded at all times. Although I heard they fixed most of it. But at least at release, the entire town was always loaded at all times. And it's like, what was the point of the fog? And how are you not optimizing the game at all? They just don't care, man. And then they're like, oh, well, we'll just put it in DLSS. No, I shouldn't have to play with DLSS. DLSS should be like, I'm very obviously below the hardware limitations. But with like Borderlands 4, it's not an option to turn on DSSS. It's a necessity. And it's like, I am well above the system specs for Borderlands 4. I have to play it on lowest settings with DLSS on, set to performance, in order to run the game. It's a band-aid fix for it. And it's so frustrating, dude, because games did not used to be like that. Games used to be that they would take just as much time balancing the game as they would optimizing the game and making sure everyone on every platform can run it. But like Borderlands 4, even on console, like Xbox, I think was the only console at release that ran it somewhat consistently and didn't crash. And even then, it lagged out like crazy. And it's like, dude, we're not even making it to work on current consoles right now. Doom 2016 was a perfect example of them actually like caring to optimize it. It ran amazing. It could run on almost anything. And then Doom Eternal went downhill and it ran worse, but it was still fine. And then Doom the Dark Ages, like, it's crazy because you look at the art difference between Doom 2016 and Doom the Dark Ages. I kind of prefer how Doom 2016 looks, but whenever I watch benchmark videos, it used to always be like Doom 2016. Oh, we're getting 180 FPS on this. This is great. Doom the Dark Ages, I never see anything hit over 60 FPS unless it's on like a high-end review, like a high-end system review where they're using, you know, like a 50, 70 or something like that. Other than that, it's like, it tends to struggle. And in my opinion, it doesn't look any better as a game. In my opinion, Doom 2016 had a cooler, I don't even know what they did different. I just think it looks better, but I don't know. It's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And they're like, well, Band-Aid fix it with AI. And I don't hate DLSS. I don't hate DLSS. I don't hate FrameJet. I think both of those are good things. But don't optimize around it, bro. You should optimize your game. Like, I think that NVIDIA's just got to be like, hey, you're not allowed to enable DLSS until you can run this reliably on a lower end system. And then at that point, we will give you the rights to DLSS, you know? Please don't bleed out too quick. Okay. It's just so frustrating because it's like, dude, especially like with Borderlands 4, dude, has got to be one of the worst optimized games of all human history, dude. Chat. Here's my setup. 64 gigs of RAM. The 9800 X3D, which is quite literally like in the top 3 gaming CPUs you can get. A 5070 Ti, okay? Running on an SSD, an M.2, with that was so powerful it had its own heatsink, okay, when I first got it. All right. I have to play at lowest settings on performance DLSS with FrameGen if I want any chance to hit 144 FPS in 1440p. I'm not even playing in 4K. Goodbye, Earop. I will see you. Bro hates the DLSS chat. You know, I think that that's what's so sad about like the newer Halos, Max, is that the old Halos very much felt like a Doom Light, sort of like an almost budget like boomer shooter, where you know, like with Combat Evolved, you really don't have to decide like, oh, I'm going to run here, I'm going to shoot here, I'm going to throw a grenade here, I'm going to like I'm going to pull out my grenade and whatnot. It was just, you're always running pretty much at full speed once you've accelerated. You can jump at any time. You can shoot at any time. You can throw a grenade at any time. You can melee at any time. Nothing will stop you from doing anything. And I think that's what people really hate about the sprint option in Halo, which, chat, Halo Reach was the start of that. Okay, let's be 100% real for a second here. You know, a lot of people glaze Halo Reach, but you gotta admit that it was kind of the start of not so good things. And that's kind of TPS, is it not? TPS is a great game. But you can immediately see in TPS, like, wait, this is where it definitely started to go with these concepts and ideas that I no longer like out of Borderlands. But yeah, it like just implementing sprinting really, really. Bruh, I assume that's a nasty surprise. Oh, it's actually a Quasar. You can't use it, but shout out. But yeah, it creates a thing in Halo where it's like, well, it's no longer I can always do things while walking around. It's now I have to make the conscious decision to sprint and then to shoot, and so I get why people don't like it. And yeah, no, Doom. I always felt like Halo was sort of like a pseudo boomer shooter because at least Combat Evolved and Halo 2 feel very much like, you know, like it's like a modern age Doom or something like that. Modern age, that's in 2001. Yes, Diego, it is that bad, okay? It is that bad. Like with TPS, for instance, right? There's a lot of things, like, for instance, the fact that endgame, you can just have one weapon out and never have to swap ever. And it creates for a kind of uninteresting endgame loop, in my opinion, where it's just you, like, shooting at thing and then thing die. Which was kind of the gold standard now since like BL3 and BL4, but I guess someone could argue it's whatever. But on top of that, look at the, like when you meet Gladstone, right? Because in Borderlands 2, there is nowhere in this game where you're forced to just sit and listen to dialogue for extended periods of time. Often, like, once you save Roland from the Bloodshot Dam, right? He will talk for a while, and on your first playthrough, you'll just sit there and listen to him talk. On a subsequent playthrough, you can save quit, which will make him stop talking and then go to the next area, or you can just teleport to Three Horns Divide and head over to Tundra Express. You don't have to sit there and listen to his dialogue, but you can if you'd like. In Borderlands 3, it is very, very common occurrence that it'll be like, go to Sanctuary, run across the ship, talk to Lilith, wait for Lilith to finish talking. You can't skip it, by the way. Wait for Lilith to stop talking, and then once she's done talking, you have to press a button up there. So you can't teleport to the next area because you have to activate something, and then you have to listen to her talk again, and then, you know, the drop pod spawns and you have to go down to Ellie because now the drop pod is unlocked thanks to you sitting and listening to Lilith. Well, in TPS, there's actually a fair amount of moments that are like that. I would say that the most egregious is when you first meet Gladstone, and you meet him in that room. It is like, what, 3 minutes of just talking? You can't do anything else. You cannot progress the area. The door is locked. You have to wait for him to finish talking before you can move at all. And there's a few different areas in TPS where it's just you sitting there, waiting and listening, waiting for the next area to open up. And that is very much BL3 coded. And in TPS, it's fine because they don't do it enough. But you start to see where it's like, oh, wait, this happened in TPS and they started doing it in every subsequent game after that. Like, it really, really started getting worse and worse and worse. See, I will say BL4 definitely is a system-to-system game because some people have worse systems than me and can run it well, and then others have better systems than me and can't run it well at all. I think that their gear-to-gear optimization is bad or something. I don't fully know. Dude, who up Jenkin the Jimmy, bro? For anyone that doesn't know, Jimmy Jenkins does not have loot midget drops, so I just lost a chance at a legendary pretty much. Conference call for 8 hours total. I'm sorry, bro. Do you prefer having grog 840? No. Diego, here's what I will say. Okay, here's two things that I will say. Here's why I disagree with you. Okay? Hear me out, because I get what you're saying, and I used to be in that mindset too. When I first started playing UVHM in general, I hated it. Here are two things that I will say about that. First of all, OP10 is an optional game mode, fully optional. You have no reward for playing the OP levels other than making your game more difficult, okay? In TPS, you don't even have an option to do that. There is no option to do that in any way. It would be like if in BL3, you couldn't enable mayhem levels. Would the game be worse without mayhem levels? No, it wouldn't be better or worse because it would just, well, other than they balance that game weird. But balancing aside, would the game be better or worse? I would say it would just be worse off without mayhem because that just reduces what you are allowed to do and the levels that you're allowed to achieve, right? with OP levels, and I think not enough people realize this, it is 1000% optional, chat. If you do not want to play OP levels, do not play the OP levels. I think the game is more fun at level 80, OP 0. In my opinion, that's when the game is the most fun. Okay? That is when the game is best, in my opinion. That said, I would say every character aside from Salvador, and even then, it would be fair, every character other than Salvador, you don't need the grog. Genuinely, you do not need the grog. Like, Axton is 100% fine without it. Maya is 100% fine without it. Krieg with the Flame of the Firehawk build, you need it. With every other build, you do not need the grog. Salvador, obviously, but it's an offhand thing. Gaige, you can make an excuse, though. But no Zero players that I know actually use the grog. Unless they're doing, like, a pistol build. They're almost always just using transfusions. So that's where I would say there are some misconceptions. And I know I was talking about late game TPS, but late game TPS is uninteresting to me because all it is just use one weapon, never swap. Unless you're playing, like, if you play Athena, you have to swap, obviously, because that's her build. But it's like use one gun, never swap, you're totally fine. Borderlands 2 is like, at OP10, it forces you to use a lot more things and use a lot more tools. But if you're playing at level 80 normal, it's just kind of slag, and other than slag, it's not a ton different than TPS, but to me, slag adds enough of a mechanic that it makes a difference. Also, I don't know what it is, but in TPS, the scaling of normal enemies feels really dialed down, and the scaling of bosses feels really dialed up. For some reason, bosses and UVHM in TPS are just like invincible, but normal enemies just die. You could be using like a non-elemental random Hyperion shotgun and you just kill everything really quick. So I love TPS. The builds are really fun, but I don't find the endgame interesting. Hey, VH, you gotta listen to me yap for 5 minutes while I'm hacking this door because you can't progress the game right now. So that's what I would say. And that's what okay, sorry, I don't mean to keep pausing. Sorry, chat. I hope that you're not just like leaving because you're like, what the frick is this guy talking about? With Borderlands 2, they could have fixed the game for everyone if they just made it so TPS would have, TVHM would have scaled to max level. Because then the people that don't like having to match elements, and the people that don't like having to slag, or the people that don't like feeling like you need a moxie weapon, you really don't. Trust me, you genuinely do not need moxie weapons on any of these characters. At OP10, there's more of an argument for that, but outside of OP10, which again, 1000% optional, outside of that, you really don't need it. So if TVHM went all the way to max level, it would significantly scale down the enemy health. It would significantly scale down how much damage you take. It would significantly scale down the need for elements. It would significantly downscale the need for slag. It wouldn't be a necessity. It would feel more like it's cryo from the other games. Also, Bearsford, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate you being here in chat with me. I hope you're enjoying stream. And yeah, so on and so forth. And so I just wish that TVHM scaled to max level. I think it would literally fix the game for everyone, because so many people that I see, they're like, I love BL2, but I hate UVHM. And I low-key used to be like that too. Shout out, oh my gosh, for my favorite character. That's crazy. Also, stepsis, what the frick? Steppersill? Sorry, chat. Freudian slip, I guess. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I've gotten a lot of comments that are like, I love BL2, but I hate UVHM. And I used to be like that too. I think that if you're still not into UVHM, maybe go in with more of an open mind and try to view slag as like a concept in the game that like is just part of the loop, instead of looking at don't look at it like it's a debuff. Look at it like it's a necessity, and then play like it's a necessity. And if you still don't like it after that, that's totally fair. But I would say that it's not that bad. Try out.
Dude, that's the third Jimmy Jenkins.
I like that.
Was that the third? Dude, what the frick is up with the Jimmy Jenkins? Who up Jenkins and Jimmy right now, bro? But I used to hate UVHM. When I first started playing, I was like, this is so lame, bro. Everything's so tanky. I do no damage. I have to slag. And then I realized, like, well, actually, wait. Hold on, like half these characters just have slag built in. Like on Maya, you could go without a slag gun, you'd be fine. On Axon, you go without a slag gun, you'd be fine. On Salvador, you've probably got a Moxie weapon in the left hand anyway. Just make it the Grog Nozzle, bro. Now, if you're a Gaige player, I get it, bro. If you're a Gaige player, I get it. UVHM on Gaige is the worst experience you can have in Borderlands. Probably period. Okay, so I get that. I get that. If someone were to say like, man, I hate UVHM, and then I was like, who'd they play? And then they said Gaige, I'd be like, oh, dude, true point. Actually, I agree with you. But yeah, I don't know. Like, even if TPS had more content, it would help for someone like me. I'm not really much of an endgame player anyway. Like, you guys can go look at the Kree, like, Ultimate Kree we did. We made it to OP10, finally. And then I was like, oh, man, time to farm for all our gear. We got the fastball, and during the fastball, I was like, what's the point? Why am I even farming anything? I'm OP10. There's literally nothing else to do. Unless we just, like, mob, or I do the raid bosses. And I'm not doing the glitched out raid bosses. Right? So, what's the point? So, I'm not much of an endgame player in the first place. I really don't care too much for endgame. For me, the enjoyable part of all of the Borderlands games, and of all games, honestly, is the more close to the beginning, and it's the journey, you know, not the destination for me. So for someone like me, just straight up adding more DLCs to TPS would fix it for someone like me. But for the endgame players, I don't think it would stop the fact that endgame is pretty easy in TPS, other than bosses. But endgame mobbing in TPS is just like grab good shotgun, shoot thing, and now thing dead. You know, ride wife, life good type of ordeal on that. Also, Step, I will call you Step. I hope you're enjoying. I do. Clone Mander Shepherd, howdy, howdy, howdy. Captain Grenade, oh my gosh, Captain Grenade, it's so good to see you. It's been a little while. Hope that OP levels has someone who doesn't grind a lot.
Harder than they can.
I feel like either I'm reading it wrong, or you type that kind of weird. But I think you're saying that Mayhem levels are way too easy. And I agree. No, dude, Borderlands 3 players always say, BL2, UVHM's a gear check. That's not true. That is not true. Go look at our bingo matches. We always start with white gear, and it's very rare that we struggle to kill anything other than a few select enemies, right? As where Borderlands 3 is literally, I got bad anointment, I do no damage. I got good anointment, I do good damage. It's crazy, bro. I know I should have done Terra, but then what was the point of doing Terra? Like, because it's like, okay, I could kill Terramorphous, but why, bro? I have no reason to kill him. I get nothing from it. I do too, Thiago. I wish that they wouldn't have overdone OP10. 72 OP8, chat, if you guys did not play back in level 72 OP8, you missed out on peak, okay? That was the best. In my opinion, that was just the best balanced Borderlands experience of all time, okay? It was so good, and it was still bearable. You had so much diversity in your builds. Everything took more damage than it currently does, and everything did less damage than it currently does. It was so it was so fire, bro. So fire. Yeah, unfortunately, Commander. It is definitely unfortunate what they did with Fight for Sanctuary. I like how they came in and they were like, here's a DLC nobody wanted. I was like, thanks, I guess, free content. And I was like, yeah, we glitched out a couple of your raid bosses. I was like, what? Wait, you did what? And it was like, yeah, we added a new max level too. I was like, what? No. What? What? They're like, yeah, we also power crept all your favorite items. Huh? Chat, true or false? True or false? The peak opener is the best weapon on Krieg. We were asking about it earlier, but there wasn't a ton of people in here. As a Krieg player, I don't use the peak opener a ton, but it got brought to my attention where someone was like, I think it was Trog, said, would you consider the peak opener the best weapon on Krieg? And it made me realize, like, I don't think there's anything better on Krieg. I literally think that's the #1 best item in the entire game for Krieg. As a Pimpernel, as a normally saying Pimpernel is #1 in the game, I think for Krieg it might be the freaking thing. You can still play OP8 Oh my gosh. Chat, Gunnerang? This is a W gun. If you don't like the Gunnerang, you just don't know how to use it. True. Wait. I know you guys are not ready for those facts, but chat, if the Garnet Anarchist is so good, if the Grim Anarchist is so good, how come I'm not using it? Wait. If the Anarchist is so powerful, how come I'm not using it? Sometimes it really makes you think, doesn't it? Sometimes it does. Weird. Weird how that works, huh? We are still farming the thingy from Airjir, that is right. Okay, bunch of junk. Save quits. Run number 5. I'm not on read-only. Read-only enabled, read-only disabled. It's got to get points off for killing yourself and the inability to crit. Well, you know, killing yourself, you can negate. Okay. The no crit, how many things does that affect? Really. On Krieg, how many things does not being able to crit affect? Plus, it's a rare moment for Pain is Power to shine. My most loved and hated skill of all time because it's like the worst skill in the entire game, but also like it's kind of really good. Hold on, Immolate bonus for the easiest kill of my life. Chat. Nah, Mick put Immolate in the bottom, in like the bottom 10 skills. You're crazy, buddy. You're freaking crazy. Hawk Extreme. Chat. Hawk 2. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you are enjoying stream, genuinely. Thank you so much for that follow. I genuinely appreciate that. I feel like we're closing in on like 2,000 followers, right? I haven't looked in a little while, but I think we're getting pretty darn close. Peak Opener, Carnage, or Heartbreaker? See, and out of those three, it's the Peak Opener. Because the Carnage, I love the Carnage. Okay. If you were to include the farms, that just gets taken off the list entirely because it's, and I'm not making this up, the Carnage is a 1.67% drop chance from Tubbies exclusively. So per run, assuming you're farming Tubbies at the Doll Abandon, what is it, like, it's got to be like 1 in 10 that like you'll even get a Tubby, like per run. And then on top of that, oh my gosh, Diego, thank you for the Twitch follow, I do appreciate that. But with Tubbies, it's what, like I don't know the number on this, but let's say it's a 1 in 10 that you'll get a Tubby on any given run. Then it's a 1.67 that 1 in 10 Tubby drops anything. And the Carnage, chat, it's like the Butcher, okay? If you don't have the vertical grip, it's the most disappointing gun in the entire game. Also, Commander Shepard, thank you for the follow. I hope you guys are all enjoying stream. I appreciate your follows so much. A lot of support on this stream, and I don't know why, but I appreciate that. But if you, yeah, it's like the Butcher, where if you don't get the vertical grip, you will be very disappointed, right? A Butcher with no vertical grip and no element, which is what you're going to get on 95% of any Butcher you get, is going to be like, wow, this thing sucks, right? And the Carnage is the same way. Carnage without vertical grip is just straight up 30% as good as without it, right? It's really rough. Like, I would argue it's more reliant on vertical grip than even like the Orphan Maker is. And so you really need it. And so that's, I think, what, 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 chance of getting that. So it's a, let's say 1 in 10 for the Tubby chance. I don't know what the actual Tubby chance is. It's like a 1 in 30 for an Elemental Ant to be a Tubby, and 1 in... Okay, so it's a 1 in 60 for any specific pearl. So it's a 1 in 60, and then on top of that, it is a 1 in 8. And then if you get parts into the mix, it's really bad. But really all you need is vertical grip. If you get vertical grip, it's good. The point of all that is, the Peak Opener, you can just kill Hatterax on any character with like pretty basic gear. You don't even need a fire CC, I learned. You can do a level 0 fire interfacer and 1 phase Hatterax. But it takes pretty minimal gear, and then you get the Peak Opener. Versus farming Tubbies for literal days, potentially, if you're not getting lucky. Also, Toasty Waffles, how are you doing today? It is so good to see you. Difficulty hitting flying enemies? Just aim better, little bro. Just aim better. Chat, okay, I said it earlier. I don't even think it's controversial. The Actualizer I've realized is just better than the Fatale, and here's why. The Actualizer has close to double damage of this, right? And it doesn't have the bonus crit, but the thing is 75% increased crit damage does not make up for half damage, right? So Garnet's been testing all these weapons, and like against Wilhelm, for instance, on Zero, who's incredibly good with crit weapons, the Actualizer performed slightly better than this, and that's with hitting crits. Against body shots, the Actualizer is just straight up better, and I would argue that crystals, if you're on PC, crystals are better than farming this way, farming the bunker. Because you just get the crystals and then read only it. Honestly, the conference call is kind of similar. If you get a non-elemental conference call, it's always kind of disappointing. And it's like, wait, this is the best shotgun in the game, arguably? But you get with an element and you're like, hold on. Also, Krieg with Pimp is absolutely insane. Don't get me wrong. But you still need other items to make it good, is the thing. The peak opener just stands on its own on Krieg. Like, there's no downside to the peak opener on Krieg other than if you are playing really reckless and down yourself. And ammo consumption. But you probably have enough ammo in the bank. Oh, by the way, I kind of forgot that I needed to wait for phase lock. But it's okay. Next run. I'll probably just... I don't know how much XP I'm getting. I'll probably do this for another level, though. Or for until 42, I think. Because we are kind of under-leveled. Also, we are still trying to get this transformer. I hardly know her. The Fatale sucks. Dude, I don't even disagree with you. I don't even disagree. It doesn't suck. Yeah, I wouldn't say it sucks. But I've always thought it was kind of an overrated weapon. Under the right circumstances, yes, it can be a top-tier item. But outside of those circumstances, it's not really, in my opinion. We'll kill Tumba too. I know that we get nothing from him good here, but I would definitely agree that it's overrated. Hydrate, I got you, lowbrow. I would say the downside to the Actualizer is actually just the recoil is pretty bad. I always forget that it even has the bullet speed. Honestly, the only bullet speed item out of that DLC that I notice, well, I guess the Devastator, but the Devastator and the Patriot. The Actualizer, I haven't noticed. It's not like you're sniping with it, you know? Yeah, that's true too. If you're Maya, then you just easily do the farm. Chat, we should farm Hatteracks for items. But what would we get? I don't know, I'm kind of debating whether I want to just push through TBHM or if I want to do, like, other things. Wait, what if in UBHM we unlock the Hatteracks farm early on, right? That way we can just farm Hatteracks as we're getting XP, and then, like, every couple levels we just go farm Hatteracks for new gear to be fun or something. Oh, but we can't use a water class mod. Though maybe with self-slag you don't need it? I know. The CCB shield nerf did hit hard, but you know what's crazy? The interfacer's damage potential is like literally skyrockets out of the conference call. Like, it is insano better. So much, like genuinely so much better than the conference call. But it's so hard to get it to ever get that the conference call is just gonna be better consistently. Yeah, if you're Zero or Maya, you won't even care about the bullet speed in the first place. I love Garnet as well, Step. Though dude, no, we were talking about this earlier. He's been in my Discord, ! Discord. He has been getting polls on like what weapons are, you know, good, what weapons are better than other weapons, what tiers are weapons. And I had to fight tooth and nail, okay? He was saying that both the Hector's Paradise and the little EV deserve C tier, okay? Because they're shock locked, and therefore they'll do less damage at OP10 than an elemental equivalent type weapon, right? So, like, the Hornet got an A because it's corrosive, but the Hector's Paradise got a C in his book because it's shock, so you can't do full damage, but it's also, like, in my mind, the thing is, the Hornet is really good against loaders, but against anything else, it's going to be just worse than the Hector's, right? Hawkstream. Hi. Firearm armor, it's what we live about. It's what we're living for. But yeah, so he said that the Hectors and the Little Evie were C tier because they're shock locked and therefore will do less damage than equivalents. Chad, he was saying that the Storm is B tier, and I was like, how on earth, out of all the shock locked weapons, out of every shock locked weapon, no, this is English, but hey, shout out to my French viewers. It's like out of all shock locked weapons, the Storm, like I would probably argue that's the worst of the shock locked weapons. And like at least with the Little Evie, because my argument with the Little Evie is no, it doesn't do the most damage, but it actually is surprising how much damage it can do. But my argument with that is that even though it doesn't have as high of damage of using something else that's elementally matched, you get a really significant bonus. If you get a body shot kill, you get 70% quicker recharge for the next few seconds. And if you get a crit, it's 130%. So literally you over double your cooldown rate. So it at least serves a special purpose. And like, he's a zero player, so I thought that he would get it more that the Little Evie on like unforeseen zero is just like really good. But yeah, no, that blew my mind. I felt like I was getting gaslit when he was like, yeah, no, Little Evie, Hector's Paradise, shock locked, just not as good as the competitors. It's a C tier. And then he really hit me with the, yeah, I think the Storm's a B. I'm like, dude, you are out of your mind. What else is C tier? The Seeker and the Bearcat. So he really said Hector's Paradise. He really said that Hector's Paradise and Lil Evie deserve the same tier as the Seeker and the Bearcat. And believe me, I'm the only reason the Bearcat's in C, okay? I'm the only reason. I fought for that. I do not appropriate my Bearcat. I fought for my Bearcat rights, okay? But it's like, no. You are crazy in the head, bro. I love Garnet, though. Go subscribe to his channel, Garnet Anarchist 3. My goat. Chat, I have been the #1 shill for Garnet since Garnet Anarchist 1, okay? Since his first video when he had the worst audio on all of YouTube and the worst video quality on all of YouTube. It's crazy. Let me see, what other things has he put in the Discord? It looks like most recent. There's a few new polls. So I gotta make sure I engage with these real quick. What is this? Which is better, Thunderball Fist or Hector's Paradise? No, he loaded it up on his own Discord. Not his Discord, on my Discord. Why are people voting Thunderball Fist? You're crazy! Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Stomper? Bro, that thing sucks. That's gotta be D or C tier, right? We'll say D. We'll say D. Next up, his next question was, where would you rank these 3 weapons best to worst? Gub, Gwen's Head, and Greed? It's gotta be Gwen's Head, Gub, Greed. Boom. Vote. I'm in the majority, apparently. Rank these weapons. Leadstorm, Hail, Norfleet. Bro, obviously the Norfleet wins. It's Norfleet, Leadstorm, Hail. Though I would actually argue the Hail's better than Leadstorm. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join along and help Garnet come to a conclusion about his video. Hey, look, the stream alerts auto did it. Lil Evie does not have Grenade Splash Platinum. Actually, misconception about that gun. All Mollywan pistols do, aside from the Lil Evie. So, funnily enough, the Lil Evie is probably the worst on Axe, interestingly, which has surprised me in the past. But when I was using it, like on Zero, it was genuinely good. When I used it on Maya versus using a Fremington's Edge, because the debate was whether or not Fremington's Edge or Lil Evie was a better weapon. And I was using a Fire Fremington's with a Fire Relic, and I felt like I was playing decently well. I was hitting primarily headshots, playing fairly efficiently. It was only about 15% faster than using a Lil Evie on Maya with Relic. And then Garnet was like, well, I could have done it quicker, probably. And it's like, bro, 90% of people are not going to be like pro Sniper Warrior, okay? So if they're using the Fremington's Edge, they would likely actually go much slower than I did for like a normal person. But I was surprised how much damage it can put out. And on Zero, it was like, if you just hit a crit, they die. On Salvador, I was amazed. It just straight up will one-shot things on OP10 sometimes. Thanks to no-kill like Overkill, and like especially if you're offhanding or Grog for the crit bonus, like it's insane on Salvador. I had never used it on Sal. But I was really surprised by that. And then on Gaige, it's pretty good. Thunderball Fist on 0. See, chat. Okay, the Thunderball Fist... Thunderball Fist isn't bad, but the chances of you getting its full use is just so low. And, like, by itself, without the explosion, it's kind of whatever. And if you predict your shots and just hit the explosion, it's kind of whatever. If you manage to hit the explosion and hit the body shot because the enemy's stationary, it's pretty good, you know? But that just doesn't really happen. And on Gaige, it's okay, too. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm always trying to speak French for my French viewers, so bonjour to you as well, homeboy. Hector's Paradise is good for peak. Now, keep in mind, this is like a fully gibbed character, so this isn't including farming. If you were to include farming, no, honestly, you can only get 1 Hector's Paradise per playthrough, and yet that's still better than re-farming a Thunderball Fist. So even that point goes to Hector, bro. Okay. You know what's crazy, Starmaid? The Bearcat is not bad, chat. It's the ammo consumption. The ammo consumption is horrible, okay? If you were to take the ammo consumption out of the equation, the Bearcat genuinely is not bad, okay? It is very much usable at OP10. If you're not at OP10, if you're just in OP0, it's like actually a good weapon. And the thing is, 0, thanks to Deathmark, can one-burst enemies with it. And Krieg, thanks to Bloodbath, is like legit good. Like, it's legitimately a good gun. The other characters are okay with it. The biggest thing to know, if you ever want to test the Bearcat, remember this until the end. I feel weird saying that. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you, genuinely. If you guys ever want to test out the Bearcat on Gibbed, do not use the one-off Loot Lemon. I mean, take the one-off Loot Lemon, but change the prefix. It has wild prefix. It literally hard nerfs the gun. You need either bullet speed or accuracy, and it will be infinitely better. I promise you. It'll be so much more usable. Mick recently did a full playthrough with the Bearcat, and I think it took like 4 or 4.5 hours, right? And then I was like, dude, you used the wrong Bearcat the whole time. And he was like, no, I didn't. The Bearcat sucks. The Bearcat sucks. The Bearcat sucks. I finally got him to crack under pressure, and he got in a new Bearcat, and he was like, this is so much better that I'm going to unlist the playthrough and do it again. And he saved it. He either saved 30 minutes or an hour off of his time. I don't remember. But it was that significant of a difference just by changing the prefix from the highest DPS to the more accurate one. That said, is the Bearcat good? No. C-tier weapons, the C-tier range, for the record, is weapons that aren't necessarily good by themselves, but have some times to shine and some builds where they're actually pretty darn viable. And so that's why the Seeker and the Bearcat both ended up in C-tier, because they are both usable with certain builds where they can be pretty powerful. No, loading, you are not wrong about that, bro. The Storm, it's just not good, bro. It's just not good. I get that he's got 0 bias, okay? He is, in fact, a 0 player. So, like, obviously snipers are better there. And Stereo Lotus will defend it, too, because he's a Gaige player. He does not... Chat, these Gaige players are absolutely loony. Shout out Stereo Lotus, though. I love the guy. But genuinely, the Storm... There is some kind of fun strats you can do specifically on Krieg, because the Teslas do grenade damage, but it requires doing like a hybrid build with like melees and then drunk stacking. Sudden Death Mode has some pretty cool videos about it on his channel. And it can be fun to use, but bro, it is definitely down there with the Bearcat, in my opinion, of like usable under certain builds, but other than that, it's just not. It's just genuinely not. See, and I get how he's ranking. He's kind of ranking based off just like what does the most at OP10, assuming you could give it in. But I also kind of feel like that's not necessarily, that's not my way to rank it. Me and Garnet just rank differently because like for him, Lesco is probably like C tier. But I would argue that overall, Lesco is like an A tier weapon because 90% of the playthrough it's really good. It's only in UBHM when it starts to fall off a little bit, and then in the OP levels it's pretty bad. It is not a good weapon in the OP levels. But everything else surrounding it and like the single easiest farm in all of Borderlands history, or Borderlands 2, like it's easier than the Gwen set, because you always know where it spawns. You don't have to even think, you know? Bearcat Truthin gets a follow. Thank you, bro. Thank you. It is the ammo consumption. The ammo consumption is really bad. But yeah, no. So it's like on my tier list, the Let's Go would get like an A, but he'll probably put it at like a C, which for his criteria I think is fair, because it does kind of blow in OP10 as well. See, okay, here's what I'm thinking though, Cultist. I almost wonder, because it's kind of obvious that his list is based off just like what does the most. So I feel like he should just DPS test it, like each of the weapons. I don't know, but I do appreciate that he's getting some feedback so he can kind of like learn areas where maybe he didn't know something about the gun to make it better and or worse. So I respect it. I respect it. I know, Irop. There's actually quite a few cases of that where Loot Lemon doesn't have the best roll. They kind of just choose the fire rate prefix every time and call it a day. It's been so long since I used the Bearcat, and I thought it was decent or okay. It's got bad ammo consumption, and it's... Oh my gosh, Angel Days with 1,000 bits. Thank you. I don't know why you guys are so supportive of this stream, but thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate you with all my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. It means a lot to me. It really does. Especially considering I just had to buy new RAM, chat. That's our second Skullmaster during this. I did have to buy new RAM. And I know what you're thinking. In today's economy? Yes, in today's economy. And yes, it was extremely expensive. And I hate it. So, you know, it is what it is. And now I've downgraded about 48 gigs of RAM. The RAM that I bought last September for $200 or $250 is now $850. So I'm gonna see if I can RMA that and then send everything back. Also, taxes hit. That was pretty big moment. Anyway, the Bearcat is kind of like it's honestly kind of like a lot of shotguns where if you get the non-elemental version, it's just bad, bro. It's just bad. You know, there's some weapons in this game. We're done farming that, but let's go ahead and farm the Transformer. There are some guns in this game that are like the Lady Fist can be fine, even at high level, if it's non-elemental. But the Bearcat, you need to match elements for it to do like any considerable damage. Was this Pamam? No, that's just a super bad. I think if there's rabbits, I should kill them too. But you definitely need to match elements with it. If you match elements, then it's great. Thank you, Angel Days. I appreciate that. I know. It sucks. You know, for the first time in literally a decade, I'm almost team console at this point. Because I'm like, honestly, it's getting really bad with like the pricing and stuff. And, chat, as someone who's been a PC gamer for the past 10 years, you know, I think it's kind of disingenuous, honestly, when people will be like, "Oh, just swap to PC." It's like not even complicated. I would disagree, and maybe this is just my luck, but I would say that normally about once or twice a year, I have some serious thing happen with my computer where it's like I'm spending the whole day having to learn my own tech support for it. I didn't have that with consoles, okay? I didn't have that with consoles. Granted, with the original Xbox 360, I think I had like 4 red rings, but then my Xbox 360 that I still have is the Xbox 360 Slim that I bought in probably 2011 or 2012. Whenever the Slim started dropping and they're like, hey, we fixed the issues. Ever since then, it's the same one as it's always been. I think just because like with PC, parts are more individual, and it feels more like a bunch of individual parts that can go wrong versus with consoles, they're very much made to be like one system that shouldn't go wrong. And this is coming from someone who is team PC all the way. And then on top of that, like the price of building a PC, it's pretty bad. Honestly, ever since the PS5 came out, the PS5 feels like the most bang for your buck you can possibly get. And then on top of that, you add on like the price of RAM skyrocketing, and it's like, it's not feasible to get into PC gaming for under like $1,000 now. It used to be there was like the potato. Ooh, chubby. There used to be like the potato masher like PCs and stuff where it could beat a console for like $200 or whatever. But that's really, really hard to come by. Unless you go like all used parts. Like I think the cheapest you could get like a good, decent console priced PC is probably 4 console prices. And that's only assuming that you bought used parts, which always come at the potential risk of not working, and no way to RMA it. So if something were to go wrong with your new graphics card, well, you're cooked, buddy. Torg derp. Yeah, most Torg launchers are pretty darn good. Yeah, it's simple until something goes wrong, and then it's like, oh no, oh no. Nobody knows the stress of hour 10 into tech support on your own PC. And the thing is, I actually really like building PCs. I've built a lot of PCs at this point. I had to do 2 motherboard swaps the other day, just to test if the motherboard was the issue. And yet, I love doing it, and I love doing it for other people. I love helping people build computers. But when it's your own, with like all of your own stuff on it, and it's your personal computer, and you're not able to use your computer because it's broken, it sucks. It sucks. It really, really does. That said, even with the downsides, PC is definitely the way to go. And if you don't know how to tech support, you can always take it in somewhere and they'll be able to fix it. Most problems are honestly pretty solvable on your own, even if you're not too tech savvy, but it can be a bit of a hassle. I pretty much donated my sister my old PC. It was pretty much a donation because of the prize I gave her. I was like, man, I should be upcharging her on this, but you know, it is what it is. But there's a lot of things where it's like, even something simple, she's like, I have no clue what that even means. Like, I'll be like, oh yeah, go in and just change your video settings and the game should stop crashing. And she's like, I don't even know what that means. I'm like, all right. But PC is, you know, it's definitely the way to go, but there are some significant downsides, and the price is really becoming one of those, which is really unfortunate because PC was always known as like, it's cheaper than console. Took me over the course of 3 days to get my PC running when I first built it. Dude, I had the classic thing on the first time I ever built my PC. We had the, did I see him back there? That was like a photo of Bigfoot. Yeah. We had the notorious thing where we sat there for like 2 hours. Or it was at least like an hour of like, what's wrong? It was just like, could not figure it out. We were like, this PC's bricked. It's ruined. Blah, blah, blah. Couldn't find anything online. And then it was just, the RAM wasn't in right. It wasn't clicked in with 800 pounds of force, so it didn't count. Consoles are easy. That said, I'm very excited for the Steam Machine, though the pricing, and especially with RAM, might really hurt it. But assuming the Steam Machine is priced well, for anyone that doesn't know, it's literally just Valve's version of a PC, but as a console. And Valve is a really, really great company, because normally they price things really well. Like the Steam Deck, they sold at a loss, to my knowledge, because they wanted it in the hands of players. But on top of that, is this him? This is him. But on top of that, like with the Steam Machine, it runs on its own Steam OS, so it should theoretically actually run games better than on an equivalent system. But they just straight up on their website, they're like, just change the OS if you want, bro. Download Windows. Who cares? You can do whatever you want. Also, Demon Tower, welcome. Get the slow hand, activate Bloodbath. I think it can. I'm pretty sure it's Pure Splash, so it should be able to. I've used the slow hand on Krieg. The slow hand's one of those weapons that I'm always a little disappointed by. Like, I want it to be a bit better than it is. It's not bad, but it's not my favorite. Also, Shark Boy, sorry. I realized you typed a few minutes ago, but so weird that the pearls are so mid. You know, okay. I will always fight for the pearls. I would say the majority are decent. A few are just genuinely really, really good. And then there's like 3 that are just straight up like, yeah, don't ever use this, ever. But I think that the pearl hate is a little overstated, okay? But I realize that you're kind of talking a little bit well about that. Why do I have... Okay, that's fine. I acknowledge that you're talking well enough about them, but let me just look over the pearls real quick, chat. We're gonna do a little pearl discussion. Oh, geez. I can feel the 16 gigs of RAM, by the way. Like, it's so obvious that I had to downgrade because my computer just hitches so much more. I know the Steam Machine's gonna hurt. The RAM's just gonna like destroy it. Consoles are better price, yeah, especially now. It didn't used to be that way, but now it is. Although now they're raising the prices of even consoles because RAM. It's so bad. Not having the GPU plugged in all the way combined with the output to the motherboard. That's rough, bro. You've come a long way. You've come a long way. See, but it is very rewarding when you end up finding this. Okay, chat. So for the pearls. Wanderlust. Listen, I love that pearl to death. That said, yeah, it's probably like top 5 worst guns in the game. You can make a build around it at OP10. You genuinely can, but it's borderline unusable. Same goes for the Unforgiven. Borderline unusable. A little more usable, but it's just never going to be worth it. Tunguska is good. It's just a purple torque launcher with a little bit less damage and way higher splash. It's good. The Storm, C tier weapon. The Stalker is really good. The Stalker is essentially just like a pearlescent anarchist. It's very good. The Sawbar is very, very good. It's fire locked, but assuming you use it on fire, it's genuinely a really, really good assault rifle. And it has a lot of synergies because it does the weapon splash. You can actually use it as the Ahab glitch, like if you're playing Salvador. That splash works for that, just like it would with a Pimpernel. It does weapon splash, so it's really, really good on Maya. The chain reaction combo is insane with it. Godfinger is bad. Godfinger is there with the Unforgiven, okay? The Carnage is really good, but part-specific, like you said. The Butcher is really good, but very part-specific, chat. And this is why so much of the community hates on the Butcher. And I've heard people, like Garnet was talking about it one day where he was like, well, I don't get why people hate on the Butcher, because it's literally one of the best guns. The chances of it being a specific element, I think, are 1 in 13, and then the chances of getting a vertical grip are 1 in 8. So 99% chance you're going to get a Butcher. It's going to be non-elemental with like some random accessory. Or at the very best, it'll be some other element with bad accessory. So it's just going to be bad. So of course you're not going to like it. The Becca is a best in slot weapon. And then the Avenger is a niche use. And then Bearcat is very usable, but it's a C-tier weapon. But I've heard some people, I've actually heard a lot of people say that they are very, very like unusable. And I know you weren't saying that necessarily, but I know a lot of people say pearls are unusable, and I would disagree. Also, I saw the other thing you said 6 minutes ago. So sorry, Sharky boy. I'm in my own little world. The mod to save quit really quick is my fingers. The way that you save quit in this game, I'll show you here in a second. Oh, it's exactly what Diego said. You press escape and enter, up key, enter. See, the Butcher is still good without the vertical grip, but it's so much worse. Like without vertical grip and matching element, it's like a mid weapon. I would give it like an A, maybe, but like a low A. I would say Butcher with matching element but wrong grip is like low A, and Butcher with vertical grip but no element is like B, probably. But you combine the two, and it's an S tier weapon. But realistically, you will never get that. And so that's why in a pure, like in a Gibbed fight, like assuming we're using Gibbed, then I would say the Butcher is an S tier weapon. Assuming Gibbed is not allowed, it's like a B tier weapon, bro. Nah, yeah. It's got to be B, because if you have no element and no verti grip, it's bad, bro. It's just actually not good. I'm not gonna lie. Also, Cake Fruity, so good to see you. You did not miss the Borderlands part. No, I think today we're just going to do all Borderlands. If that's what you're talking about. Bro hates Demon Souls. It's crazy, bro. It is absolutely crazy. It's okay, bro. I get it. Just want me to branch out. I get it. It's fine. See, the thing is, like, you don't... Yes, Croat, I agree with you. I agree that you don't need the vertigrip as much as you need the element. Especially if you're using a bone. If you're not using a bone, then yeah, you do. But you're still getting 1/3 of the damage, and I think most players would be disappointed by the performance of just getting, like, a random fire Butcher, no vertigrip. I know that I have. As someone who has loved the Butcher since it very, very first came out, I think I've probably only ever, and I've gotten the Butcher a lot in World Drops, I've probably only ever had once or twice in my entire history where I got it and I was like, wow, this is really good. Almost every single time, it's just really, really disappointing because it's missing everything. And I've gotten them in correct elements. I can recall multiple times in which I've gotten fire ones and gotten corrosive ones. And even then I'm like, this is just not very good. And like, I would say that elemental no verti grip is just disappointing. You expect more from it, and it's just disappointing. Verti grip plus element top tier weapon. Literally, like, probably in the top 10 weapons, potentially. I don't know, and it shows, like, with the overcompensator. Because the overcompensator is a good weapon. It's like an A tier weapon, but it's just, it's like, it's a little disappointing for what it is. There we go. We'll take that and then get out of here. I'm tired of being in the frickin' preserve, bro. It's overleveled. It's fine. Now I know what you're wondering. Why not just get rid of the legendaries you're holding? Yeah, I will. I'll sell them. All right, enough farming. 32 runs. Oh my goodness, what am I, jolts, dude? What the frick? All right, goodbye, Skullmaster. You were kind of cool. Cool. Keep all of that junk. Get rid of that infinity. Well, actually, should probably be using that, but I'm not gonna. So we'll just sell that. Sell the stink pots. Goodbye, Gaige class mod. Loved ya, but not really. Quasar, you were the goat, except not really because we can't use you. That's just straight up better, and half a level, we'll get that. Thoughts on community patch? I don't really like playing with mods very much, other than like pure actual quality of life mods. Like, I know sometimes that gets a little extreme. Like, people will be like, oh, I'm just using the Terraria quality of life mod, but it's like ore finder. They mine one block and the entire vein is destroyed, and it like quadruples it, and then like they're playing in journey mode and they're like, oh, it's just quality of life, and I'm like, that's definitely cheating. If you want to play cheating, that's fine. I have no problem with the way you're playing, but like, call it what it is, homeboy. Anyway, community patch, like mods in general, I'm not really a huge fan of. I've got a few quality of life mods that are just actually truly genuinely quality of life. Other than that, I don't really care for bounce range mods, but I think the community patch is really, really cool. And even for someone like me, because if I'm not mistaken with the community patch, you can just straight up disable whatever you don't want, right? So I could just use it to fix the game, like fix the glitched health, fix the Raving Retribution voice lines that got removed from the game in like 2014 for some reason, and etc. So I think it's great. I think the community patch is one of the greatest things to grace this game. That said, I haven't really played with it much. Give to one in with a TDR grip OP8 melee accessory, and I didn't use a bone, and it was still pretty alright. See, but pretty alright. That's what, like B, maybe C. Probably B, right? For elemental bad accessory, no bone. I love the Butcher too. The Butcher is one of my favorite pearls in the game. It really is. So like, I'm not hating on the Butcher here. I'm just stating the fact that a lot of people, the vast majority of people will get a bad Butcher, and then from that point on, they will then hate the Butcher because they're like, the Butcher's bad because when I used it, it was bad. And it's like, honestly, you're right. When you used it, it was bad. And when you used it, it was probably worse than everything else you had. I've been playing the remaster, or not the remaster, sorry, the OG Demon's Souls Devil Survivor, though I have a few mods that make it a little bit nicer. Not anything that changes the gameplay, but I've got the Royal HUD, just because the HUD is like literally 100p, and Boletaria Reborn, which is like the lighting one. Also, Billy B, welcome. Boletaria Reborn, and then one that just changes the prompts to look like my Xbox controller, because I was like, oh, okay, sure, why not? So it's just like very slightly modernized, and then I'm playing with the 60 FPS patch and something else. What am I playing with? Oh my gosh, chat. Is this a Gaige? Holy moly. I'm playing with the 60 FPS patch, and I think those are the only modifications to the game. Oh, community patch makes Carnage always triple rocket. See, they knew how to do it, man. All of BL2, only here for Souls games? I'm sorry, StarMade. Maybe I'll swap. 1 in 14 for the element on the Butcher. Yeah. Yeah, they are kind of specialized weapons. I usually don't stay for the Souls part, but that's because I might play them myself at some point. I don't want to go in blind. Well, I appreciate you lying to me like that, Redstone. I do appreciate you trying to make me feel a little bit better. But you're never going to play Demon's Souls anyway, bro. Just stick around for it. I've heard that the remake is very similar to the Resident Evil 4 remake in the sense of it's kind of just always going to be the best option for someone who's brand new, who owns a PS5 and wants to play Resident Evil 4, and that a lot of the changes are really, really good, and that the game feels better and plays better. but that they took out a lot of the cool stuff from Demon's Souls and really changed the overall aesthetic of the game. So I've heard it's kind of similar in that way. Although I've actually heard more bad things about the Demon's Souls remake than the Resident Evil 4 remake. Chat, do you guys think there's any case scenario for using a shock weapon instead of using multi-elements? I'll go first. The Norfleet, bro. Shock Norfleet, genuinely, it is the case where I would just use the shock weapon. Assuming that I was farming Hyperius, I would always aim for the shock weapon. Because no way am I farming two, bro. No way am I farming a fire and a corrosive Norfleet, okay? Give me the frickin'... Give me the one. Give me the shock one. I'll be happy, bro. I'll be a happy little guy. And then I put on my Gaige. Yay! Wait, that's so true, cultist. Wait, that's actually so true. What's the most optimal way to farm max level on Accent on console? Oh, that is the one thing I'll say about Accent. Worst XP farm in the game. On console, I would think maybe the Lady Fist be Pumpkin King, where you shoot off his head, get downed, and respawn. It lets you infinitely kill him and get his XP without having to save quit. You lose money, but like, and I've heard some people be like, this farm's bad because you lose money. Bro, you're playing UEHM Borderlands 2, okay? Just sell like 3 weapons, you'll be fine. It's either that or mixed effort if you have a quick way to kill him, but Accent doesn't really have quick ways to kill him, like, efficiently, versus someone like Zero, who literally has, like, the fastest XP farm in the game because he can one-shot at all levels without needing gear. So... Remake didn't change much, as RE4 Remake did, so all they did was change... Well, but then, like, a lot of the visuals, like, changed the storytelling and stuff a lot, right? Like, there's, like, a knight statue that changed, I know, something like that. Chat, look at my health. That's kind of leak. Thoughts on gibbing? I use gibbed. I wouldn't use it in like a normal playthrough, but I think gibbed is great. Though gibbed is a bit of a slippery slope, okay? It's like Minecraft creative mode. You're like, oh, let me just... I died and I lost some diamonds. Let me just go to creative mode real quick. Let me just get a few diamonds. And then you get a little carried away and you're like, well, I only need one more for like my full set of armor. Let me just give in some more diamonds. You know, and it's just this slope. One of my friends does that so hard. I remember he lost everything on Terraria because he accidentally like dropped his Terrorblade or something like that, and he was upset. So he was like, he went out of his way to find the cheat engine for the game, whatever it's called on Terraria, and then modded in the Terrorblade and just went so overboard and just gave himself like all the best stuff, and then was like, dude, I don't know, I'm kind of bored. I was like, I wonder why you're kind of bored right now. I had another friend who would go to the same lengths, but like any time that he died in a video game, it was always the video game's fault. And so I remember on Don't Starve, he spent like 4 hours learning how to get like his old save back that he died on. And I was like, dude, Don't Starve is the game where it's like the intention is for you to end up dying. The whole point of the game is dying. Like, imagine playing Risk of Rain, dying on Mithrix, and then being like, hold on, I gotta cheat this back in. How do I get back there? It's like, all right. Hi, Crisp. Yeah, a Clan Wars with Skyrocket is probably good. Do you do that against Hodongs? Well, okay. I see where you're coming from with that Devil Survivor, but at the same time, I do think that there are a lot of games that would do better if they were modernized more. Like, honestly, I don't know why with Dark Souls 1 they didn't add omnidirectional rolling. And there's a lot of games that are, like, pretty outdated to the point where it's like, yeah, they should remake it. But then I think a lot of people that want remakes, like the people that want a remake for Bloodborne, I don't think they want it changed at all. It seems like they all just are like, move it to current consoles above 20 FPS, you know? And like move it to PC, though. Who knows if that'll ever happen. Twister? Chat. I hate the Twister, bro. I feel like it's overrated. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. But every time I use the Twister, Like, I go through the farm for it, and then I use it. And I've had it with the vertical grip, too. And every time I'm like, wow,
Do what you can to save her, but
this is worse than my other guns.
get into control core Angel and grab the vault key. That's what matters here. Fire!
Right? Oh, boy. Don't do this to me. Oh, jeez. I didn't think about the Bloodwing fight, but apparently Bloodwing is invincible this patch, so you gotta watch out for that. You think she'll spawn Skags?
Is she breathing fire?
Okay, it's definitely doable, and once we get that infinity, hold on. Hello, Christian, welcome. Whoa, 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 whoa. While I agree with you that Dark Souls 2 is great, I think you're rage baiting. I think you're rage baiting that whole post. I think that you think Dark Souls 2 is bad, and that you think Dark Souls 1 is good, and you're rage baiting me. But it didn't work, buddy, because first of all, I know you're rage baiting, and Dark Souls 1 is the GOAT, and Dark Souls 2 is great. So, GG, buddy. Yeah, they're making Dusk Bloods the Switch exclusive because, as we all know, From Software players, they play on Switch. Nintendo Switch, as we all know. That's what they're mostly known for playing on. It's Nintendo Switch. And, you know, Nintendo players, you know, they're always thinking, man, I just wish I was playing a game that wasn't From Software, or wasn't Dark Souls, but was kind of like it. That's what I wish I was playing right now. It's like, oh, okay. Please don't kill me, buddy. Thank you. Chat, level 33 Infinity, literally, what you may or may not notice about it is that per magazine, it does infinite damage. Shout out 69 HP. You guys know that one Smash Bros. Commentator moment? Where it's like, shout out to 69? That's not appropriate. Just dead silence for like 20 minutes. Okay, I love DS2. But DS1 is not a bad game. Take that back. Unstable, welcome. A lot of people want to remake a game, really just want to port with improved graphics. Yeah, pretty much. Bad Maw with turrets and skyrocket. Oh, yeah, Bad Maw's decent too. You could even do the singularity. Does Gaige use a fire Norfleet at all? It does, but no. I pretty much use a shock one the whole time. They have a corrosive one because some of the corrosive areas are a bit more important. I think they have a fire Norfleet on the character, but like I don't think they ever swapped to it. Chat, our gear is not very good right now. So Bloodwing is like a little gas mask video or something. Yeah, Elden Ring, ever since my first playthrough of Elden Ring, I was like, this is just Dark Souls 2. This is very obviously done by Dark Souls 2. I think it's so funny with Dark Souls 2 because people will be like, dude, Miyazaki didn't even make this game, that's why it's bad. But he like oversaw the entire operation and likes Dark Souls 2, and like it was still the producer or whatnot, or like the lead director. So it's like, I think you just don't like Dark Souls 2, man. Granted, game has about 1 million problems, but it's got about 3 million good things, so it's okay. I don't know, is the Lyuda better here? Do I have a higher damage Lyuda? 740. Yeah, okay. Let me put this on, I guess. Please don't kill me. Where's that one spot? Gas goes like in this corner, right? One of these corners? Is this the corner? Does this make me safe? Keep it secret, keep it safe. Hello, Rixler. That's what I'm saying. Redstone, that's literally what I'm saying. That's literally what I've been saying, so thanks, bro.
Calm down, blood. Take it easy. Taking a shot. Corrosion.
See, Dark Souls 3, or Elden Ring to me is like Dark Souls 3 if it was good, but also like if they made the bosses worse. I think that Dark Souls 3 bosses are really, really good, honestly. They're I will give it that, you know? There's a lot that I don't like about Dark Souls 3, And there's not many things that I think it does better than the other games. But after the most recent playthrough, I've decided I will give it that
Now you will fall.
the bosses, other than a few gimmicky ones, are all of pretty high quality. Okay, I will admit that. Dude, this is kind of crazy because it literally does infinity damage, right? Like, what other gun could possibly be doing this right now? Probably not many, I wouldn't think. This might be the only one. I'm not sure. Well, the Skags are dead, so hopefully she doesn't bomb me right now. Okay, there are Skags out. So worst case scenario, I kind of just immolate farm. The worry is, what's my bleed out timer look like? It's fine. Get immolate, kill Skag, slag. There we go. That was weirdly difficult. Rocket fuel generator. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Thank you for rubbing in my death, man. New shield. All right, let's lock in. Also, let's get... You know, I love Fleet, but also I'd probably put it in the bottom half of skills. Like, it's one of my favorites, but it's kind of bad, and it's also surrounded by many skills that'll make it so your shield will come back up. So it's very, very counterintuitive. Where do we want to go? Do I just want that and then head over this way? Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do no, we'll do Sweet Release. Sweet Release, I've got a love-hate with this thing. On one hand, it's like one of Maya's best skills. On the other hand, it's like the worst skill in the game. So, I don't know. Melee is infinite, that's true. You recommend starting at DS1? I would. Okay, so Redstone, here's what I will say. I think that the most safe answer to give someone on what Souls game they should start with is DS3. I think that DS3 is just a really... I don't like it for future replays. That's pretty much the number one thing. Then there are other design choices that I don't really like about the game, and it kind of started going on a downward toll for me. But DS3 is just like the most consistently like, this is good, everyone will like this game. However, Dark Souls 1, in my opinion, is the most actual like Souls-like of the games. Holy moly, from 4,000 up to 20k. It's absolutely insane. Dark Souls 1 is the best of like the true like Souls experience. But it comes with some things. There are some bosses in the game, namely the Bed of Chaos, once you get there, that's just straight up BS, and it's just not good. Like, it's just not good. I don't know anyone that defends that boss. Like, it's... With other bosses in the series, there are ones that are pretty bad, but people will defend it, right? There will always be someone that's like, well, it's not that bad. Bed of Chaos is that bad. The only exception is if you know the speedrun strat to skip the boss, but that is very precise. I think I've only ever done it twice in my life. I think I've done it twice out of the... insane amount of playthroughs I've done on that game. So very, you know, there are some bad parts of DS1, but I think it's overall the best experience. It is very much like make your own experience. You can get super powerful, but at the same time, you'll likely be sort of medium power the whole way through. And then, so if it was purely up to me, Redstone, I would probably have you play like DS1, then 3, then 2. And then if you want to play the other games, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, etc., you could play DS1, 2, 3, but I don't know. DS2 is always a swap, it's a wild card, because you'll either play DS2 and be like, this game is so freaking peak. Spowery just did that. He played it for the first time and he was like, this game's so peak, I don't know why people played it. Or you'll play it and you're like, this is the worst game I've ever touched in all of humanity, and I wish I never had. So, you know, either 1, 3, 2, or 3, 1, 2 is what I would say to you. DS2 is like a best friend that's also an alcoholic, but you're still best friends, even though they have some flaws. Exactly. What shotgun for Krieg? Carnage. Carnage would be number 1, but only if you can get matching, like, proper prefix. And so if you're not playing on Gibbed, then don't even worry about it. Conference Call, Heartbreaker, Sword Explosion. Let's say those. Let's say those are the best. Yeah. Consort Radon, they'll be like, well, I beat it. It's like, okay. What are good farms for TVHM Maya? I don't know. TVHM is always rough because the scaling's really weird. It kind of depends on what you're going for, but you could always enter the DLC and go get a Rough Rider. Maya does amazing with the Rough Rider. She absolutely loves it. Also, it's crazy that we're about to have so much more tankiness thanks to the new shield. Other than that, I don't know. I honestly, whenever I play TVHM, I don't even farm things. I just beat the game as quick as possible because I hate TVHM. DS3 is the one that I always want to play because everyone says it's goated, but then I fall out of it and repeat the cycle. I'll just play Bloodborne instead. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I haven't played Bloodborne, but I always hear that it's just like DS3 done well. Because that kind of happened with DS3. They wanted it to be Bloodborne, but didn't properly implement the mechanics of Bloodborne, so it was just a Dark Souls game on the Bloodborne engine, and kind of didn't perfectly work. Oh my gosh. With the extra 1100 bits, thank you so much. That's as many bits as Gaige gets in percentage damage increases from Anarchy. Thank you for the peak Gaige reference, Angel Days. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for the 1100. You're helping recoup the RAM loss because it cost me $200 to get 16 gigabytes. 16! But it's like, what the frick do I do? This is my literal livelihood. So it's like, there's nothing else I can even do about that. Chat, should I sue the original RAM company and be like, yeah, you made me lose money, so. Thank you so much, Angel Days. I genuinely appreciate it. With all my little heart. On my little dude heart. Yeah, true, Thiago. See, that's always my problem. 90% of my characters that I've made on Dark Souls 1 that actually make it past like an hour, they pretty much all go to ONS and then I quit. Because I'm like, all right, the game's done. I beat the game. I did everything there was to do in this game. Because beyond that, it gets a little rough. Though I will say, I don't think second half Dark Souls 1 is that bad, but they got really experimental. They were like, what if we create a cave where you can't see anything? Miyazaki was like, do it! Miyazaki, this is so peak. Thank you, Miyazaki. And then, like, they're like, what if we made an area where we'll have a dragon boss at the end, and it's one of the worst fights in the entire game, in my opinion. And we'll force you to die, likely get cursed, and all the enemies one-shot you, and they get buffed up by channelers. It's like, Miyazaki strikes again. Let's go. What peak you've created today. No. Hear me out. An area comprised entirely of lava. Let's make it run at 12 FPS. Let's make it run at 12 FPS and... Hold on. Give it the worst boss in the series. Like, Miyazaki! You're so peak! You're so peak! Oh my gosh, Angel Days with a gifted sub to Mimic. Oh my gosh, to Mimic Blade. Enjoy your sub, Mimic Blade. Moderator and not a... not a sub is kind of crazy. Thank you so much, Angel Blaze. 157 gifted subs is like... That's insane. You have spent way too much money on me. I don't know what you're doing as a job, but thank you, Jeff Bezos, because you are giving me a lot of money. And another gifted sub to Croto Lilius. Someone that does deserve it, even though Croat low-key sometimes has the worst opinions I've ever heard in the Borderlands franchise. Still, I'm glad you're a sub, homie. Thank you, Angel Days. I cannot express my appreciation for you enough. Thank you. Genuinely. I think about it, as I've said, every night. I think over all the things I'm grateful for, and you guys always come up, and especially the like super supporters. I always wish the absolute best in your lives. Okay, if I could have you win the lottery and win $1 million and have to pay no taxes on it, I would have that happen for you, Angel. Exactly, Funfold. It was Miyazaki's vision. Truly. No, because, bro, they'll see DS2 and be like, yeah, what the frick, bro? Where was Miyazaki on this? And then they'll play DS1, go through Lost, Izalith, and Beta Chaos and be like, man, Miyazaki's the peak, bro. It's like, dude, half the bad decisions in the Soul series have been Miyazaki's decisions, okay? Like, Miyazaki makes some good games. But let's not lie to ourselves here, okay? He's the one agreeing to do all of these just absolutely horrific decisions. Okay? Zabby, welcome. Yeah, you could get a B shield from the Treants if you're really struggling, but you got to be careful with the B shield. It's very easy to, it's very easy to get carried away and become very reliant on it, which is a very, very bad habit. Oh yes, new Tesla. This is so peak. Thank you, Miyazaki. Thank you. Thank you, Miyazaki. Thank you, Miyazaki. Yeah, Miyazaki don't even play these games, bro. He's just like, that sounds good. It's like, huh? I know, Nexter. I was able to buy, just in September, I bought 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, which is the most expensive RAM. I was able to buy 64 gigs in September when prices were starting to go up for, I believe, like $200 or $250. That is now $850 if I wanted to get the same amount. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm stuck with 16 gigs, which I can't play Borderlands 4 anymore, I guess. Oh, no, nothing, Crow. None of your opinions are bad. None of your opinions are bad. I didn't say they were bad. I just said they were, like, the worst thing on planet Earth is the thing. So, no, Crow, because here's the thing. 90% of the time, I'm just like, wow, Crow's so based for that. And then you'll be like, you know, the Unkept Herald's actually the worst gun in the game. But the Sloth, that's probably competing for #1. And I'm like, okay. I guess I could see that. Maybe I see where you're coming from there. The Firelink Shrine Elevator, yeah, it's peak. You guys ready for this cutscene? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the Mandalore Fiber cutscene. Is what he wishes the cutscene looked like. Boss and two bright lava aside, I like the ruins themselves. I don't feel like they're that bad. Honestly, people talk about it. People talk about the run back too, and I'm like, do you not know about the secret bonfire or what? Because the run back to Bed of Chaos is like, I don't know, 45 seconds of like uncontested walking in a straight line. So it's like, it's annoying, but it's not that bad. But I wonder if like most people think that, like, I wonder if people don't know that there's the hidden bonfire. So if they didn't know about that, yeah, it'd be like the worst run back in all of Souls. But like, I didn't think that many people didn't know about it. Dude, Miyazaki makes poison swamps and they get worse every game. Literally, Blighttown is not that bad, bro. Like, the newer games make you realize Blighttown was not that bad, okay? Farron Keep in Dark Souls 3 is the worst poison swamp in the entire series.
What a lovely opportunity to kill 2 bandits with 1 mortar assault.
Targeting beacons initialized. Beginning mortar bombardment.
Oh, good luck, Nexter. You could farm either Uranus or Hatterax. Depending on what character you are, you could farm Hatterax for potential butcher, I guess. You work as a lab tech? Yeah, so you got the money. Give me the money, and then they all clap, you know? It's from TikTok. Actually, chat, for anyone that doesn't know, because there's a lot of newer people around here, I am permanently banned from TikTok, and I got perma-banned from PayPal like 3 times, and yet I, against all odds, made it through, and my PayPal works. Exclamation point, donate. Not when Smelter exists? Bro. Okay, the Smelter runback's kind of mid, but chat, Smelter Demon's the most peak boss in the game, and it's in frickin' Night Rain. I mean, there's nothing better, bro. There's nothing better. I wish that he didn't do constant fire AoE, but other than that, like, Smelter Demon, what a great fight. Blue Smelter Demon, still a great fight. I don't know why so many people hate them. What is bro doing? Geeking. Puck, welcome. Is speedrunning possible without a free scroll mouse? Yes. Yes, on 2 senses. You would probably not be able to get world record time, but you could still get, like, I would say without a free scroll mouse, okay, it depends on your category. If you're talking like UVHM geared or like new current patch, you'd probably lose like, on geared, you'd maybe lose 3 minutes. On current patch, you'd probably lose like your sanity. And like, I don't know, probably like 15 minutes on any percent, you would not even be competitive in any way. But if you play on PC, there's a macro that's allowed for it where you can set it up and you just hold your mouse down. Everyone that plays it does that. And I kind of don't like that, honestly. I'm not a huge fan of when they start letting like more and more mods into speedrunning. But sometimes it's out of necessity because otherwise someone who has a free scroll mouse just straight up wins. And it's like, what are you just... People can't bind a mouse wheel to it or what? So... And it honestly leads to a lot of fun stuff. So if you're looking to get into it on PC, you can just use the macro, which is not hard to set up. You kind of just drag a file. And then it's kind of confusing how it works, but like once you realize how it works, it's no problem at all. But that said, if you were just trying to speedrun super casually, you don't need a free scroll at all. There's no like there's no free scroll specific things where it's like you're just cooked. Mostly it's for skipping dialogue. Like if you talk to Lilith while holding it, you skip her dialogue. If you talk to Scooter while holding it, you skip his dialogue, etc. There's just a few spots like that. Okay, I thought he was gonna put the sticky on him. So there are a few moments like that. Other than that, though, you know, it's mostly just to shoot fast. So I didn't play DS2 at launch. I won't lie, guys. What's the best Pearl farm? Yeah, it's probably not Saturn, but it depends on your build. If you're Maya or Zero, definitely not Saturn. If you're a different character, then maybe not. So I constantly hear the brigade between Vanilla and Scholar, but for a long time I heard that Scholar was worse, but never saw any evidence. And then I've watched videos that actually show like the comparison between the two, and it always kind of seems like, aside from a very few specific areas, Scholar's just better. I also personally think it's a lot cooler that the DLCs are built into the game versus just being like, or the keys for the DLCs rather, are a part of the game instead of just being like, here, you spawn with them. I always thought that was lame whenever I'd watch someone play because I had never played vanilla. I was always like, you just get the key. But I could see an argument against it because it changes how quick you can get into some of them, but I don't know. But also I've seen like, I always heard like, oh, it's a bunch of enemy spam, but almost every area I've seen go over, other than the first area of Forest of Fallen Giants, it seems like it's almost always less enemies in Scholar and normally easier enemies as well. And like, I know in Shrine of Amana, they reduced the aggro range of the mages by like 30% or something. I think I blew up to a barrel getting shot by the mortar there. And that's a buzzard. All right, that's fine. Oh yeah, there's significantly less aggro. There's a lot of areas where they actually made the enemies easier enemies. So I heard overall it's actually less ganky and less enemies, with some exceptions. What about on Krieg? On Krieg, best pearl farms probably... I mean, if you're looking for one of the tubby pearls, because you got to keep in mind, half of the pearls can only be gone from tubbies for some reason. I don't know whose idea that was. If you're looking for one of those, like the Carnage, Wanderlust, Becca, then farm tubbies in Doll Abandon. If you're looking for just like random pearls, then probably... I don't know, honestly. I don't know. Maybe it's still not Saturn if you can get a good kill. You can find a way to kill him quickly. Lost some time by Bad Mob Bridge. That is one. Yeah. First Gatorade fix and some dialogue. Yeah, I would say if you're... the free scroll is mostly just to make the Maggie shoot fast if you're doing like a current patch speedrun. Scholar better. And Mimic Blade is just always speaking truth, so I believe it. They just really liked him, Starmaid. They just really, really liked him. Oh. Wait, you meant the other thing. What is the worst run back in all of Souls?
None of them. I never have trouble. I never struggle, ever.
True.
Sorry to interrupt, but we've little time.
See, TVHM sucks too, because, like, nothing scales up. So what would I even go get right now? Like, if I needed loot? We could go get a corrosive kitten. I mean, hear me out. Hear me out. I actually should have saved quit. Then I just teleport right there. Yeah, super skip honestly isn't too bad once you get used to it, and it saves a significant amount of time. Yeah, I've seen Domo's videos, and then out of nowhere, he just like got weirdly like really political, and like it feels very like hate-filled political. And I don't like it when video game people start doing that about any political anything. I'm like, what? There's a chest that will just like sometimes spawn here, which is kind of weird. And I was so confused by that because I was like, I'd watch a bunch of Domo's videos, and then out of nowhere, it was just like, boom, and I was like, what the what? Is this the new direction for the channel or what? Chat, I think that maybe it would be a good idea to get a new weapon. You know, and maybe some XP. What could I do? We could do a headhunter, though none of the headhunters really get good loot, huh? Other than the train, obviously. Is there anywhere where I could get like good loot? I could get Wham Bam. I mean, okay, wait. We go do something for XP, and then use Wham Bam to get loot from the chest. That sound like good. Claymore's nice. Claymore's always good. But is it the Zweihander? No, it's not. So, GG. I'm a Zweihander enjoyer. Chat, when I say Giant Dad, I mean it in a good way. I'm not using it as a slur. I'm using it as an empowerment. Okay. Martyr Logarius is the worst runback IMO. Well, Twin Cats and DS2 is the worst, but that's obvious. You know, for the fact that last time I did that was my first or maybe second time, I feel like I fought that before. That it wasn't that bad, but I could see how if you weren't using like a really good weapon, it would be pretty horrific. Could definitely see that. But yeah, favorite weapon probably Zweihander. I mean, it depends on the game. DS1, Zweihander, DS2, Pursuer Ultra Greatsword, Dark Souls 3, Castus or Vort's Greathammer, Elden Ring. I don't know. Demon Souls. Right now, the Great Axe, because that's all I got. So, you know. Did you get unburnt out, Crow? Dude, why do they add ladders to runbacks? When they add like an elevator or ladder to a runback, it's like, bro, it's over. Banana Man, welcome. I might be a little underleveled. Yes, I might agree with you to. I might agree with you to a certain extent. That's how it always feels, Diego. For some reason, whenever I see like content creator, oh my gosh, imagine. Oh wait, hold on. I feel like any time that I see a content creator go gamer to political, it's always like hate-filled. It feels very hate-filled. No matter which side it's pro or against, it always feels like it's just a bad vibe, in my opinion. And for some reason, none of them ever go political and are like, yeah, you know, I could see a point here, and I get what the other guy's saying too. It's always like, this guy's an idiot, dude. Doesn't he know that I got big off of a viral clip on Fortnite, and now I'm the arbiter of truth? Ludwig and Bloodborne. That's that streamer guy, right?
This isn't a discussion. You're not going without me.
Oh, this is it, everybody.
This is it, everybody. All right, where could I get some easy XP? Jay, your king, welcome. Bro, I'm pre-Tundra Express UVHM, and I do no damage. What do I do? Okay, what character are you? And are you using Slack? It's weird to swap. It's weird to swap your mindset, but if this is your first time on UVHM, it will be annoying at first. It was when I first started. playing UVHM in like 2013 or 2014, I hated slag, but it is a requirement, and eventually you will train your brain to convince yourself that you enjoy it, and you'll be like me, and you'll be like, slag needs to be in every game. But tell me what character you are, and you need slag, bro. You need slag. You need slag. You will do triple damage if you slag the enemies. I think the respectful political people wouldn't use their gaming platform for that in the first place. True. True, true. It would go nowhere, so... okay, let's do something for XP. I don't think we could beat that guy. I think we gotta go Turkey, bro. Do we go to Turkey? Shout out to my old Turkish coworker who was buying used cars, flipping the odometer, and selling them as new cars. 0 and a magic missile. Okay, so as long as you're slagging, you should be fine. What build are you doing? I should ask that too. 0 is like the one character. If you're doing a melee build, you're cooked, bro. Melee builds are really good, but they're really hard to do. If you're doing his middle tree and you're doing like a normal gun build, make sure that you're death marking the enemies when you can and throwing your kunai at them. Make sure you're spec into death mark. That'll make him take 80% more damage on top of the slag. And if you're going down the less skill tree, just make sure you're actually using snipers the whole time. I would recommend, yeah, like Trog's saying, Trog's really good at 0. He's complete, well, he's gotten to OP10 on One Knife a few times. I would really recommend getting an actual slag gun you can swap to. Forget the slag sniper, Hell Lord. Buddy. But, it is 60%. Wait, with a Molly 1 grip? That's crazy. Okay, I'll buy it. Hello, Side Sweet. Well, see, he shouldn't theoretically need XP Banana Man since he's already in UVHM. So if he gets more XP, he'll be getting overleveled for his gear. Whoa, there's a Gamba in chat. I have no clue what it is though. Bunker drop? We're not even fighting bunker right now, though, bro. Mimic Blade, you might want to cancel that one. Okay, if it's 30 minutes, well, I don't know if that's enough time, but I figure we'll be farming Turkey for a little bit. Chat, TVHM blows, okay? If this was normal mode, I'd have so many more things to farm, but, like, TVHM is not where it's at. Keep in mind, Jay, if you're using a sniper build and you have the skill critical ascension, which I assume you do, 1, always aim for crits. 2, if you pull out any weapon that is not a sniper, you instantly delete all of your stacks, and if you enter your inventory, you instantly delete all of your stacks. So do not enter your inventory, don't enter a vending machine, don't swap to any non-sniper unless absolutely necessary, because if you're able to keep up your stacks, 0 is easily like the second most powerful character in the game, I'd say. But he is a little hard to play, honestly. In my opinion, I'm not the biggest fan of him in UVHM. He's very powerful, but you just have to do a lot more. You have to do a lot more, but you get better results as well, you know what I mean? As where some of the other characters, you try a lot less, but get less, you know? Look, Catalyst, 194 Sham, right here, coming up. I mean, hey, we can use it. It is Vladof, so. Chat, the level 33 Infinity, this guy's particularly tanky, but against the other enemies, like, we're actually doing damage. What do you guys think? Catalyst, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you guys think, what do you guys think of when someone's testing a weapon, but they've got Cloud Kill, Deathmark, Bloodbath, Anarchy, etc.? Like, do you feel like that invalidates it or no? I feel like it's sort of half and half. Like, if someone's like, oh, it's so good because on my 0. Catalyst with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate that. With all of my little heart, you're helping me recoup the loss from having to buy RAM in 2026, okay? Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate that. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. You only get one of those a month, so the fact that you would spend it here is very meaningful to me. Thank you. Genuinely, I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, okay? And I'm not faking it to farm parasocial relationships. I really do mean it. I will never not appreciate anything that you guys give me. I do appreciate it so much. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people really love Zero. I used to love Zero. He was the first character I started with, but now I don't know. He's like, for me, I just don't like him as much. He's so, like, he's great. He's a great character. I think his playstyle is just not for me. I think when I was younger, I thought he was cool because he was like, whoa, he's a cool assassin. And now I'm like, bro, I just don't find him too fun. And I'm really bad at him. I'm very bad at Zero, I would say. But I love that with old Borderlands games, Borderlands 2 and pre-sequel in particular, it's like, if you don't like the playstyle of Zero, you will hate the character and you won't want to play him at all. But if you like his playstyle, he will be your favorite character in the series. And the old Borderlands games just used to do that really well. New Borderlands games, and especially like BL4, I love BL4, but BL4 is really bad about that, where it's like, dude, every character's the frickin' same, okay? How long take for the Fire Infinity? I don't remember. It was like 40 or 50 runs or something like that. Maybe 40? I don't know. I don't remember. I kind of blanked it all out. We were talking like an NPC the whole time. I sense an infinity nearby. Link, there's an infinity nearby. Yeah, Croat. See, I used to be like that, but I don't know. I started softening. See, that's how I always feel. Like, I don't know, because Garnet will always test weapons with like Deathmark on Zero, and I'm like, on one hand, that's fair because that's what you're realistically going to use on a build. On the other hand, definitely skews it to be a lot better than it actually is. That was always the problem with the racist guys videos too, where it was like, oh look, see, all these guns are really good, and it's like, well, you do. Oh, you're talking to me about Varkins for XP. You're actually so right. Sorry, I'm so delayed on reading chat right now. I feel like I always am. I say that every stream. You're actually right. I could have done that, but we're here anyway. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Is there still a Gamba going? Chat, there's a 30-minute Gamba. Put in all your points on Twitch. The most you could lose us is 100%. Most you could gain is like 200,000% under the right circumstances. You never know. You know, maybe you're doing something wacky. I don't know, Maya. I'm lost. Yeah, thank you, Sidesway. Once I get into it, like, it's sort of addicting. Like, once I get into that voice, I kind of can't get out of it. Because it's just like, I don't know, I just like doing it. But... Chat, they're actually going to hire me as the voice actor for Borderlands 8. So get ready for that. Randy told me. He emailed me about it from randy@linkedin.com. Oh, you canceled it. Okay. That's fine. But Angel Days, you have to stick to that. Next Gamba you see, you got to put in 40k. Let's do the Gamba. Do I get a white weapon in the next 2 hours? You think it would have been cool if they put in a DLC Headhunter of Handsome Jack returning, but all it was just Jack programmed a specific loader that had his entire personality? You know, we haven't seen a loader character, actually, or any robot character. Oh, wait, Claptrap. My bad. Not to disrespect you like that, Claptrap. My bad, bro. I don't know how to say that name. Thank you so much for the follow, though. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I am a little confused about what that says. I don't know if my reading comprehension is bad. LGN DKLLR, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate you. I feel like we're coming up on 2K, right? 2K16? Chat, people really buy 2K. If you buy like the 2K, FIFA, and Call of Duty games every year, you're a bot. Legend Killer, that makes sense. Legend Killer. Okay. I was like, bro's trying to prank me right now. This is like Ligon something, okay? I thought this was like a Sugma type thing. Legend Killer, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. Sorry that my reading comprehension is not very high. I'm Gen Z, so you know how it goes. We already see Jack and a loader's personality and TPS in the side mission. With oh, that's right. Actually, I forgot about that. I did. I was saying that it would be very cool, and we've never really seen like any loader type of enemy. But imagine that actually, you could be a loader, and it's like you've got. I mean, that's literally just Claptrap, though, isn't it? Because it's like you've got hot loader, you've got like exploder. Claptrap just has clap in the box, like. But if you could swap between loader types, like I think that would actually be really cool. Become like a bull loader. You're like a super tank or something. Can like reflect all projectiles. That'd actually be really cool. I'd like to see something like that. Chat, how do you guys feel about the loader look in BL3? Like in the Handsome Jackpot? I feel like they kind of did the thing that new cars do, where they like look a little more aerodynamic. They kind of lose some personality. I'm telling you, chat, like, yeah, the like 2005 Subaru Forester, it's kind of ugly, you know? It's kind of ugly, but at least it had character. The like 2020 and beyond Subaru Foresters, it's just like, this is an SUV. As where it once had something unique about it, you know? Did it look good? Kind of depends on who you ask, but at least it looked unique. But I feel like so many cars just look like the same car. It's like, oh my gosh, there's sedan, but blue. There's sedan, but white. Actually, not even blue, bro. The only blues you see. First of all, kill the blues. Second of all, the only blues you see are like Subarus. Other than that, it's like maybe very washed out gray blue, gray, white, black, black but a little brighter, but not gray, white but kind of off-white a little bit. Can't tell if that's dirt. No, I didn't drop it in dirt. No, I didn't burn it. Grow up. And some red. There are some red cars out there. I key any car that's blue. I don't support vandalism, but I support killing the blues. So that's how I feel. Yeah, Zero does have the legendary killer. It's one of his better class mods, I'd say, right? 2003 Ford Taurus Demon. Yeah, that one's my dream. If I ever get rich and famous, that's what I'll buy. No, I agree. TPS isn't bad. The end game in it, not my favorite. And there's just no content, man. Because in this game, when you play through, you do the base game, and there's a lot of side quests, and then once you hit about level 15, you unlock 7 DLCs. Then once you beat the game, you unlock another 3 DLCs at about level 30. Every TPS playthrough is play the game, play Claptrap. Play the game, play Claptrap. Play the game, play Claptrap. There you go, your whole playthrough's done. And the XP farm, dude, the fact that the optimal XP farm is to reset your playthrough, play the first mission, revive Jack, and reset your playthrough again, it's so bad. It is so bad. Yeah, they look like BL4 weapons. I feel like some of the loaders in BL3, like if you silhouetted them, it would be a lot harder to tell, as where BL2 was very much like, you know what you're looking at. Jay, thank you so much for the follow. I do genuinely appreciate that so much. Thank you. How many are we at? Let me look, because I feel like you guys have been popping off with the things. 1739. Yeah, we are climbing up there, which I really appreciate. I've really been trying to up the Twitch, you know. YouTube's doing well, but it'd be nice to get some more Twitch recognition. Hey, but I will say there have at least been a few times where we were the top viewed channel on Borderlands 2. Granted, was Jolt streaming? No. Was Gas streaming? No. Was anyone remotely bigger than me streaming? No. However, still gonna count it. Still gonna count it. Chat, and now get this. I'm pretty sure we had the highest view count in the Demon Souls category. That's right. And we just know how many people stream Demon Souls, so truly an amazing feat, if you think about it. Did I just kill his egg? Chat, hold on. Did this game just get political? That counted as a kill? Hold on. I think this game just got political on me. Also, guys, if you don't use Immolate, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. You're wrong. If you use Immolate, you should never bleed out, okay? Unless you're like me and you're just bad at the game, you should never bleed out. Immolate is a crazy good skill.
I know you can't tell because the tone of my voice, but that was sarcastic. Anyway, come
Okay, good XP, good XP. Not too shabby at all. You know what I really like about Hyperion snipers? Chat, I know we can't use this, but look, it will always shoot to the right of where you're aiming. So if I aim at that dot on the wall, it shoots to the right of the dot, very slightly, but it still does exist. Or if I shoot at that dot, it'll shoot to the right of the dot. There's like, it's precoil. This one's not too bad. Most of the green ones you pick up will be a little more exaggerated than that. But it's pretty cool. Pretty cool that it does that. New Pushka though. Still using the Infinity, literally. Level 33 Infinity. This happened on the Zero playthrough too. I used like the lowest level Infinity and it just worked, bro. I'm telling you guys, the Infinity went from overrated to overhated. In the beginning of the game, they were like, the Infinity's the best gun. It's the only gun you can use on Zero. It's his best build, etc. What the frick? And then over time, it transitioned and people were like, dude, the Infinity blows. It's so bad. Like, just use an Anarchist. Chat. It's a good weapon. It's a good weapon. It's a good weapon. And like, people will be like, oh, well, it's just worse than the Anarchist. Well, the Anarchist is really good though. That's like using the Hail and then someone's like, oh, well, it's worse than the Leadstorm. It's like, the Leadstorm's amazing though. It's a top tier item. Or if I was like, oh, well, the Topneaa is worse than the Norfleet. It's like, well, the Norfleet's great. So being worse than the Norfleet doesn't mean anything. Yeah, at least Red Belly is more interesting. But the TPS XP grind feels so bad. This game's XP grind feels so bad. It wasn't that bad before, chat. In 72, bring back level 72 OP8, bro. Randy, here are our wishes. Just get rid of the changes with the Fight for Sanctuary DLC. You can keep the DLC. I think if the Fight for Sanctuary DLC didn't break everything, it would have been a good DLC. It would have been right up there with, like, I don't know. I think that the people would have probably liked it as much as like Torg or something. Kind of just like, yeah, it's whatever. It's kind of cool. If it didn't release with a bunch of bad things as well. Chat. Could a level 33 Anarchist do this? No, it would have ran out of ammo. So, think about that. Croat, I have noticed that the precoil is actually significantly worse on some items. I was using the Farmington's Edge in Bloodshot Dam, and I was having to compensate for it. I was like, oh my gosh. So I think that one I got was, like, specifically good. It's not, like, the worst thing ever, obviously, with the precoil. Like, you can definitely do just fine. I kind of like that whistle. That whistle kind of got me there. But you do have to think about it a little bit. Especially when you're sniping, which it is a sniper. So actually, no, I threw it away. Ooh, wait. New Vladof RPG. Oh, my Lyuda. My under-leveled Lyuda. The Lyud Miller. Your mom's the Lyud Miller. Damage? Check. Where you at? Honestly, that Lyuda needs to go anyway, but we'll keep it for old time's sake. Wait, is this the craziest Iridium farm ever? Hello, Extinct. Yeah, we killed the blues. You know how it goes. I didn't like when that TX guy started getting political. AFK farming Axton. He's level 68. Hey, you don't have much more to go. That's not too bad. Just 4 levels. Very doable. Like your mother. Wait, Davis check on the Pushka? You know, I think people really underestimate how good sniping is on Maya, mostly because she has Reaper, which increases your damage with most class mods by up to 80%, assuming the enemy's at max HP, so you have major one-shot potential. I noticed that. I was using the Farmington's Edge because I've always kind of defended it, but Garnet was talking about it recently, and on Maya, I was like, dude, this is actually pretty darn good, even at OP10. But then I swapped to Axton, and I was like, this is not good. This is, like, just not good. Yeah, the zoom on the Farmingtons, too. Why'd they do that? Like, it's not bad. It's just a Hyperion sniper, though. So it's kind of just worse than, like, the other options. The thing about the Farmingtons is it's not a bad sniper, but it's... I don't know what is a better option, then. I think, like, every other sniper in the game is a better option. Yeah, these are propaganda posters, especially this one. Right there. We do it in 8. That's that propaganda movie, right? Few non-unique Hyperion snipers through Bloodshot never really had to compensate unless I was sniping someone on the opposite side of the toilet. I don't know. I've had it make an effect on me where I'm like, okay, I guess I gotta aim to the left. Maybe it's placebo though, because I didn't really notice that until after I knew about it. So maybe I just always assumed it was like, oh, it's just like slightly inaccurate. Chat, what sniper is worse than the Farmington's Edge? Like, what sniper would be a worse option? I'm gonna load it up. I'm gonna load up loot lemon and look. Because I can't think of any, but I also feel like there's at least one sniper I'm missing. And don't say the Trespasser, that thing's goated, okay? And Amigo Sincero is just the Trespasser, but like way better in every single conceivable way. But I would say the Trespasser is quite good. Although, granted, I haven't used it much in OP10, so it could be wrong. I assume I have all these. Yeah, I farmed them. I'm a farmer. I'm a little bit of a farmer. Farmer Brown. Okay, so let's kill him 2 more times. We'll see how much XP we get off the second kill. If it's still good, we'll go to 46. Then we'll go to Wham Bam and farm. Godfinger. True. Godfinger. The Buffalo's usable. No. Yeah. You guys are right. I literally just think so lowly of them that I don't even think about them. Godfinger, Buffalo, and what's that other one? Elephant Gun. All usable, but not good. Okay. Well, not the Godfinger. That one's kind of unusable. Yeah. You guys are right. You guys are right. This would be without community patch. Hawkeye, the Hawkeye's good though. The Hawkeye's good. The Hawkeye's special effect is just that it has higher crit damage. Do I have anything corrosive? Yeah, but I don't know. I'll keep the level 20. Wait, the level 24 Lyudamilla still works at level 44, by the way. It doesn't work great. Okay, don't get me wrong. It's not like the best weapon, but definitely works, which is crazy that it's like that. We'll keep that as well. So, what was I saying? I was responding to someone. Someone said something about some gun. Hawkeye? Oh, yeah. Hawkeye has some misconceptions about it. It is very good. It's just a Muck-a-Muck, but with more crit damage. On 0, a normal Muck-a-Muck will do more damage. On every other character, the Hawkeye does more damage. And the Muck-a-Muck's just a good sniper by default. So, it's just making an already good thing a little bit better. The sloth is pretty good too, Timber. Also, welcome, Timber. Were you already in here? I don't know. I didn't see any messages from you, but you might have been in here. Sorry if you weren't. Hi, Timber. Welcome. The sloth, I think people sleep on it. It's kind of annoying to use, but it's just a really high base damage sniper that comes in all elements. So if it comes in all elements, that's an immediate, just like huge bonus because you do 75% more damage. Or, yeah, right? If you're matching element, and then you get a bone on top of that for another 42%. And it's and that's 42% of the entirety of the damage calculation, not 42% more, not 42% of the 75, but 42% of the entire new total of 175. Snider, dude, Sniders are so good. Never sleep on the Snider. Fremington's is way worse than any Snider. The Snider, genuinely, like when we play bingo, we use white Sniders and they kill. They kill, bro. Hello, the Washington Redskins official. Normal Jacob shotgun that's good for Sal, and what stats am I looking for? So, if you're just looking for any good shotgun for Sal, keep your eye out for quads, coach guns. I mean, honestly, any of them work, but quads, coach guns, and bushwhacks. Ideally, bushwhacks or quads. And you want it to have the big vertical grip accessory on it, because that increases the amount of pellets, which is really good because it just means you get more shots out there. Which that's like that's very easy to see. It's like the big grip that comes off of the gun. If you're looking for like an actual unique weapon, you can get the Triquetra from Clan Wars, but that one's not farmable. Or probably my favorite one is the Hydra in the Hammerlock DLC. You can do I think the mission's called Bigfoot or Big Feet, something like that. And then that boss Rouge has a 1 in 3 chance to drop it, but it has to have specific parts where you can shoot it twice in a row. It cannot be shoot it once and end it. It has to be able to be shot twice in a row. And keep in mind, you need it in your left hand too. Assuming you're doing like the deputy build. The Orphan Maker is the best one, but that one's a big farm and it's only a one-time per playthrough thing, so, you know. That's the only reason I don't recommend it necessarily. Wait, Trog's right about that. I'm in normal mode warrior, but a slag sloth is great on my dull accent. Yeah, the sloth is definitely underrated. Is Borderlands 4 any good? I think it's very good. Whamsicle, welcome. I love BL4. It's the type of game where every time I play it and give it a playthrough, I am satisfied with it, and I'm like, that was really fun. But I don't need to play it anymore. And that's how I feel about it. I would definitely recommend getting the game, and I would recommend getting it on sale probably. That said, the game is priced in a way where the DLCs are kind of too expensive unless you get the Super Deluxe Edition. So if you intend on playing it and playing it through and playing all the DLCs, definitely go for the Super Deluxe. You cannot upgrade to it later for whatever horrible reason. So you definitely want to purchase the Super Deluxe if you think you're going to play the DLCs. And ideally do it on sale. I think on sale, Super Deluxe is like, what, 80 bucks or something? Or you could just get the base game on sale for as low as like $40. Yeah, I figured, like, you could, Washington, have gone for, hold on. Could have technically gone for, you know, an orphan maker, but I figure most people don't actually want to farm that. I rarely ever get the orphan maker on sale. Like, technically it's the best, but it's such a bad farm. Like, I think in order to get the right one, it's like, what, 1 in 80 or something for, like, the proper one you need? Or you can get sort of a worse version at, like, a 1 in 40 or something like that. What are your thoughts on Borderlands 1? My thoughts on Borderlands 1? It kind of sucks in a lot of ways. There are a lot of things that aged kind of bad about it, but it's my number 2 in the series. I love Borderlands 1 to death. At least once a year, I do a playthrough of Borderlands 1, and every time I'm like, this was the most fun thing they've ever created. Why did they even make a sequel, bro? But I do love BL1 to death. We've done a few Borderlands 1 bingos, and we have done, I think, just one Borderlands 1 playthrough on the channel, right? It was the Lilith playthrough. And we did, I don't like Lilith, so this is why we played Lilith. We played Lilith so then I could say that I got all the Vault Hunters to max level before Borderlands 4 came out. And we're playing Lilith in 2025. So, like, who cares, right? On the Game of the Year Enhanced Edition of Borderlands 1, and the official Gearbox page, or the official Borderlands page, follows me. And he's like, yeah, the old sack of meat's in a meeting right now, so I'm just, like, watching your stream. And I was like, who gave this guy the password? Thank you, but who gave this guy the password? Also, Cowboy... Hi, Cowboy Dano. Hi, Cowboy Dano. Alright, enjoy your night, Rain Hexy. I appreciate you. Yes, the old sack of meat. And I was like, well, he's definitely talking about Randy. I didn't know you were allowed to talk about your superior like that. Hello, Bozer. I caught some mouse PI. It has a Borderlands feel with Cuphead look. I'd have to buy it. Mouse PI. What was that one? This is not related to that, sorry, but there was like a new game coming out. There was like a boomer shooter, but it was in like old like Mickey Mouse, like black and white looking graphics, and it looked so cool. I don't know what it was called. Godfinger Cobra? The Cobra is more usable than the Godfinger for sure. But you're right, I think that the Cobra would be worse. Also, Shark Boy, you might, either A, you were really thinking on that question, or B, you might be really behind and delayed by like 3 or 4 minutes. That happens a lot on YouTube, so what I'd recommend is either A, just refresh the page, or B, and this is one of my favorite things about YouTube, if you're watching and you're delayed, go down to the settings, set your speed to 2 times, and you will catch up to where like I actually currently am, and yet at the same time you won't miss anything. It's one of my favorite things about watching YouTube streams. Even if, and like with YouTube streams, you can go back in time, you know, 20 or 30 seconds if you missed something, and then when you go back in, oh my gosh, with a crit prefix, that's crazy. And then when you go back in, you just do it to 2 times speed, so you never end up missing anything. As or with Twitch, it's always like, they've gotten a little better because now you can watch VODs if you're a member, like actively, you work it like a VOD, but dude, with Twitch, oh my gosh, I wish, bro. This is why Bandit's the best manufacturer, by the way. But with Twitch, it's like, oh, what did I just miss? Like, everyone's going off in the chat. I missed something 30 seconds ago. So you go to the channel, go to the VOD, scroll through the VOD, realize that the VOD hasn't even updated at that point. You refresh it a couple times. Get there. You finally make it to the VOD. Get to the point in the VOD. You have to search through because you're not quite sure where it happened. You just know it was sometime within the last seconds, and you're trying to, like, do the math of, like, okay, my real-time clock says it's 5:43. It says that this chat message appeared at 4:52, so minus, like, 12 minutes off of that. Okay. And then you get to it and realize it was, like, the most nothing thing of all time, and chat was just freaking out for no reason. And then you have to go back to the stream and realize you just lost 5 minutes of the stream, and you didn't get to see any of it. That's mouse PI. That is literally mouse PI. Okay, well, see, I knew what you were talking about, and I was just going with it. When I first saw that, I loved that idea. I love boomer shooters. For a long time, I've wanted to make, like, a video on my channel since, like, a long time ago of just, like, trying all the current boomer shooters, because there's a lot of really, really cool ones. I know, Redstone. It's horrible, bro. It's horrible. You were working 9 to 5, bro. Equip TD grenade? No, I didn't. Oh my gosh, I did. Oh, the run's over. Just get me out of here, bro. Played Ion Fury. That's the, like, future one, right? I've kind of held off on playing some of them because I wanted to make a video, but then I know realistically I'm never going to do that and nobody would be interested in that. So I've held off on playing some of them. But I've got like 3 or 4 on my Steam that I'm like, dude, I really want to play this one. Try it out. Chat. YouTube chat hates Borderlands 4. I saw that they called it the worst in the series, man. But it's so fun, though. Yeah, Borderlands 4, it's not the best game by any means. It's got issues, but man, do I love it. My first playthrough of BL4 was one of my favorite first playthroughs of any Borderlands game. You know what was probably my #1 favorite first playthrough? And it helped that I streamed it and I played it with a friend. But Wonderlands, chat. If you have not done yourself the luxury of playing Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, go play it, bro. Get it on sale. You get it for like $5 and go play it. And then people will be like, well, the Chaos Chambers suck. Bro, that's the same as trying to, like, argue that the OP levels suck. There's literally no reason to do it. Like, the only reason is if you want the extra challenge, so just don't do the Chaos Chambers, you know? Just play the game, get your character max level, call it a day, you know? Just put it in one playthrough. Really, really fun. It is a premium... Yeah, that's the thing. Borderlands 4 is a premium game, so if you don't like it, you're probably just not a premium gamer. What level is my Infinity? We are doing this with a level 33 Infinity. Anyone who talks bad about the Infinity, I get it. It's not the best option in the game, and it's kind of overrated. But you got to be honest with me. The Infinity is good. But the Infinity is the same as the Butcher. For some reason, it is one of the very, very few... I got a mag size prefix on this, so it's not good for showing off. But the Infinity is one of the very few... Money, by the way. Look at that. This is $11,000. This is $40,000. I'm going to sell that. Infinity is one of the very few legendaries in this game that has a chance to spawn with no accessory. And in fact, it's more likely to spawn with no accessory than an accessory. On top of the fact that it's a 1 in 13 to get proper element. And so it's very similar to the Butcher, where 90% of Infinities you get are going to be bad. But if you get a good one, then it's a really good item. I would say that under the perfect circumstances in which you get a good Infinity, it's a solid A tier item. Potentially higher, like on 0, it's honestly an S tier item. I hate to say it. I hate to spread more, you know, Infinity B Shield 0 type propaganda. But if you're playing 0 and you get a good one, it is low-key an S tier item. Okay, it's very, very good. If you get a good one on a different character, it's an A tier. But if you get a bad one, it's like C tier at best, okay? If you get the normal, non-elemental, non-accessory, it's like a C tier item at best, bro. Yeah, if you guys can play the Little Boys Blue mission in Wonderlands, then you can give an opinion. But until then, no opinion from me. Okay? Do we have that clear? Borderlands 4 made Borderlands 3 good. Chat, why do we hate BL4? It's good, man. Bro's not even playing Wonderlands. Have you ever played it before? How many people that... Because the majority of people that I've seen that are like, dude, Wonderlands sucks. Upon asking, have you played it? They go, why would I play it? It's like, so you've never played it. I'm telling you guys, it's a very, very good game. And very fun, very fun. Definitely one of my faves. And, you know, it was one of the very, very few Borderlands games where I genuinely wanted to play the side quests just for playing the side quests. Aside from a few, some of them I was like, dude, who freaking cares? But normally in the Borderlands games, that was Vladof. I'm not going to pick it up. No, but I need loot. What is it? Is this broken, chat? Is this like the best gun in the game? Let's see. Hell no. A lot of the side missions, though, I just genuinely wanted to play it. I was like, this is just fun. And kind of funny. Which is weird, because I don't normally find the games funny at all. Past, like, BL2 first playthrough, they're just not. Favorite manufacturer? Oh, I swap all the time. Maybe Molly one? Oh, also, I saw that you did a follow-up 3 minutes ago to the Borderlands 1 question. What Borderlands do you think has the best weapons? I love the... No, literally, I am in the process currently of making a video about, like, my favorite things about each of the Borderlands games, and literally, the satisfaction of using Borderlands 1 weapons has never been replicated in any of the other games. Literally, it has never been properly replicated. Shout out to 69 viewers on YouTube. Perfect Orphan Maker, level 64. I feel like that probably carried a little while, right? Well, Devil, if you haven't played the game, I'm not going to listen to your opinion about it. If you play the game, I went into it thinking like, man, this is going to blow. And then I was like, wait, why is this just fun? And the story was very inoffensive. It was fun. They were able to do a lot of things with it that they couldn't really do in the other games because you're just in a board game. It was just good. I don't know. I just had a good time on it. Very pretty game. True. Chaos Chambers are not very good, but the end game's never good in these games. Honestly, they have not, at least for me, they have not gotten a single Borderlands game where I'm like, wow, I want to continue playing endgame. The closest is Borderlands 2, but that's only because I would kind of count, like, the Digi-Peak runs as endgame. But also, like, in terms of games where you hit max level and then continue playing, none of them have done that for me. I'm like, crap. Yeah, and I think that's totally fair, Catalyst. After our playthrough of Wonderlands, I've gone back and played it a little bit, but not a ton. But I just had a really great playthrough of it. I was like, yeah, this is great. Really fun. Also, Avery Bat, welcome. It's been a little while. It's always good to see you. Went into Wonderlands expecting it to be mid, but it's actually my favorite in terms of setting and story. That's what I'm saying. It's too woke! I know a lot of people complained that Borderlands, or Wonderlands was too woke, and it's like, bro, Borderlands has always been like the wokest series of all time, okay? Like 90% of the characters in this game are gay, okay? Like, I know you're a big strong man, so you play Axton. Bro, he is bi, okay? And they say that about Wonderlands. It's literally only Paladin Mike. Stream keeps getting delayed on YouTube due to ads. That is very annoying. I'm sorry. You could try it on Twitch. Sometimes Twitch is better. How do you save quit so quick? You press escape and up, or escape. Let me do it. Hold on. Let me do it in real time instead of saying it. You press escape and enter, up, arrow, enter. Just Sharky. I assume that is Sharky Boy. Welcome over to Twitch, and thank you so much for the follow. I do genuinely appreciate that. Let's go to 46, then enter Wham Bam, farm the chest for a little bit, see what we get.
Lock and load. Tear the bad guys a new one, huh?
Yeah, T-doors are fun. I feel like all the things that they did with the weapons in Wonderlands is really fun. I think all the spells are really fun. I think the characters are really fun. Though Wonderlands has the same sort of BL3 problem where it's like half the time the action skill doesn't even feel like I'm doing anything. It just feels like I'm pressing a button, bro. I only like straight characters. Me watching Brokeback Mountain. Well, because the people that talk about Borderlands being woke vulture are talking about the characters in the game being like LGBT or whatever. I haven't seen anyone talk about the games being woke beyond that. Every time that they're like, the game's woke, it's like, why is it woke? And they're like, Paladin Mike. Like, what else? Is that all? They're like, yeah, Paladin Mike. And it's got all the characters like that. It's like what? I don't know, bro. I was actually a little surprised when BL4 was coming out, because I was like, I felt like the games had become a little more PC, so I was very surprised that in Vex's trailer, her reworker her co-worker in retail doesn't want to deal with it, so he just shoots himself in the head. And I was like, wow, I'm honestly surprised they did that with current Borderlands. I really thought that they would not want to go there. No, they stopped calling them midgets in BL3, and then they call them tinks, but I feel like that's almost more derogatory now. Wait, Sharky, you're actually right about that. Twitch is kind of just better. The loot dice system was pretty bad. That said, they did change it to where you only need to find it on one character. Dominic, for some reason, went through and found it on every character. Don't know what's wrong with that guy. But you do only need to find them on one character, and you'll have them unlocked permanently. And I will say that there were only a few that were, like, pretty bad. The rest, you kind of just... If you're paying attention, it's, like... It'll be, like, right there. So it really wasn't that bad. I would say that you can get 80% of the loot dice without really thinking. And assuming that you do, you'll have good drop rates. But I agree, they were a little interesting. I feel like the loot dice would have been cooler if it just acted like a chest, where if you hit a 20, you get a legendary, and if you hit a 1, you get, like, blown up or something. Yeah, accent is actually trans. Most people don't know that. That's what I'm saying, Claptrap bad. I'm like... What? True, Crow. True. See, sometimes you have good opinions. That's one of them. Not the OP level thing, but the BL2's woke because the turkey shoots eggs at you. Yeah, I don't know from like a dwarf perspective, but I feel like calling them tinks feels more derogatory because it makes it seem like they're just like some goofy thing. As where before I was just like, yeah, it's just like a midget. I don't know. And then in BL4, they just have smaller enemies, but I don't think they have... Do they have those? What do they call them? They've got, like, the splicer type enemies. Or whatever they're called. Not... What are they called? The, like, crawlers. Which are pretty cool. You know what's sad about BL4? Like, it has so many enemies. Like, so much enemy variety. At least at first glance, and then you realize that it's actually that every area has the same, like, you know, 10 or 20 enemies. So you start the game and you're like, oh my gosh, there's like 20 different enemy types here. And ooh, you start the game and it's like, dude, there's like 20 different enemy types. And then you continue playing and you're like, wait, this is the same enemy types as over there. Yeah, I don't know, Devil. It's definitely odd with the whole, like, it's not allowed to have gay characters. And then it's like, I get it if they are just like, because there are definitely some forms of media where they'll just be like, hey, you know your beloved character that's always been straight and only dated women? Well, he's gay now. And I was like, what was the point of that? They're like, because we're inclusive. And I was like, but what was the point of that? Actually, I might not even necessarily need to farm. We actually kind of got good weapons. New Brackney, new Pushka, new RPG. We're kind of set, actually. You know what? Let's just go do the thing. We don't have a corrosive weapon. It's whatever. We got a shock one. No, because that's going to be so bad. Let's run this just a few times. So I would get that, but with like Wonderlands, it's like there's just like Paladin Mike is just like a person there. What's the way to, like, get up to where I can actually see the loot? I don't want to do this, bro. This is lame. I ain't doing this crap. Let's just go kill the bunker. Set up a gamba! Mimic Blade, if you're here, set up a gamba. Hello, little goth mask. Yeah, you kill the kids in it, so how is it that woke, really? Well, a lot of woke people, you know, they don't want to have kids anyway, so I guess it is kind of Kind of pro wokeness if you think about it. That's true. No, that's so true, chat. The game's always been woke. The nomads that hate the midgets are the bad guys. Notice that. Yeah, Washington. That's why I was surprised with Borderlands 4, how in the like reveal trailer for Vex, it was like, oh, this guy just like kills himself on camera. What is up with the bloom right now? Hold on. You bet all your 3.6k channel points. Thank you, man. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that bloom. All right, all in your channel points, chat, on the bunker square. Worst you could lose, 100%. Most you could gain, 280,000%. Under certain circumstances, read the fine print, okay? Will that ever realistically happen to you? No. Unless your name is Jolt's Mask, in which case it will happen to you on a Warrior Gamba. So, but I say you guys just go all in, you know? Not just the men, but the women and children, too.
Chat, was that so base when Anakin did that? Chat, remember when Anakin killed his wife? Based. Let's start a podcast, dude.
Spoiler.
Minions, I've started my attack. I'm gonna tag every inch of this mountain if it's the last thing I do.
What? I don't even know what that means, Funvolt. That feels worse. Adding adding the ER makes that feel so much worse. What does that even mean? Anakin Tate, the top Sith, literally.
What color is your lightsaber? What color is your lightsaber?
Oh, you don't have one. Oh, you don't have a lightsaber. 40k dropped on no. Well, chat, if you vote on yes, you have a high likelihood of getting a lot of channel points. Might as well go all in. And like, if you've got like 5,000 or less, like you can get that back for more gambos. Might as well just go all in, you know? Maybe save like 100 for gambling or something. But, you know, just go all in. I should have bought more ammo upgrades for my sniper. Oops, that's ghost mode. My bad, chat. I cheated. Just like hide and seek, chat, where I gaslit my friends, and therefore there are multiple commenters that say they're not going to watch Cashew's video because they thought I was too insufferable. So, as per usual, chat, everyone go watch his video, leave a like on the Cashew 1405 hide and seek. Make sure you drop a comment. TX spot not out of bounds. True. True. I thought it was so funny because there was a recent comment. I already talked about this. If you guys were here earlier, you heard about it. But there's a recent comment where the guy was like, he was like, dude, TX is so annoying. Well, first of all, he called me dented. He said I had dented behavior, which I feel like is just a way to bypass the like R word. But he was like, yeah, TX is dented, whatnot. But then on a separate comment, he said that like, dude, TX literally said it might have been out of bounds, but then when it came up, he started arguing over it. Like, he's so insufferable. It's like, okay. It was not on this scale at all, obviously. What I'm about to say is an exaggeration. It is hyperbole just to prove the point, right? But imagine you were in a $100,000 tournament and you blatantly cheated, right? And they caught you. Would you not be like trying to find a loophole, you know? To try and be like, no, I still deserve the win though. And it's like, dude, I think also these people don't realize that, like, did we tilt Sisamic and Gas Mask? Maybe. Sorry about that, little Gas Mask. However, did it make for good content? Yes, absolutely. And that's what it's about when you're doing a content hide and seek. It's about just, the, you know, having fun, making a good video. Hello, McWiggle. What time is it? It's 6-7. Got him. Everyone go all in on your channel points, by the way. Putting frosting on a cake, better have your channel points back when you return. All right, Croat, enjoy putting the frosting on your cake. Hey, that's kind of like what I did to your mom last night. You know that's sexist.
Woke Twitch chat.
Is it pizza time from Spider-Man? Pizza time. Yeah, baby, all in. Thank you, Jay. You know what it's about, okay? Yeah, Fishman won hide and seek. We still never found him. So, if you aren't cheating, you aren't trying hard enough. That's literally bars, dude. Tattooed right here. if you're not cheating, you're not trying hard enough. If you really want to win hide and seek, you would cheat. That's all I'm saying. Like Saikuno. Shout out. Hashtag sponsored, yeah. The TX shill.
Guys, don't trust what this guy says about TX's out of bounds spot. He was paid.
If I paid you guys, would you leave a comment and say I was inbounds? Try to make an actual decent argument for it. It's so funny, Avery, because it's changed now, but when I had counted, out of the 90 comments on Kashi's video, 30 of them were about my spot, which means that 33% of all comments were about it. So that's literally just engagement data, right? I'll never get channel points. Ignore the fact I'm on YouTube. It's never too late to switch, bro. Vulture, I mean, think about it. If you were to swap, there's no better time to swap than the present. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just think about that. It's called the present. Doesn't that sound good and fun? I'm gaslighting you right now and low-key manipulating, so. But that's what I'm best at, you know? This is legitness. Wait, look at my ammo! Oh my gosh! Chat, I had 6-7. True, Washington. See, that shows that you're trying, you know? It shows that you're trying hard enough. No, I just think it's so funny. For the record, guys, my spot, like, if this was like an official, like, tournament or whatnot, I'd be like, okay, yeah, no, like, yeah, that was out of bounds. That's fair. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Do I need to kill more enemies or what? Exactly, I was just trying to help his video out. But Cashew even, he left a message in his Discord, like the hide and seek Discord. And he was like, yeah, for some reason the comments are like way more mean than they've ever been. And I was like, I have noticed that, honestly. None of them got to me, but like, it's so funny. Someone, no. You know what's crazy, chat? I finally made it as a YouTuber. I finally made it. I got called a chud. Chat, I unironically got called a chud. I think I made it. Like, is that or is that not fire? Called me a goofy chud. I know, life goals. There's one guy, I know I already mentioned this. He said that I looked like Dean Withers desperately trying to hold on to his hairline to fight back against male pattern baldness. I was like, dog, is the baldness in the room with us right now? Because, like, you kind of had me in the first half, but then it failed. But then there was a different comment. See, because with that, I was like, dude, the roast doesn't even work, though. It doesn't work. Make fun of me all you want. I'm not dealing with male pattern baldness, though, okay? But then someone else was like, oh my gosh, you're my favorite YouTuber that looks like a lesbian. And I was like, this is fire. Thank you, dude. I left a heart on that comment. I was like, this is how you insult someone. You do it in a way that makes sense and that's accurate, but it's still funny. Not just like, hey, I hate you. Yeah, instead of, bro, imagine in Borderlands 3, they're not tanks, they're chuds.
Dude, I got a loot chud. Bro, someone help me with this loot chud, bro.
That's tough. Yeah, you like that? Tough. Written on my knuckles. Tough. Chat, if you ever want to say that I'm dealing with male pattern baldness, talk to my buddies, Pain and Power. Okay? Yeah. Dean Withers if he was butch and not a twink. Thank you, bro. Buddy keeps calling you a chud? Yeah. And you don't know what it means? Bro's chat. Bro is definitely a chud.
You know you're a chud when you... Out of your friends, which are you? Drug freak. Chud.
Oh my gosh, Mascarpone! With the 2 total months of Prime sub, thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate you so much from the very bottom of my heart. Thank you. You personally, Mascarpone, thank you. The person behind the sub, thank you. I genuinely appreciate you. And your generosity, even if it's just Prime, because Prime, you only get 1 a month. And I feel that's generous to be spending it on me. Your generosity goes a long way and helps me continue being able to do this. The legendary loot chud just dropped, chat. Put it in the comment section down below. Okay, this just got friggin' epic. But bro, I got a loot chud. Bro, I got a jet loader chud. Or, I mean, they could just change, like, chubby enemies to chud enemies. Like, oh, I got a chud skag.
You really think I'm protecting?
Bro, who dropped the chud skag? Okay, now real quick. Let me look. Has there been any more polls in ! Discord since I've been gone? Oh no, what got a D tier? Okay, that's fair. Gub Gwen's head greed. Results were tied on these. Okay, doesn't look like I missed anything too important. Norfleet? No, wait, chat. How was it a tied vote saying that the Norfleet was the best and the worst of those items? You guys are wild. Hey, who's killing me? What the? Why is he standing up like that? Why is he showing it all to me, dude? You know that video where, like, the Amazon package is, like, flipping over and over and the guy, like, gives it a little push and it just, like, gets up and walks away? That's what he just did. You know the reference? You know the reference. Every enemy is just a chud. Hurry up with that kill. I need my dopamine. All right, I'll take as long as physically possible. Do I have anything corrosive, by the way? Not good. Not good corrosive, so we'll just use the Pushka. Shock Pushka. See, and this is why Shock is the best element, chat. Because it literally works here. For anyone that doesn't know, you can, in fact, slag Bunker. He doesn't turn purple, but he is slagged and taking double damage right now. You know, this game does a really bad job of introducing you to slag because when you're playing TVHM, it's so, like, borderline not useful. And on top of that, it only lasts for, like, 6-7 seconds, something like that. So it's kind of very hard to play around and use. But in UVHM, it is very good and lasts, like, 16 seconds and is kind of a necessity. But they do not properly introduce you to it at all. Chat, what are your thoughts on Sweet Release? If you were to rank Sweet Release, the Maya skill Sweet Release, it's the one at the top. You were to rate it on a scale of F to S tier, what would you give Sweet Release? Yes, see, Shock activates Cloud Kill, which is why Garnet is wrong about the little Eevee, and it's a solid B tier item. B, C plus, B minus. Fair. Fair. A, that's a little generous for me. I feel like it's a B. I feel like it's a B tier. Because, like, the thing about it is it will always get you above health gate, assuming the transfusions go to you. It will always get you above health gate, but if you're already above health gate, it does nothing. Genuinely. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the follow. Ishkegel? Wish.com Kegels, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate you. I hope you are enjoying stream as much as I enjoy bringing it to you. All right, chat. The poll, is the poll over? Oh, jeez. Bunker drop. Oh, jeez, chat. Hold on. Okay, it's over. Let's see. Bunker drop, yay. Or, yeah, it's not here, lowbrow. Maybe it flew away somewhere. Hold on. Give us a second. Maybe it's just, like, in a different spot than normal. Shout out to the goated shield right there. Maybe it fell through the floor. Even though I don't have physics on, maybe it fell through the floor, and therefore you just can't see it yet.
Get top by the waterfall. We're sending you ammo.
Ishkagal. Okay, okay. Well, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate you. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. All right. So, goodbye, gamblers. Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, nobody really voted against it, so. All right, no drop. But imagine if it would have... Wait, it might drop from the nozzle? I'll go double check. I'll check the nozzle real quick. Hold on. You're kind of right about that.
Consider this your final warning. No, consider this
Yeah.
my
Well,
final
I would say even with the full playthrough, I'd probably give it a B. Oh my gosh. Le Grenouille. Oh my gosh. The frog. Welcome! It's been so long. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I really, really do. Unless it hasn't been that long, and I just, like, missed you on a different stream. Didn't pay attention or something. Dude, physics just destroys your game in all ways. All right. We got no drop chats. That is a little unfortunate. We're not doing the dunk because we're going to choose prediction outcome. No drop. I mean, nobody really lost that much. So it's all right. It's all right. So here's the thing that I view about speed release, right? Because for one, it aggroes every enemy anywhere close, okay? So I think, like, if you're going to Boom Boom and you kill the enemies in that first camp, it will aggro enemies in the shielded favors camp, which is really annoying. Okay? Very annoying. On top of that, it does heal 15% based off your missing health. So if you're at 0 HP, or if you have literally 1 HP, you will always go up to the same amount, which is about 60% of your HP, because the first one heals for 15%, then 15% of that 15%, or of your remaining 15%. So, like, let's say you have 100 HP and you're at 0. The first one will heal 15, then the next one is trying to heal up from 85, so it's like... The next one would only heal, like, 9, or like 10, maybe 10 HP, and then you're at... you know, missing 65, so it's 15% of 65, which is only like 7, and then it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And if you're over 50% HP, it just doesn't heal anything. Like, over 50%, you'll heal maybe, you know, a combined, like, total max health. I feel like over 60%, you heal up to, like, what the frick? Just a wild guess here, like, maybe 60 or 70%. But it is good for health gain. But I would never call it a top tier skill. Watching hide and seek, and I totally think you should have counted as inbounds because they saw you. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm not sure if you looked through the comment section on that, Ishkagal. But Cashew even had mentioned, and you might have been here when I was just talking about it, but Cashew even mentioned, like, in the little hide and seek Discord we're in, he was like, dude, the comments have been so much meaner on this one than any of the others. And 90% of it is directed at me, and one that says that Lavia's just a grown unk with a voice changer. It's like, all right, women can exist. True. Hello, Corey. Welcome. I was informed by Twitch this was a team FPS. It is an FPS that you could play cooperative with a team. So, technically, yes. Would I consider it a team FPS in any way? No. But welcome. Good to see you. That's how it works? Okay, never mind. These life tap exists. I'd say it's F tier. Yeah, the existence of life tap really, unfortunately, undermines, like, all of her other skills. Because, like, sustenance by itself, it's not a bad skill. It's not a crazy skill, but it's not a bad skill. It is just constant healing. Maya is extremely tanky to begin with, so it's very good. Elated, I would say, is a very good skill. Sweet Release is pretty good. But then there's Life Tap, where it's just like, yeah, it's just really good. Hey, shout out Corey. One small member to the team, one giant leap for Team Kind, okay?
Up here! Need a hand?
I don't know. I don't know if I'll do another GeoGuessr. That was like hell on earth to edit. If I had to edit it again, like for someone else, I don't think I would. I would definitely not take any less than $1,000 for that job. Like, and probably much more than that, because if I'm not mistaken, and DaVinci Resolve doesn't actually track this, so this is going based off of all of my estimates of how often and how much I worked on it. I'm willing to say that I put in probably over 200 hours spent just in the editing software. So not even spent with any of the exterior stuff, but probably about 200 hours spent like editing the video. And so if that's true, that is like 5 weeks of full-time 40 hours a week work. And it was horrific. It was very bad. And like, if I were to go back, I could think of ways to make it quicker, but not like 100 hours quicker. Probably like I could shave off 20 or 30 hours maybe. But yeah, I don't know. If I ever did another though, I think I'd do all Borderlands games at once. So like the BL2 and TPS ones will really get a lot of people. The BL4, 3, and Wonderlands ones could get a lot of people too. But I don't know. I don't know. Han Fried Fish, welcome. That's crazy that you are like a 12-month, by the way. Hey. All of first playthrough, we skipped Cloud Kill, okay? We did not want to use Cloud Kill for all of first playthrough, and then after that, I was like, you know what? I deserve this, okay? I deserve this. It's been a while. How you been? Well, I'm glad to hear you've been working hard, you know, that's good. That's good or bad, depending on how you feel about that. I've been good. I don't know how long it's been. It's been a while. I quit my real-life job a while ago because I mean, I had already kind of been thinking about it, and then like we had gone under new ownership back in last March, and it got worse after that, in my opinion, in terms of like actual working there. It was just less enjoyable to work there because I used to actually really like love it, even though it was like just food, like restaurant. I actually really loved my job, and I will say that I gave my all there every single day. Okay, I was one of the star workers. Granted, there were days that I didn't give my all, and that happens, but I always made sure it was a good experience with the customer. Anyway, they went under new ownership, and then I was like, kind of whatever. And then we went under new managerialship, and even though I had been there for like 4.5 years, he was just always talking down to me, even though he was always making mistakes. He didn't know how anything worked. He just obviously didn't respect me. Then my car battery was dead one morning, and I was like, hey, I'm going to be about 5 or 10 minutes late because my car's entirely dead, just so you know. So I'm going to be about 5 or 10 minutes late. And he texts me back and says, this is becoming a habit. Keep in mind, I hadn't been late in months beyond like maybe 1 or 2 minutes max, which there's like, they're not strict. It's a grace period. He was like, yeah, this is becoming a habit. If this continues, it will be documented and reported. I was like, all right, thank you, man. I'm going to be 5 minutes late because my car's dead. I physically cannot get to work. I don't live, I'm the delivery driver that day. And I don't live anywhere where I could walk in. I'm like 15 minutes away driving, right? And I'm like, my bad, bro. And I text him, I'm like, well, I literally couldn't have known, but like, you know, my bad. And he was like, it's fine. It's not just you, it's other people too. But it's time that we learn that we have to show up when we're scheduled and not just when we want to. And I'm like, do you think I want to have a dead car right now? Do you really think that that's what I want to do? No, it's not. And then he just did a bunch of other stuff, called one of my other coworkers the Arsler, and then kept calling an 18-year-old girl that worked there. He's like 45, I would guess. Then he kept calling an 18-year-old girl that worked there baby girl, and then jokingly threatened her with a knife, so he got fired. It was pretty cool, though. Pretty based. That's the kind of guy I want in my Borderlands game. None of this woke crap. Anyway, glad to hear you turned 21 and got a girlfriend. Those are both very big milestones. I hope your relationship works out very well. I hope it continues for a long time. I really do. Hopefully Saikuno doesn't steal her, as he's been doing everywhere else. So, thank you, Croat. See, I love the GeoGuessr. I've never gotten that good of a reception on anything else ever in my life, other than the few people that are like, I hate Dark Smoke because you helped him and his camera's bad. Other than that, I've never gotten such positive reception. It is still to this day by far my most beneficial video that I've made, and the by far highest grossing video. But man, it just like, it was so horrible to work on that I'm like, and the worst part is like, we lost one person's footage, but like imagine if we would have lost anyone else's. It's like we just have to scrap the whole thing, and it's like already a multi-hour thing trying to reach out to like YouTubers that are significantly bigger than me and being like, hey, come join my thing, and they're like, yeah, I can't do that, etc, etc. Why were those two BAs? Aren't those normally warlorders? How'd that happen? Saikuno or Cody Plays? Probably Cody Plays. I don't know. I want to do another, but editing it is just so horrible, bro. But it would be kind of fire, though. That's why I like the new video I did, though. It felt, to me, and maybe you guys disagree, but to me, it felt sort of like GeoGuessr Lite, you know? Whereas, like, it's not quite GeoGuessr, but it's sort of the same concept, at least from a viewer perspective, of, like, watching and interacting, seeing the pictures, being a knowledge test for you guys, and also watching other people fumble over it. But not quite the same, because you're not watching a bunch of people race and whatnot. You think if BL5 ever comes out, they use the vault symbol for the A and lands and the Roman numeral 5? No, probably not. They'll probably just be like Comic Sans. U.S. employers can be a little odd, though. I will say that my actual boss was fine. It was just the manager. The actual boss was really nice. When I quit, he was like, "Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, like, you're quitting. If you ever need a job back, like, come back. You're a great employee. Like, we'll hire you back on the spot." I was like, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Simpler in a good way. It feels more digestible, in my opinion. GeoGuessr is like, all right, let me sit down for a couple hours and soak this in. I also feel like that's a little harder to just like pick up and drop and pick up and drop and pick up and drop. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yeah, it's because the shadow of a hung dude. I think my favorite thing from that video is still just Deceptics going wham bam. I don't think I can get... Is there, like, any Vladof items I can get in this current moment? Not that I can think of. Vladof doesn't have, like, a crazy amount of uniques. I could get a Layuta, but it's not scaled. Okay. I could go get a Kitten or a Hail. I'm not getting the Hail again. I already did that once. And I love the Hail, but, like... I'm not willing to go through that. 3DS port of New Tales with the PNG of Fiona pasted over one of the protagonists to bait people into saying it's peak. True.
Pandora, my daughter, is buttshot.
Alright, put that in as our collector item. Gearbox rifle, we never used it. I know I said we would, but I lied. So, suck it up. This is what it is. Stay mad. I mean, you know. And now we just go farm a 94 sham real quick? Wait, it's not a bad idea. Not a freaking bad idea. Yeah, nothing is on level. I love TVHM chat. And by that, I mean I don't love TVHM. It's sarcastic. Sniper. Ooh, hold on. Hold on. Get more Sniper SDU. There we go. We are up to 132. Okay. And here on out, we can actually save quit. Here on out, almost everything's flesh until like the actual end, so we can just use the fire brackney or whatever we got. We could also farm home movies for a new relic, but I really hate relic farming. But it would be pretty darn good if we could get a new Vladof relic. What do Vladof relics get? They get, is it damage, recoil, and accuracy, I think? At most, it'd be like, what, 20% better? It's like 20% better, though. Probably be worth it. We could also farm King Monk. See, I'm not a huge fan of just, like, sitting and farming, like, enemies most of the time. I'd rather, like, do content in order to hit, you know, max level or whatever. And yet, TVHM is just the epitome of, like, you must farm. You must farm enemies if you want any chance of being not horrifically underleveled. All right, buddy. I'm just gonna save quit. I'm sorry, chat. Did you guys see what I just saw? Also, yes, read-only is a PC exclusive. You can do some of the same stuff on console by dashboard, just like exiting to your dashboard, but it's not the same. All right, okay, all right. Yeah, into the back rooms. That was definitely interesting. Actually, finally using DaVinci Resolve, separating your audio. Good, good, good. Yes, separated audio makes all the difference, honestly. And one thing to keep in mind, especially, is like most people will care about audio more than visuals, you know? Like your video can look kind of bad, but if it sounds bad, they're out, bro. You could have like 9K footage and hold on, let me open up Riva Tuner. You could have like 9K footage and if the audio's bad, they ain't watching, bro. Yeah, he hit the... Oh my gosh, yeah, he hit the UFO tech. That's crazy. All right. I just opened up Riva Tuner so I can go 30 FPS so his loot doesn't fly everywhere. Could be pretty annoying otherwise. How did I not level up off that, by the way? Crazy stuff. Like crazy stuff from Borderlands. From our streams. From our chat. Read-only type with PS5 by just uploading your character and re-downloading it every time you want to farm an item. Well, there you go, Lugrenew. If you play on PS5, just upload your character and re-download it. Very simple. Chat, the fact that, like, Borderlands 4 released, and it was within the first week that people were figuring out how to, like, read-only stuff, it's like, dude, come on. We don't have to try hard everything, okay? We really don't. Chat, you ever played like Minecraft or Terraria or something with a friend who's just like not on the same page as you? So you're like, yeah, let's just do like a casual playthrough. It's like, yeah, we'll just play casual, just have a fun playthrough, you know, experience all the stuff. And then they like leave base, come back, and they're like decked out in like the best armor, the best weapons they can get, and you're like, what happened? They're like, oh, I was just playing casually. Or maybe you've been that guy, you know? And you're like, why is this guy playing so casual? I know. There's... Your quest rewards are randomized blue to orange item. That's so fire, bro. Wait, what if we got a new pandemic? Hold on. Yeah, your brother probably just thinks you're flexing every time. Like, alright, we get it, bro. You play Borderlands. Get it, you vape. Yeah, if you're a base builder, you know where it's at, baby. Chat. What Minecraft, I think it's beta version 1.7.3, not like the normal 1.7.3, but the beta 1.7.3. Chat, that's when there was still thick fog on the outskirts of your render distance. And, no hunger. Bro, it was so peak, man. You know what's crazy, though? Why did they ever get rid of the fog? Like, in old Minecraft, they have the fog, so if your render distance is really low, you just see thick fog at the end. If your render distance is really high, you see thick fog in the distance, which is pretty realistic. And in new Minecraft, it's like, there's none of that. So if you have your render distance on low, it's just straight up like, you can see 10 feet in front of you, and then it's just the cliff of the world. That's one of those changes where I'm like, I'm surprised they never, like, brought that back to what it was. Full diamond armor in the first Minecraft session. Dude, I had a friend like that where we were doing, like, the Aether mod for the first time, and it was a big server, and everyone was, like, progressing together. And we're like, all right, guys, yeah, let's just, like, let's do everything together, you know, that way, like, we can all experience it. And he had gone and fought, like, every boss without us, was fully decked out, and was on the server until, like, 6 in the morning every day. The moment he woke up, he was back on it. We're like, dude, cut it out. And he was like, why? Why does it matter? I was like, because you're ruining the fun for everyone else. Because we want to do this together. We all want to experience it, but you're just going and killing all the bosses, man. We can't even go kill those bosses now.
He was like, why does it matter, bro? Like, you guys are playing too slow.
And he didn't understand that, like, by him doing that, it was, like, less cool for us. It's like, dude, we're, like, trying to, like, play together for fun as a group. Yeah, Pandemic is Vladof. And Pandemic's got to be the most slept on nade in this game, chat. It's, like, genuinely good. At OP10, maybe not. But for the rest of your playthrough, like, get a Pandemic in normal or TVHM, or even just base UVHM. Dude, it's clean. Nether Fog. Yeah, why? Wait, they have Nether Fog. So why would they get rid of that? Remember the small update when they were like, Bedrock Fog is here, and you can't turn it off. I was like, what? But then they got rid of that. I remember me and my friend on Xbox, we played on the Bedrock Fog update. We were very young at the time. Went down below and played Disc 11. Dude, what? That was a horror game. Mint Chip, oh my gosh. Welcome. Fun isn't fun unless it's fun for everyone. Bars. Bars. Absolute bars. Hold on. I assume that gamble is for Pandemic. Everyone go all in. The most you could lose is 100%. The most you could gain is 200,000%. Depending on the particular gamble and the total pots. Fine print, just not get any trouble with that. Also, Mr. Torg, welcome. Also, Luggernu, I know you already probably left. I'm sorry. I did not see your message. Goodbye. I hope you have a good day. Good rest of your day. Really do. Read only the white assault rifle 49 times. Why did he do that? Chat, old or new Minecraft? You an old guy or a new guy? You a new ager? Or you a boomer? I'm a boomer. I'm a Minecraft boomer for sure. For me, it's just more enjoyable. Every time I go back to the older versions of Minecraft, I have more fun for a longer period of time. Chat, Minecraft music disc. Which one, bro? Which one? It's Wait. It's Wait. The real ones know that wasn't always the name of it, though. What was it? It was, Why Are We Here? Was that the original name? It was something very similar to that. And then I was really confused on the update. They swapped it because I was like, they got rid of my favorite. And then I realized they just renamed it for some reason. Old A Fire. You know, I think that, like, if you like new Minecraft, that's totally fine. See, Minecraft is like one of those games, right, where they acknowledge that you might not like everything. So they're like, yeah, just go play the old version, bro. You can play on any given patch of the game very, very easily. Like, just from the launcher itself. You just, like, load up a new installation. And it's so easy, and I really appreciate that about the game. So, the new players can be happy, and the old players can be happy. I wouldn't say one is better than the other. I would argue that the new versions have more content, but I also wouldn't argue that more content equals better. I just don't really like the direction they took. I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree, but I always felt like, ever since I was a kid, as I was seeing the new updates, it started to feel more and more like playing Minecraft was like default modded. Like you're by default playing modded Minecraft. Also play Ball Welcome. It felt like you were just like always on modded Minecraft. And I really didn't like that. They started adding more and more things that just didn't make sense. A lot of mobs that didn't really fit the aesthetic of Minecraft. Some certainly still do, but some that just don't. A lot that just like don't even serve a purpose. Things like the sniffer. It was like, why did they even add that? Nobody wanted that. And then like,
Well, actually they did, because it was based off the mob vote.
shut up. And like, one person had pointed out that they made it so there are so many half blocks in the game, and that really, really messes with the aesthetic. And I think that's always been a problem that I've noticed, but like I didn't realize why it was like that. But every year, Minecraft looks less like Minecraft when you watch Minecraft. Like, it looks less like Minecraft because it loses more and more of like the blocky aesthetic and becomes more and more like wanting to be not real necessarily, but like Like, bro, it's like bro wants to be Terraria or something. But I feel like that kind of hurt the game because it used to be that you had to, like, if you wanted a lantern, like as a little kid, you wanted a street lantern, you have to figure out how you're going to make a street lantern, right? But now it's like, oh, just place the lantern, right? Or like, you know, different things like that. And I don't know, it kind of hurt creativity. And in my opinion, that kind of took away from the game a little bit to me. But I also could totally see the argument otherwise, where it adds more things that you can add and more X and Y. Also, Minecraft, for a long time now, feels, even though it's not like this, it feels almost objective-based, you know? Like, old Minecraft, and you can, again, argue just it's the fact that there was nothing to do, and that's fair. But old Minecraft felt a lot more... Oh, first of all, it felt slower paced. But it felt a lot more like... the experience is what you want to create out of the experience, as where now it's like you have a set list of like goal, 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 and then end goal. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's worse. I prefer old Minecraft, and I have more fun on old Minecraft. Part of that's probably just nostalgia, though. I'm willing to admit that. So I don't think in any way that my opinion is fact or the real thing, but I like old. Copper and dude, why? No, and they kept adding like more. I did not like netherite. I will be real with you. I did not like netherite. But copper was like, why? You're just adding more junk. No, and when dude, all the mining update stuff, like the caves are cool, but other than the caves, bro, like they added 9 different like trash blocks while you're mining to just fill up your inventory. They added copper, and it was like, what's the purpose of copper? And it's like, oh, so then lightning doesn't strike your house. And it's like, that was never even a problem in the past. They invented a problem to like justify having an ore. Like, if your house got struck by lightning, that was like 1 in 800,000 chance that that's even gonna happen. Okay? But it feels like they invented a problem just to justify adding a new ore to the game. And it was like, why did ore? And I was like, why did you even add that? What was the point of that? And then like with the cave update, like, why? They added cobblestone deep slate to nerf strip mining. Why nerf strip mining? If you're gonna add caves that are just gonna be more powerful than strip mining, you don't need to nerf strip mining because it's already the worst option. What? That's for us. It's also slag. But it's like, why? How about instead of nerfing strip mining, just add the cave systems and call it a day? Like, you don't need to add a nerf to strip mining, because people who want to strip mine can no longer strip mine effectively. Like, you can, but it's just going to be objectively like worse than it used to be. So it's like, yeah, just go into the caves. And when you go into the caves, it feels like it's so easy to find diamonds that, I don't know, I just feel like you get everything so quickly in that game. No, and don't even get me started on mending, bro. It seems like the community is so split. I am team anti-mending. I hate mending. It's like the only thing that was keeping like end game Minecraft going was like, oh dude, I gotta get more freaking diamonds. My diamond pickaxe is about to break. But with mending, it's like that will never happen to you ever in your entire life. Magic of Minecraft was that you felt alone. Now it feels too cluttered. It's very cluttered. It is very cluttered. And then they've, like, even when they added polar bears, I remember when they came out with the polar bear update, and I was complaining to my friend. I was like, dude, I don't like what they're doing with this game. And I was like, why? It's just more mobs, bro. I was like, it just doesn't feel like a correct mob, though. It doesn't feel like a mob that should exist. And, like, the pure amount of, like, random structures you find in the world and stuff, I feel like it was better in the past when it was, like, very, very rare chance to find like 1 of 4 structures or whatever. Now it's like you just find structures. So like that's just part of the game. Structures are just part of the game. And then you've got like the try-hard aspect of it where it's like, if you ain't farming slave villagers, you're doing it wrong. It's like, what? Mob votes are rigged. I tried voting one year. It only let me choose one of the options. Minecraft has starter seeds that are programmed in, so if you're doing your first Minecraft runs, you get guaranteed good siege. Bro, the whole point of the game, man. I don't know. And it's like, I totally get why someone would be like, No, dude, you're wrong. New Minecraft is just better. And I feel like it's like Borderlands 2 for me. I think that the gameplay of this game is better than Borderlands 3. I know that on a theoretical sense, on paper, Borderlands 3 should have the more fun gunplay. Like, assuming balancing was the exact same between the games, Borderlands 3 should have the more fun gunplay, but it's just not to me. To me, I just think Borderlands 2 and TPS are more enjoyable. They feel more unique. And it's kind of the same thing where I'm like, yeah, I think that honestly on an objective standpoint, I should enjoy new Minecraft more than old Minecraft, and it's kind of just better and has way more to do. At the same time, it does not have nearly the magic for me, and yet when I go back to older versions of Minecraft, and maybe it's nostalgia, but when I go back to older versions of Minecraft, I'm like, wait, this is still kind of peak though. Why is this so fun? And I always have a better time. This is kind of bad. Wait, the Shred of Fire is so good, chat. It's being raised up in the tier list, specifically the Slag version. I don't know, but maybe I'm just a doomer, you know? I'm a Minecraft doomer.
Minecraft bad because it went woke. Polar bears, that's a woke idea.
Oh, right. The prediction. Wait, were people able to go in after the fact? Oh my gosh. Did anyone go... Mimic, were you paying attention? Did anyone, like, go in after the fact? Because if so, like, we might have to, like, cancel that one, because that seems a little rigged. I never heard about Borderlands till 2024. I have absolutely zero nostalgia, and I still prefer BL2, especially the gunplay. It just feels unique, you know? This was created at a time when most shooters that came out all felt unique in some way. But Borderlands 3 just feels like, hey, it's Call of Duty with different guns. I will let Mimic decide whether or not I call that vote or if it was unfair. I didn't pay attention to how much was put in. But if it was like a substantial amount, like if someone had just put in like 100,000 when I wasn't paying attention, then like I'd probably cancel it. But if it was like, oh, you know, 4,000 here, 4,000 there, it's whatever. I mean, I guess it wouldn't change the amount that anyone lost. It would just change the amount that certain people gained. People went in after the fact, but they put on yes. True, true. Thank you, Gas. Thank you. Gas, old Minecraft or new Minecraft to you? I won't argue with it either way. It's totally fair. Mortar Pandemic drop? No. No. I don't know. And then it's so hard to tell sometimes. It's like, what is nostalgia and what is not nostalgia? Yeah. That's how I feel about it, Avery. I feel like getting to endgame Minecraft always just feels quicker and quicker and quicker. And then they add things like the mace. They add things that fulfill such specific purposes that it clutters. It feels like it clutters the game. Like copper, for instance. What was the point, bro? What was the point of adding copper? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too, Gas. I'm like, bro, I'm playing on like outdated version no one's playing on, and like I'm having fun, but like, what's the freaking point, bro? Friend had to go to sleep, lost at the DLC boss. The dance or the balancers? Dude, it's so obvious that they were like they added Scholar and it was like, oh wait, he's kind of not that good at most things. And it was like, okay. And they were like, well, he's not even very good at pretty much any of the boss fights. They're like, well, hold on. Let's just make the DLC bosses be made for Scholar. And it was like, oh, okay. And he's like broken there. I will say I was wrong about Scholar when I first saw my friend playing him. I was like, this is the worst character ever created. And then, no, Scholar's actually very good. Playing Monster Hunter for the first time and liking it. Which game are you playing? There's too many of those games. Anything after Woodland Mansions? That's what I'm saying. When they started, it feels like they wanted to make like almost an RPG, and it went less from a sandbox. It's the same thing with like COD Zombies, right? Old COD Zombies was just survive. Doris, peak experience, it was just survive. And then they had the transitional period, which is like middle update Minecraft, right? Maybe up to like the end or something. And that was like, you know, Black Ops 2 Zombies, where it's like, Black Ops 2 are, what the frick? was the last time you guys saw Chubby Rack? Hold on. Where it's like, yeah, you know, it's still round based, but it feels like they want me to be doing an objective here, right? Where's that guy? There he is. It was like, you know, it feels like they definitely want me to be doing an objective, and it doesn't just feel like I'm playing just to like hit a high round. And then by the end of it, like now with current COD Zombies, it's just like, no, this is literally just like campaign. We've got a bunny. It's like, this is just playing campaign, but with zombies instead, right? And that's how Minecraft feels to me, where it's like they started as just pure sandbox that could arguably didn't have a ton of content. But then it moved so much to where like I almost feel like the content hurts it. I don't know. But maybe we're in the minority. We very much maybe. Me and Gas are both just like boomer players on everything. We're like,
If it's not Borderlands 2, it's not even Borderlands. What's even the point?
so, you know, take what we say with a grain of salt, I guess. Yeah, the bouncers. Yeah, the bouncers are rough. I didn't think it could get harder than them. The other one is harder than them. The bouncers, though, if you can parry, if you're a parry god, you can't parry them all. Minecraft is always that game. There, you see some videos of it and want to play it, but then once you do, you get burnt out. No, literally, that's so freaking true, bro. That's so true. Know any good way to farm a fire bee? Hatterax. Hatterax would be your best option. If not Hatterax, Uranus. If not Uranus, something else. Terran, cool. Thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Noida scratches the Minecraft itch for me. I've played Noida for thousands of hours and still not bored. Hey, they're very similar games because, well, in Minecraft, there's a water bucket and with water physics, and Noida is Noida. You know, I've never played Noida, but as a kid, Powder Game was one of those ones that I never knew the name of, but anytime someone else found out what website it was on, it was fire. It was so fire. Rabid Skag? Wait, hold on. We'll kill that guy. For anyone that doesn't know, rabid enemies, especially rabid Skags for some reason, drop crazy XP. So he should get me at least like half a bar, which is pretty good. And if you're Maya or Krieg, they're like really, really easy to kill. If you're other characters, they are pretty darn annoying to kill. But yeah, 6.3k right there. Nostalgia blind for things you played in 2020. Bro, I'm telling you. Like, some people need to accept that, like, you can like old things without it being nostalgia. There are plenty of games that I never played until I was older that I think are really cool and really good, and it has nothing to do with nostalgia. Because I never played it when I was younger.
Crank those valves to raise the pressure.
Dude, I literally crowed. I don't know why. I thought you were a bot. Oh my gosh. We're cooked. I thought you were a bot right there. With the link. Cool Math Games was a big one. Run was always one of my favorites, but it kind of nauseates me, honestly. I actually have run footage on my unlisted videos somewhere in there. And then... there was a few other Cool Math games that were particularly good. Chat, you know, we were talking about Man a Little More Fiber earlier. His reference is coming up. The Easter egg is coming up very soon, right here. Stay tuned, chat. Don't leave. Don't leave. Picked up BL4 or BL2 in 2024. You know, it's surprising that this offline game has gotten so much content out of people, and or not content, but like gameplay out of people. And Man a Little More Fiber Easter egg right here. And also, the fact that so many new players still play it. Like, I've seen a lot of people complain on my YouTube shorts, why are you even making that, bro? Everyone knows about that. It's like, well, not everyone knows about that, because believe it or not, this game still gets new players. It's extremely accessible. It's on pretty much every single platform. It's on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation 3, 4, 5, Xbox 360, 1, 1X. Nintendo Switch, I already said that, PC, etc. Like, and not only that, but it's available on Epic Games, it's available on Steam, it's probably available on like GOG or whatever. Chat, and they said that the slag shred of fire sucks. Nobody said that. Don't leave, chat. Just one more donation, and I will put my hand into the burning lava. Just one more gifted sub, and we will put our hands into the burning lava. Just one more gifted sub, and type go, go, go in the chat, and I will be putting my hand into the bucket of burning lava with just 20 more gifted subs, and say go, go, go. All right, chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, just one more gifted sub, and say go, go, go in the chat, and I will put my hand into the burning lava. Just one more is all that we need. Thank you, Phoenix. I'm glad they helped you. 2020 Andy's chat. I feel like a boomer.
Now let me tell you boys about how it used to be. I bought this game in 2012 on release because I played Borderlands 1 on release and loved it so much.
Well, not on release, but very close to release.
And then I played this game back, hear me out, I played this game when the Unkept Herald was a 3 in 100. Yeah, you heard that right.
Can I do the skip here? Like a lava bucket enema redstone or something like that. Chat, you know, when I was on Xbox 360, I played the COD Zombies DLC. Did Man of Moral Fiber get in some controversy, or am I misremembering? He is a self-proclaimed white supremacist who has gone on record as saying that black people are the R word and they have a low IQ. And that Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of the few smart ones and is still dumber than the average white person. He also said that Yodislaya should have killed himself sooner. And he also hates Jewish people. And this isn't... I'm not the type of person to be like, oh, this guy said something a little controversial. I think he's racist. This is like him, like, just blatantly saying these things. And he still, it's not just that he used to be like that. If you go to like his videos, you can go to the newest comments and he replies all the time. He said that Garnet Anarchist 3, he didn't like him. He didn't like Garnet Anarchist 3 because Garnet Anarchist 3 was a cheap knockoff that actually believed in racial equality. Your mother showed me a short ranking the characters and was complaining, how is this guy calling Gaige the worst character? Wait, why? Does your mom play Gaige, bro? Nah, no. Chat, Salvador father or Gaige mother? Ooh, that's rough, bro. Wait, is Cloudkill broken? Your brother! I thought you said your mother. I was like, what the? Okay. Fire. Yeah, what's this card do? That's the lore there, so... Surprised you didn't know. Never heard of BL1 and saw the Smosh game boss battle of the week. Early footage for this game, and it bought it on GameStop. I always remember the Smosh Games Lasercorn review of this. And I had gone back and looked at that when I was making one of my like little nostalgia bait videos. And in it, he was like, I just hope that they make a sequel or a prequel or maybe both. And then next game was the frickin' pre-sequel. Chat, whoever said Vladof allegiance more like Cloudkill allegiance, you were kind of right. My bad. Chat, old Smosh games was where it was frickin' ass. You know, old Smosh, though, like, old Smosh games was kind of where it was at. Old Smosh, you go back and watch it and you're like, yeah, it was a product of its time. I guess I liked it because I was a kid. Charlie the Drunk Guinea Pig was one of my favorites, personally. It was my iPad lock screen. A long time. Was I an iPad baby? Yeah. You know who else showed me Mr. TX1's video? Well, someone had come into chat one day and was like, dude, my mom got recommended your shorts. That's how everywhere they are. I was like, no. You know, one of my favorite pieces of hate mail I've received, and by that I mean just like comment, was a guy on the Lord of the Rings Easter egg who was like,
Yeah, of course I knew about this. I just wish I would have known I could have got 1 million views for it.
it's like, well, you did it. So you should have thought about that. Yeah. You should have played it out, bro. Play your cards right. The food battles, yeah, those still go kind of hard, don't they? Surprised Saturn never returned in BL3 or 4 as a gimmick. Yeah, you know, actually that is surprising. Unless there's just someone I don't know about. Do something similar to like Chromorax, where it's like, oh man, we used to get in that glitch spot and bore them all the time. Chad, imagine if we were running a pandemic right now. Wreck, baby. Let's go. No, that wouldn't be very funny, Croat, because then people will actually think you're serious and will proceed to dogpile on me.
Great job, amigo.
Should have bought a house in 02.
Back when I was 1 year old. True. Okay, so a bunch of people on the Family Feud brought up a thing where, like, we all were like,
Who said Elpis was the coolest planet? That's not a planet.
is it true that Eden 6 is a moon? I doubt it, Crow. If you do it on a YouTube short, they won't, bro. There's no TX allegiance there.
It's time to get rid of that assault.
Why did it auto-translate that to the same thing you typed with no changes other than putting capitalization, bro? Eden 6 is the moon of a gas giant. So we were all wrong, weren't we? So we were all wrong. I demand an apology from Low Gas Mask and Gaige. Chat, we're about to be UVHM. Once we're in UVHM, we get everything. Oh. At level 50, we will go, or pretty much just once we complete this, we'll go get a fire kitten that we will use for UVHM. Hey, you're welcome, Demon. You're welcome. Yeah, and it's honestly so much better than farming Veracitus would ever be, ever.
This ends now. Jack, Lilith, and the warrior.
Rose sounds pissed. You heard that? This ends now. Like what? What? You lose your best friend and stupid bird or something? Oh, you did?
Go check around the city. These people don't have much, but they still want
The box is there an item called the box a bit? Or is it box a bit? The box? The mystery box. The mystery box. I see. If we could get like a Mark II, that might be pretty good. If you use glitches for Bora, if you use the sham Topneaa underground strat, yes.
Generally have trouble verbalizing my thoughts into words that will not utterly confuse or nauseate you.
Yeah, where is CISO, bro? I acknowledge that he hates me after hide and seek, but like it can't be that bad, right? That's crazy. Mick's doing One Life Salvador. I literally did that last year. I didn't complete it, but I literally did that last year. And Hattie is doing One Life Zero. I literally played Zero earlier this year. Dude. That's crazy. No, that's literally insane. Dude, Mick's playing Borderlands 2. Was I or was I not playing Borderlands 2, by the way? Was I or was I not playing Borderlands 2? That's insane. Backstabbing friend, by the way. To think I ever even considered him a friend. Literally, I guess I'm the trendsetter. Thank you for that, Devil Survivor. You get a raise. Hey, look, I got the Transformer. So it's worse, but it's better in every way, in fact. It's in fact better in every single way aside from capacity. corrosive immune TDR or yeah, TDR. Or Dude, we could probably get such higher capacity on a shield, by the way. Maybe he looks up to me. Little bro has to look up to me. I am 6'7", almost 6'8". So, yeah, I guess he do be looking up to me, huh? Guess that's fair. You know, I didn't think about it like that.
I'll meet you out in the iridium light.
What's up, Steel? Minion! Tonight we steal the moon. 7 grippers. Yeah, I'm almost 7 grippers in life. I guess depending on the gripper.
You feel that?
Is this important? No.
Aching to murder someone. Haven't felt that in such a long time.
Chat, it is time for the Warrior Gamba. That is right. All in your channel points. All in your channel points. The most you could lose is 100%. And the most you could gain is upwards of potentially 200,000%, depending on the odds and the amount gambled. Also, keep in mind for the Warrior Gamba, if there's, you know, 8,000 total in the pot, but nobody votes on the head, and you put 10 points on the head, and you win, you will get all 8,000 channel points, okay? So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Oopsies, sorry, cheating, my bad. Warrior Gamba up. Everyone go Gamba. Also, hydrate, posture check. T-Con Kainla? Thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying stream. Are you dummy farming with an infinity right now, Devil? You know, maybe we gotta bring that back. We gotta renormalize the AFK dummy farm with infinity and a rubber band. Chat. So you know how there's the thing where it's like, you know, the shopkeeper be looking at you different when you're buying like a Pringles can sponge rubber glove? Dude, do you think they have that same reaction when you buy like a Borderlands themed Xbox controller and a rubber band? They're like, bro is about to XP farm. Bro is literally about to XP farm. It's like, true. It's tea with cinnamon in Spanish. Well, tea with cinnamon. Thank you for the follow. And Sharon. Or is it Sharon? It wouldn't be a ch sound, right? It'd be a sh sound. Sharon? Is it just Sharon? Or Sharon? I don't know, but thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate it. You guys are very, very supportive of this stream, and I cannot express my appreciation, both in like the subs and also in the follows. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Let me just get this door open. Do you think a door can stop me, Jack? I was made to open doors.
It is a cuss sound. Karen. Karen? Quran. No, that's not the Quran. Karen?
Access denied.
Yeah, real men gib. Real men use gib. No, you cheated. Well, I guess Jolts cheats then, huh? It's Greek X. Care on. Okay, well, care on. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying stream. Sorry for butchering your name. Just unfollow now. Just unfollow. I'm just not even worth it. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you.
Made me angry.
What are you talking about, Croak? Like, I was just gonna ignore the first message because I don't know what that's in reference to, and it's probably something that I said, but then forgot about asking. And then you doubled down on it, and it made me more confused.
Defenses. Turrets deployed.
Bro's on PS3, currently rubber band farming the training dummy. Living in the past. But hey, he does not have to worry about Fight for Sanctuary, and he doesn't even have to worry about 60 FPS, baby. All he's got to worry about is like 25 in combat, unless he's using a B shield, I guess. Shout out to Maya for being able to phase lock the surveyors. I didn't need to there for the record, but like generally speaking. You know, I do like the Shred of Fire on Maya. She's the one character where I'd unironically use this thing. Specifically with a Blurred Trickster class mod. As my favorite way to use this. Charon is the Greek mythological figure that takes her soul to the river Styx. Oh, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about Charon. I see.
Dispatching additional troops.
Chat, you got a favorite literal game trailer? The God of War, was it God of War Ascension? That was a pretty good one. But it's gotta be Dead Island Riptide, right? It's gotta be. Yeah, the Slag Shred of Fire, notice, outperforming the level 33 Infinity. If the Infinity is so good, why am I not using it, though? No. Okay, so, you know, for instance, Garnet Anarchist was saying that, like, the Pimpernel is the best gun in the game, right? Let me ask you this. If the Pimpernel is so good, why am I not using it? Guess probably you never thought about it like that, huh? Can Kinetic Reflection proc Cloud Kill? Oh, I won't know because I guess that can't reflect. War trailer for the win. Krieg trailer is what you meant. Thank you for auto-translating without my consent. FOV being lower, dude. Not the literal only downside, okay? There are other literal downsides to playing on the PS3 version, but it's okay. Karen is a girl who drives a bus for Limbus Company. There we go. That makes more sense, yeah. One of my friends plays that, so. Limbus Balls, got him. Good one, Crow. I'm not asking what the best video game trailer is. I'm asking the best literal video game trailer. Oh my gosh. The best actual game trailer, though, okay, it still kind of goes to Dead Island, the first one. Or the Krieg trailer is amazing, but it's not a game trailer, so I'm not counting it. But it is very good. What game has the best trailer? What was like a game trailer that was like, wait, this is freaking hype? Guys, I've talked about it before many times. But nothing gets me going, not in that way, don't be weird, but nothing gets me going like a group. Hold on. I really like when there's like some sort of big group reveal type thing, where it's like they reveal a trailer or like there's a insane moment in like a movie, but like it's in a group setting, like with the group reactions. And I know I've talked about it before. Every time that like I go back and watch like video game reveals, literally like I get chills every time. I just get chills. It's like, there's just something so joyous about it and so cool. One of my favorites, there's this old video from like 2001 that was re-uploaded to YouTube in 2010 or something. And it's the reveal of Super Smash Bros. Melee. Oh my gosh. It's like every time it gets me, bro. I'm like, this is insane. I'll got goosies right now. That is one of my favorite things of all time, even though it's just the pre-game like Melee, like if you've played Melee, it's just like the cutscene that plays at the beginning of the game, but it's so good. And like in the audience setting with like the kind of scuffed audio, the everyone being like, Samus, oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, because Kojima was behind Death Stranding, right? That one had a very, very good trailer. Very cool. What's another? Okay, I've talked about this one too. So if you've been here a long time, I'm just repeating things, but that's what streaming's all about. But one of my favorite, one of those like crowd moments is it was at some like Xbox event, right? When Killer Instinct was seen as just like a dead IP because the last Killer Instinct game was on like Nintendo 64, right? Because it was rare. And they reveal Killer Instinct in like the best way possible. It's like this 10-second countdown on screen. It's like beep, beep, beep. And then it just does like ultra combo and it does it. And it's so hype. It's so cool. It's so good that the guy in the wheelchair gives a standing ovation. It's what I think about every time I think about like the best like video game reveals. And then there are other games that should have had such cool reveals and just don't. Like Doom 2016, you would think like in my mind, I would imagine like, okay, they're revealing a game that hasn't been around since Doom 3, okay? And they're rebooting it bigger and better than ever. You would think they'd like play the music or something. No, it's like, I think it was at an Xbox event and they're like, so coming up next, Doom 2016. It's like, what the frick? And then they showed off like the worst gameplay of all time. Like it looked like game journalist gameplay, where it was like so slow paced. All right, we do like that. It was like very, very slow paced and just looked boring AF. And it was like, what? Why? Why? This could have been the best reveal in all of gaming, but it wasn't. Why is Hatterax drop Pitchfork so much? I don't know. But I get the conference call all the time from him too. I wonder if like the chests are set to like always give like a sniper or a shotgun maybe or something. The Warhammer 40k Mechanicus. Whoa. What? How do you say that? Terran call. The 2018 God of War audience reaction is great. Yeah, it's not one that sticks out of my mind, but I've definitely seen it multiple times, and it's always a good one. I love crowd reactions so much. I really do. It's like, it like gives me hope for like humanity a little bit. The Destroy All Humans trailer. Chat, I love Destroy All Humans. I remember I got Destroy All Humans. It was one of the weird like ones for the Wii that was kind of a spinoff. And I remember getting it, playing it like crazy like that day. And then I was like, Dad, I beat the game. And he was like, you beat it already? I was like, yeah, but I don't think I beat it. I think I just didn't know where to go. Gamba is still up. Mechan. I don't even want to say it. No skip, no skip. Also, Ace Buzzard, welcome. The noise I made with the KOTOR game being announced at the State of Play was diabolical. KOTOR. BL1 trailer, kind of great. BL1 trailer was good, but was it an all-time great? People behind the wall while walking and shooting with a shotgun at long range? Probably yes. Yeah, for the Doom, yeah. Oh, Knights of the Old Republic. I see. What was, I just had one on the mind. It was another, like, really, really insanely good one. Let's put on the Tesla. What it was... I thought of it because someone else said one. I don't know. The Sombra one for Overwatch was one of the cool ones where it was at like BlizzCon and it was like all the screens got hacked with Sombra's logo. It was very, very cool. I love stuff like that so much. But yeah, it's like you know what? Even though nobody on Earth can agree about just about anything, we can all be excited for the same thing, you know? And it kind of gives me hope. Oh, you know what are some of my favorites? And also one of my least favorites at the same time is all of Smash 4. Or, sorry, Smash Ultimate. Everything relating to Smash Ultimate was insane. The like, first reveal, like, when it's the Inklings fighting in, like, the Black Void, and then everyone being like, new Splatoon? New Splatoon? Wait, we got new Splatoon?
No! The key's charged!
I think at the time it was like, Splatoon 2? Or whatever. Maybe it was Splatoon 3. It's like, Splatoon 3? Splatoon 3? And, like, the glow of the thing with the boom, like, the big sound effect. Oh my gosh, chills. I get chills thinking about that one. It was so good, man. It was so freaking good. And then almost every reveal trailer, I really don't like the K-Rool one at all. Because it's like, oh, it's K-Rool. It's actually not. It actually is.
And even that was like, okay, obviously they're going to do it. They're not just going to tease that. And then the Banjo-Kazooie one, they just literally did the same thing. And it was like, Banjo-Kazooie's been asked for since like N64. This one should have been way cooler than it was. But like, oh my gosh. Minecraft Steve, especially, dude, Sora, the Sora one, was so freaking good. And like when they were doing the first trailer and it was like everyone is here, and just watching people's reactions when it's like everyone's here, they're like, I wonder if it'll have Wolf, and it's like, dude, everyone is here. And then when Snake drops, so good. It's so good. It is so good. Smash Ultimate has, oh my gosh, you know what one gets me? The Isabelle trailer. I don't know why. I think because it's just like, oh look, it's cute little Animal Crossing. Oh my damage. Chat, they gotta buff this character, bro. What the frick? Saints Row the Third, yes, the I feel like that game introduced a lot of people to like certain types of music, but it's kind of like GTA where it had like a lot of good music and then just like a bunch no one's ever heard of. But definitely introduced a lot of people to Kanye. But that was a good one as well. That was a very good one. I love Saints Row the Third. Force Unleashed. I don't remember the trailer for that one. Guys, I never played Saints Row 2. Was Gears of War E-Day, is that the newer one they just did, like last year? Because if it was, I was very hyped for that. But I didn't get the feeling, you know? I wasn't like, oh my gosh. That's kind of true still. Yeah, I always heard really good things about Saints Row 2. I never played it. Mainin rocks. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying stream. I really do. I'm actually surprised. We have more Twitch viewers today than normal. Dude, this is like the worst kill of all time, by the way. What the frick? I didn't think our damage was that bad. Vladof sucks. But imagine if I had an infinity right now. Me too, Mainin. Me too. That's why I'm playing it. That's why I'm playing it. I never played Saints Row 2, but I played the heck out of Saints Row 3. I remember so many nights because one of my friends, one of my best friends, same one who I sold his Thunderball Fist on our first playthrough, he was only allowed to play on weekends, so I would be forced, essentially. I didn't want to stay up late, but I was essentially forced because if I wanted to play with him, I had to stay up late, and so we would be up till, you know, 6, 7 a.m. Got him? That's crazy, Toasty. Okay. We would be up till 6 or 7 a.m. just playing the heck out of Saints Row the Third. Yeah, Hatterax dropping crystals would have been nice. It would probably be the best XP farm, though. Wait, I feel like this is kind of the best option here. What is this? What is bro talking about? PC port is rough. You need a lot of mods to get it working. Oh, great. Okay, well, don't even have the game, so someone else can take my spot. Well, if anyone wants to take Toasty Waffle's spot, he redeemed a 1v1 on golf with friend. Bro was like, this stream's going too well. Let's swap to golf. Dude, this is so bad, by the way. Yeah, I have beaten Cromorax. You know, Cromorax, I feel, is actually a pretty good raid boss. He is surprisingly difficult. I feel like people kind of underestimate him in BL1. All right, Redstone, are you wanting to golf with me, bro? You want to froth? I remember one day I was like talking to one of my friends who he was my coworker at the time, and I knew that I wasn't going to see him for a long time because I knew he was going to be quitting. And so I hit him with like the, man, like, you know, we'll have to do something, you know, like we gotta hang out sometime and like do something. Hold on, I can just get more ammo. And I just threw out there, I was like, maybe we'll get into like frisbee golf or something. He was like, dude, I do that all the time. He never invited me, but he did invite my other friend. Weird. Guess he didn't like me that much. GG. Best legendary weapon in BL1 or in BL2? In BL2, honestly, I think the best weapon in the game is not a legendary, but the best legendary, I don't know. It might genuinely be the Herald. As much as I Not a super huge fan of the Herald. It's just good on everyone, always, so.
Yeah, give everyone else a chance.
Redstone, I think that you're the only one.
Yeah, man, we should hang out, bro. We can play like Borderlands. No way, I play Borderlands. Really?
Yeah, wait, saying Saints Row Reboot killed the franchise as if it's even been alive. Like, Saints Row 4 really went under the radar at the time. Oh, I don't have ammo for that, actually. So, we're gonna use the Infinity, because it has infinite damage. Yeah, Saints Row 4, like, kind of people played, but, like, not really. The games really hadn't been, like, in the rotation since, like, Saints Row the 3rd in 2013 or whatever. It's doing 20 damage, okay, and it's proccing Cloud Kill. Trog, what do you know about this game, huh? What, have you done One Life or something? It's Vladof Allegiance, buddy. Yeah, I'd say in BL1, my favorite legendary is probably the Defiler.
The Herald is trash.
All right, Crow. We get it, bro. We get it. You gotta be a little controversial.
It's okay, it's okay.
Agents of Mayhem's son or Battleborn daughter? Probably Battleborn daughter. That's kind of elite knowledge, you know? It's like, hold on. Girl, how do you know? Yeah, they never brought back the Defiler. They honestly never brought back revolvers to feeling as good as they did, unfortunately. Well, chat, you still got time because it's a very long kill. You have time right now to go and all in your channel points on the Gamba. Might as well. Yeah, BL1 is definitely like a purple heavy game, which is good. I like that.
I got 5 hours on shot Gaige, buddy. Stand up straight. Stand up straight when you're talking to me.
Okay, what? I'm standing up woke. What about that?
Just one more channel point and we will be getting a conference call.
I have to pee. So after we kill this guy, we'll call the Gamba, we'll go pee, and then we'll do a little bit of froth with friends. That's Frisbee golf, by the way. Chat, is this like the most insane like kill spot ever?
Empty.
Empty. Empty.
I don't know either, Trog. That's what I'm saying. One Life is cool and all, but like the rules literally are so all over the place. It's like you can happily do this. You can save quit to just go through. You can just save quit to skip like half the areas. Save quit through the fridge. Save quit through everything. That's all totally legal. You're allowed to go into spots like this. There's all sorts. Like if you're fighting Hatterax, you can just go into the invincible spots. But if you accidentally save quit with this rack, if I were to save quit, like if everything else died but this rack was on my minimap, I would be disqualified. And my one life would be no longer valid. No, Vulture. Luckily, I can't use the conference call. No, and the Destroyer in Borderlands 1 becomes even easier if you use a Bouncing Betty grenade or a Merv grenade. They blow up all inside of his eyeball, and he just dies. There is a risk. The risk is just the green glob if you don't walk in a straight line out of it. And also, it's telegraphed, and he'll only shoot the glob if he's coming from one of the specific holes. So, if the Infinity was bad, like Redstone saying, I would not be using a level 33 Infinity against the max level warriors. So, explain that. And Trog's always saying, oh, the Infinity's not that good, bro. Just use the Anarchist. I literally could not have done that with the Anarchist. as quick because my cloud kill delivery would have been waiting for ammo. So get owned, liberal. You sissy liberal. And then I think we'll do this. We'll go pee. We will do don't worry, I'll call Gamba. We'll do this. We'll go pee. We'll do a golf with friends against Redstone because someone redeemed it for 10,000 channel points. And then we will do Torque DLC and get a kitten. All right. 5 minutes and 23 seconds remaining. End submissions. Hope you guys are ready for this crap. This junk, if you will. What is this? What the frick? Sorry, I'm sending a text real quick. All right, so Gamba is closed, right? I did, in fact, close it. Okay. All right. Let's turn our head. 30 FPS so everything doesn't fly out of bounds. If you turn around when the warrior drops loot, all of the stuff will be standing straight up. This might be a introducing the warrior drop. I think it was the relic. Oh, where my volcano enjoyers at? Let's frickin' go. Choose outcome. Look at this. This is why you always all in. Complete prediction. Let me check out that summary real quick. Hold on. Predictions? 67,000 channel points, by the way. 67,000 channel points to Cowboy Dano and Noistrom. He is a teacher. I think you could all learn a thing or something than that. So that's pretty huge. Did anyone lose like a significant amount? Angel Days did lose 45,000. But it's okay, you're redistributing the wealth. Shout out all of you guys, and especially shout out Cowboy Dino, and Noistrom for earning 67,000 channel points. Kind of crazy, actually. The infinite channel point glitch. Lob Tesla, that is double damage. Double damage, my friend. Double damage. Chat. Never mind. Not gonna say that. All right. Handsome Jack. Boom, you dead, brother. Goodbye, brother. Nobody loves you, brother.
Good going, Vault Hunter.
Good going, VH.
Redstone, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Also, let me make sure I enter back into TVHM, and I'll go enter the creator bar. Level up. That's that. Let's go here. Go here. We're gonna go get a fire kitten. I can guarantee it won't be worth it, but we'll do it. Nah, somebody else take your spot. If you're not available to right now, drop it in the comments, and we won't do it right now. Because I don't know if anyone else is wanting to. But we will fulfill it at some point if you can't do it today, and that would be fine. Toasty, just buy Golf with Friends. Toasty, low-key, like, if you have time to watch my streams, you have $5 for golf. True.
Just kidding. Fuck the legal waiver. You're in Torqueland now, sucker. Just head to the arena while I play you a sick guitar solo.
3 hours farming box. What are you talking about? I'm not in the mystery box, Trog. The Infinity, it sucks to farm a good one, yeah. Cossack Infinity from a cardboard box in Sanctuary. That is the legendary pull. Wait, what if we use my level 33 Infinity here? It low-key might still do damage. Trog, check this out. If you ever want to diss on the Infinity again, watch this clip. Watch this. Oh, the Infinity is so bad. Well, here's one that's 16 levels under. Check the damage. Wait, that was actually unironically good. I thought that was going to be like a I kind of thought I was clip farming there. Thank you, Kinetic Reflection. I kind of thought I was clip farming there, but... Alright, so I shoot Cloud Kill. Let's see what I can do. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for a level 33 weapon with Slag in DVHM. Yeah, and then I lose all my bonuses, and it's maybe not that good. Yeah. But it's level 33, and it's capable of doing that. And it does have infinite ammo, so... I mean... Okay. Golf with your friends is a premium game for premium viewers. Premium who? Premium who? Any whoers in the chat? That's what we call the people of Whoville in a derogatory way. You got one round? Okay, okay. We got one round in us. Okay, let's get to the arena real quick. And then I'll go pee, and then we'll do the thing, and then the thing, and then the thing. If that's okay with you, Redstone. If you're like, hop on right this second, then I'll submit. Does the prefix matter more on a weapon? More than, like, the parts? Yes. The prefix matters, but at the same time, there are some weapons where this would be an exception. But, like, okay, hold on. This sniper rifle I'm using, if it had a better prefix, it would be slightly better, but it wouldn't be a game changer. There are some specific weapons, such as shotguns, with low pellet counts, things like the Orphan Maker, the Slow Hand, the Carnage, etc. Those all you're going to want the vertical grip, and it literally will make like night and day difference. On most guns, not really. Not really. And like even with something like the Unkept Herald, most people would go for like a double penetrating one. But hard or crammed are often actually considered kind of better. And it's not like the other prefixes are bad, you know? The bayonet will do nothing. It's just literally no stat increases. The accuracy prefix is better accuracy. And fire rate prefix is typically the most DPS on weapons. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Don't, like, if you're trying to farm for weapons, for the most part, don't worry about like, oh, I didn't get a perfect one. This one's missing, you know. The grip's wrong, the accessory's wrong, etc., etc.
I hear you need a sponsor, and as it so happens,
Golf 90% off on Steam. I mean, toasty. If you have time to watch the stream.
Piston, what would you say to those who accused you of cheating, of rigging fights?
Kinetic Reflection proc Cloud Kill. Okay, I thought it could.
wow, Jeffrey. Well, I guess I say.
Did you guys know that if you use the antagonist, you can reflect bullets to bunker, which will bore bunker?
Call me.
You're welcome, Low Pure Water. Yeah, I wouldn't get too caught up in like, oh, I need a perfect one or whatever. Not to say a perfect one won't be better. A perfect version of an item will always be better. But, you know, the accessory matters more than the parts, and the parts really don't matter much. Like, I would be willing to guess that if you had perfect parts on like an Unkept Herald versus horrible parts on an Unkept Herald, you'd look at maybe like a total 10% DPS difference. You know? Because like most parts, it's like, you know, like Jacob's Grip does give 9% more damage, but it also comes with some pretty significant downsides. This is almost it, chat, and I do love Dulcite, but it's not quite it. See, like, this isn't perfect, and yet this would be an insane find right now, and would be, like, super, super good. So, yeah, because most parts come with a downside as well, so it's like, yeah, Jacob's Grip might give technically more damage, but it comes with downsides that will make it a little bit harder to hit the enemy consistently. Matching Grip's going to be the best, but, you know. Okay, we have to load up golf real quick. Sorry, I know the YouTube part of chat is just going to leave because they're like, I'm here for Borderlands. True. And I get that, bro. I get that. But, all right, I'm going to leak the Golf with Friends password. So everyone go all in with your channel points. TX versus Redstone Geek. Redstone notoriously has sat there and lined up the screenshots to learn every hole-in-one on some of these maps. And I haven't played this in 3 months, so I'll get the lobby started. You guys go all in with your channel points. All in, like 100%. Go all the way in on your channel points, okay? You guys understand that? It was just Candyland. All right, bro. Do I got to move this to my SSD? SSD's nuts. Got him. Molly One site is the best. Gucci, get out. Get the frick out of here. I'm a Jacob's site kind of guy. I'm Jacob's doll. I kind of like Among Us site. I don't know. I'm kind of starting to like it, you know? All right. We're going to play... I want to do random map, but also, like, half the time the random map kind of blows. Also, Redstone, no sandbagging rule. If I land in a spot where I'm right between you and the hole, how about this? We'll play honor rules. If I'm at a spot where I'm right between you and the hole, I have to shoot. And if you're in a spot where you're right between me and the hole, you have to shoot first. Because otherwise, we could just sit there forever. Okay? All right, let's see. What customize? No. How do I mode? Is it Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast must be the mode. Do you agree to that, Redstone? Okay. Okay. Let me invite you. Oh, I'm doxing all my friends. Shut up. Chat, that's crazy. Hold on. Did I see that right? Is Jolts on? No. Jolts is on Binding of Isaac. I've literally played that game before. He's always copying me, bro. All right, go over to Twitch right now. Go all in on your channel points. Literally go all in on your channel points. And for the course, Mimic, choose the course. Here's all the courses, okay? Don't pick... Actually, I'll just scroll down. You can pick any of these. Please no Space Station. Not Space Station. Not Space Station. We always get Space Station. I'll be right back. All right. Volcano, because Warrior Drop? We just did Volcano last time, too. No, I take it off the menu. No Volcano. No Space Station. There, how about that? 6.7k on you? Shout out. All right, who's ready? If Jolt's played Dark Souls 2, yeah, he's copying me, bruh. Pirate Cove? I kind of trust... Wait. Yeah, it was Toasty that called it. We're doing Pirate Cove for Toasty. All right, cool. Do I have infinite free cam? Yeah, baby. All right. Whew, that's so true. That is so true. All right, and then let me do this. Sorry, one thing. All right. Redstone, lock in. Everybody, all in your channel points. All in your freaking channel points. Let's go. And this game's annoying because there's no good place to put my camera, so I'll just disable it every round so you can see the total scores. Pirates Cove is honestly a little rough. It's not my favorite, but it's not too bad. So, it's been a little while since I played. This feels like a whole different game to me. This is like it's not even Borderlands or something. Is this literally not even Borderlands? Okay, I'm kind of scared. This is gonna like undershoot it, but this is gonna overshoot. Wait, that was almost a hole-in-one. Hold on. Imagine how fire that would have been. Okay. This one, not too bad. This one's not bad at all. Watch this. You just hit like a good, like perfect little amount, right? Imagine. Well, look at that lineup. As long as I don't let Redstone Greek hit me. Just hit one of those. Yeah, all in on me, baby. All in on me. Goodbye, Claptrap Bad. I know you're joking, but like, I'd believe you too if you did that. Chat. Guys, who remembers? Ooh. Guys, all in. You've got time. You've got time. All in. Who remembers that game when Gas was just straight up in the lead and then dropped a 14 on the last hole? What a moment. Watch this. He's got a free ball it. And then you get into like, oh, that's really bad actually. This is horrible. This is like the worst. Redstone, I'm in your head, bro. I'm in your head. Oh, this is horrible. Watch this. Sometimes you gotta take a stroke, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes he's got to take a stroke. Let's do like right there. That'll get us with a good lineup. Where's Redstone at, bro? What is this guy doing? Now. All right. Okay. You think you're pretty funny, huh? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We know where to go. We'll just get... Did he just go off the cliff or no? I guess not. Wait, what if he did though? Where is he? Ah, he's at the end. Okay. He's looking at Sabo. Okay, hold on. Do this. Watch this. Get a perfect rebound right off the corner piece. Right there. I mean, that's pretty clean. That's pretty clean. Chat, you guys ever play the mini golf on Thrillville? Thrillville off the rails? That was like my childhood, one of my childhood games. I always loved that game. No, hey, Redstone, you cannot beat me. I'm low-key pissing the cheater. Distronics, welcome. We are on a small Borderlands break. Hold on. This is Borderlands 6. Yes, correct. Most people didn't know about this DLC, but yeah, this is newly released DLC, so... All right, Redstone Doubters, where you at? All right, watch this. I've played this map so many times. I don't remember the exact lineup for this, but something about like that. Yeah, it's not. That's actually the worst. That's actually the worst possible spot I could line up. But watch this. We rebound off this wall. This wall takes us here, bounce, 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 and it's a win. It's close. It's close. It worked out mostly how I figured. Borderlands 6.7. I'm glad you're coming around to that, Vulture. 3-3, not bad, not bad. All right, this one's a little goofy goblin. But if you're able to hit like the max loader on that, loader from Borderlands. Ooh, wait, that's kind of bad actually. Look at him over there.
Welcome to the Salty Splatoon. How tough are ya?
Oh, thank you, man. Got me closer. I appreciate that. Oh, he dunked it, bro. Not really, but... Par, we take those. We take those, baby. Oh, also here. 18 to 25. Smaller number is better, chat. Smaller number is better. You think that's a rebound? Oh, that's definitely a rebound. Watch this. Your mom was a rebound for me. Oh, no. Wait. If I hit that at a more acute angle, your mom's acute angle. If I hit that at more of an acute angle. Oh, chat. Is that not the lineup? $21.27. Lower number is better, chat. Redstone's trash talking me in the chat. Look at that. Gloff, really, bro?
While you were playing golf, I was playing Gloff.
All right, this is a pretty easy sink and dink, so we just go right into the hole. Not too bad. Your points are being wasted? No, it's never over till it's over. Literally, the amount of games that... Got him. The amount of games where one player throws on the last round is kind of insane. So, because a lot of times the last rounds are set up in a way where if you do not hole in one it, you are just over, man. How did I bounce off like that? That's so bad. Wait, there's like no lineup for me here. I have to take the safety strat. That might be a jump, but I'm not going to go for the jump. Oh, this is not good, actually. Ooh, my bad. See, here goes your points, bro. You're getting them back. Hit a little 2.5. Okay. And now it's a one shot. All right, Distronics, I get it, bro. You're there with big redstone, but you don't have to be me. See, he's catching up. I took 5. Ooh. All right, chat. Take 5. Take 5. Okay, so the obvious thing to do would be to just like do a little bonk. That's not what I wanted to do. That's really not what I wanted to do. It's okay though. So now you just want to, you don't want to get too much power, but like just enough to carry you throughout the course. Ooh. Let's go. 3-3. Hello, Frame. Welcome. Bro thinks he's Fishman, or what? Okay, I think if you could just get like the lineup and the power absolutely perfect. Oh, baby. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's a co-op run. It's co-op, bro. It's cooperative. You're welcome. The power of friendship. That's right. Because remember, chat, at the end of the day, it's not about who wins or who loses or what. It's about who had the most fun. And I'm trying to make sure it's fun for everyone. This is kind of actually not very good. Ooh. It's okay. Do a little bit less power on that.
Who added cannonballs? This ain't real mini golf. Real mini golf, that's not in the rules.
Wow, thank you for your wise observations. Oh, boy. Someone in my town is light... No, you guys saw that. Someone in my town is lighting fireworks at 9 minutes on a Saturday. Well, first of all, I'm sorry that you have to use military time. See, and now it's tied up, chat. I'm getting hawked down the leaderboard. Hawk to a... Watch this. Perfect power right there. Ooh, that's really bad, actually. Okay. I'm going to be behind now because he's got a much better angle. And it's actually really bad for me right now. He didn't dink it, right? No, he's right there. Okay, and now I just hit a little bit of a jump. Skip, dude. Beautiful. 4-4. As long as I can keep it like 1-1, then we should be fine. I like Bobby Hill imitating Hank Hill when he said mini golf. That's what I do. Whoa! Nah, I can't do it. I used to be able to do a Hank Hill to at least a decent enough extent, where you'd be like, "Oh, hey, he's doing Hank Hill, I'm King of the Hill. I'm your little candy man." All right, so that friendship is over. Dude, you know what? We just need to turn off collision, bro. It's just not even fair. Please make it to the end. Nope. Ooh, bro scored a 5. Yikes. All right, watch this. I've got a pretty decent lineup on that. I just need the right amount of power. 48-49, baby.
Keep it up and we win. Keep this up and we can win.
I feel like that's not optimal. I feel like one of these is more optimal, honestly. But I've never really known. You know? Ooh, he had such a good lineup. Oh, no, nah. There's no way. We're going to be tied up here. Because I need to, like, not get launched off the map. Okay, we're tied. We're tied. Was it 58 to 58? Oh, 51, 51. Total 58. Okay. I mean, that's obvious. That's the world's easiest. What if I just full gas it? Like, what? No, no, no. Almost full gas. You want to almost full gas it. No way he hit those. Oh, no. Okay, right there. No way I hit those. No way I hit those. Hello, Sonic the Water Hog. There was a Twitch redeem for 10,000 channel points to do golf with friends. So, I believe, yeah, that's the optimal one. But it's always so hard to, like, actually... Oh, it's not even hard for someone like me. Okay, well, I got saved, so it's alright. Look at that. What, rainbow sprinkles, really? Woke off frickin' ball. What is this, Wonderlands? Chat, do I risk it all? Yes. No! No, no, no! Okay, I don't risk it. I don't risk it. We play safe. We play safe. We play safe. We play safe. But if that would have hit how I wanted it to hit, that would have been fine. Okay, just get the right amount of power to get over the wall. No, 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 no. Too much rebound. Too much rebound. Oh, he overshot that. All right, that's fine. Oh, yes. Okay.
I learned that one in geometry.
I actually dropped out during geometry. So this is just pure talent. TBH.
Bro thinks he's a thresher out there.
All right. As long as I don't throw on the last one, it's looking good for us right now. Oh, Redstone, I'm sorry for you, dude.
Question mark? Question mark?
All right, buddy. I'm getting question mark pinged right now. It's freaking League of Legends. What is your intended path? I think your intended path is either to hit it. I mean, okay, if I was you, Redstone, I would have won it just like that. That's what I would have done. All right, so it's looking... Dang, but he's still only 3 behind. Okay. What is the best course of action here? Because I could just do that. Now, I feel like going straight is the way, but you want... Yeah, you need to, like, off-center it a little bit. That's crazy. Okay, watch this, watch this. Oh my gosh, chat, you've never seen a shot like this. I mean, hey, that's decent. That's actually decent. Now, this is the one where if you fail this, it's over. What if we launch off of this directly into it? Okay, I got stopped by the wall, which is pretty good. What? I got hit by the freaking thingy? Get out. I might just screwed myself over. This is kind of a really bad spot. Okay. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Hey, Sonic, enjoy your playthrough. I think what I'm going to do is a safety strat. No, I went too far. It's now impossible to hit that. Oh, jeez. Oh, he saved me. He saved me. He saved me. Redstone just saved me so hard. Thank you, Redstone. Just the right amount of power. Okay, he needs to get a 4 to win this. Oh, we won. Sonic, who are you playing as? Well, play it out, Redstone. Play it out. Play it out. Play it out. Ooh. This a dub, chat. This a dub. Hold on. Who voted? Who channel pointed this? They gotta add YouTube points for, like, watching someone. That would actually be really interesting. Sidesweet, I think at this point, has more watch hours on my stream than probably anyone in life. Aside from maybe, like, my girlfriend. Chat, with that newest video, my parents watched it. My mom was like, I'm so proud of you. Ooh, 64 to 115. Bro thinks this is Kino der Toten. Good game, Redstone Geek. Very valiant effort. That was the last round throw in there. But you played well. You played well. You did play well. Good job. Do you remember that day? Chat, if you guys were not here, there was one specific day in which I was losing to Redstone, and then I was getting tilted. So I just kept being like, one more. Everyone lost their channel points that day. Everyone lost their channel points. Hey, Mimic, thank you for the vote. Thank you for the vote. I appreciate that. All right, Borderlands 2 back on the game. Sorry about the interruption, chat. It just had to be done. And the great thing is, Toasty, who did you bet on? Think of it, the hydrate. You bet on, you bet on Redstone. I was about to say you got your channel points back that you spent on it, but then you didn't because you didn't vote for me. Yeah. I'm not on read only, right? Wouldn't that be a little bit tragic? No, I'm not. Okay. All right, game capture, Borderlands 2. Game audio, Borderlands 2. Thinking of a Krieg or Axe, and never use them, and I'll throw in some quality of life. You know, Krieg is incredibly fun, but normal mode Krieg is not that fun, and you definitely have to lock in to play him well. As where Axton will just kind of be good just for existing, so. I was about to be like, dude, why is this level 50? Forgot we're level 50. I'm not rubbing it in. Get some Rabbles next. Yeah, we might need to do marbles. We'll do it at the end of stream, and it'll help predict, it'll help choose what our next challenge run is. And then when Mick does it next, we'll claim that he copied us, knowing full well we copied him. End of Subathon Golf was crazy. I forgot about that because all the payouts were like, people were putting in like 40K or something, and the Worms one. Oh wait, no, I threw on the Worms one. Not the Worms one, the Escapists. It's the Escapist final one where there's like the water pool. Maybe it is Worms. I think it's Escapist. Where at the end you're in like that cave and there's a water pool and then the giant ramp. And Gas was so far ahead and then I think dropped a 14 bomb. You'll gift the winner golf with your friends. What if they don't have Steam? Then by default, Toasty gets it. I know, me too, Trog. The vast majority of my points all just come from golf. Because, like in Gas's chat. Because, you know, I won't lie. I don't really watch Twitch at all. I think Gas was my most watched last year. And it was like 10 hours or something, right? Compared to like the many hundreds that he spent streaming. And yet I have like 80 or 90,000 channel points in there. And the vast majority are just from golfing. Drop 2 Kriegs on console due to how boring early game is. Yeah, it really is. He definitely thrives in TVHM or UVHM. Hey, there's your bingo square side. Anton, welcome Anton. Thank you, I appreciate that. I do. We got a Tesla, but it was level 50, right? Yes. Cody play Voodoo? It might be a Voodoo doll. Every time I, like, touch it, I feel. Like, maybe it's not, like, necessarily a Voodoo doll, but, like, I'm definitely connected in some way. I don't know. What could this mean? How would this help solve the Easter egg? That's the question, I guess. Doll Maya. Yeah. Whatever happened to Joltz's Doll Maya, chat? Fire guy or fired guy? Dude, we are so fired. Benson's so gonna fire us if we play Krieg.
I love my powers.
Mark the square, chat. Mark the frickin' square. Mark the Wahlberg, chat. Was he the one that was arrested for hate crimes? As a boy?
As a wee little boy. Oh, as a wee little boy, I was arrested on a hate crime. But, you know, we've all done it here or there, so... That was sloppy, VH. Give me that sloppy, VH. I betcha.
Ooh, I'm touching the Cody play boo boo. Nah, man, he looks too innocent. Come on, man.
Don't fetishize my culture.
Stay still.
Like six or seven different actors, yeah. Thank you, Anton. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Saving up for bingo right now, but I'm only at 50k, so it might be a while. Maybe we gotta just start doing more gambas, and then we'll add a bingo at 100k here. But then people will be like, oh, you stole that. But it's like, bro, I'm the one who freaking invented bingo on this game, okay? Actually, no. That's kind of not true. I was just the first person to make a video about it. But Mopey's been doing loot rando bingo for like 12 years now, so... Thank you, Dropsy.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit niche. You might not have heard of me because I'm kind of niche. I'm just like kind of fit a niche.
Guys, people who say niche, you freak me out. So when Rabbles, do you really want Rabbles that bad? Redstone, do you really want Rabbles that bad? Can I open Rabbles while on this game? Because we could just put it in the corner. Like people who GIF.
Dude, my son sent me this funny GIF the other day.
14 subs? Let's go. Wait, you are actually building up your empire. And now that you know how to separate audio, it's gonna get a whole lot better. Yeah, keep me underground, chat. Keep me underwater. Because... you know... Who the heck says niche, bro? My dad does. And I'm like, Dad, we gotta put you in the home. Chat, would you guys still love me if I was a worm? First of all, one in the chat. Second question, would you guys still love me if I grew beyond normal popularity, grew an ego, decided to swap to an ego streamer, or a political streamer, and also made sure to just act like I don't know any of you? 3 in the chat if you would. What kind of worm? Taper inch? Ring. I wouldn't love you as a worm because you wouldn't love me as a blue. That's different. That's just different, though. Redstone, you know that's not the same. Chat, would you guys love me if I was president? Not, like, a current or priorly existing president, like myself as president. I don't think I could run a country. But... does he know, chat? Wait, chat, does he know? Wait, chat, does he freaking know? Does he know that the blues just got him right there? The corrosive blues sniper?
Deport all the blues.
Out of bounds. Yeah, out of bounds law incoming. No, literally, chat, if I was president, I'd be so tyrannical, dude. Like, why am I checking that? Everyone that, like, says that I was out of bounds on that video, I would see too has jail time. You guys seen that post? It was like, what would you do if you're president? It was like, I'd send you to hell. And I was like, what the frick was that about? Hold on. I'm tabbed out for a second. Oh my gosh. I don't even have marbles updated, bro. Is it a big update? And I'm going to get copywritten for the marbles music. Dude, I feel like I'm getting Mandela. I get gaslit all the time. Why is it actually updating so slowly, by the way? Was this a 12 gigabyte update? I get gaslit every day of my life. Okay? And here's an example. During the first subathon where I was really here for Gas Mask, okay? During the first subathon where I spent a lot of time here, every day he would play marbles, and every day he had to go through and copyright, like fix the copyright claim on marbles due to the default marbles on stream song. Then recently, or it wasn't necessarily recent, but like a month or two ago, I was talking about it because he was running a marbles, and I was like, oh man, well, there goes your monetization. And he's like, what are you talking about, dude? It's like, you know, like how you got demonetized every time. And I was like, I don't remember that. Like, you did it every day. You literally, it was a daily ritual for you. You got copywritten more than you brushed your teeth that subathon, dude. He was like, no, I don't remember that happening, dude. Did that happen? Like with that one, like the like marbles rap song? Like, no, with like the default marbles song. Like, that didn't happen, dude. It's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. No, in the Garnet, gaslighting too, bro. The Garnet has been gaslighting me. Saying Hector's Paradise and Little Evie are both, should be in C tier. Because they're locked to shock and just worse than like the equivalents. Like a Umbridge is better than the Little Evie, right? But then he goes and tells me that the Storm should be B tier. I'm getting gaslit. I have no clue, Devil. No clue. Told the girl, if you're a worm, I drill a hole in my skull and put you in my brain. Wow. Bro thinks he's Sykkuno with the Riz. What? I'll be sure to keep my girl safe from you. Do you think the Blues listen to blues music? They listen to Slipknot Kill the Blues. It's sort of like a self-sabotage type thing. That's a lot of money when he's got a wild cannon. My mom's a wild cannon. Whoever threw that, your mom's a blue. Top 3 alpha male in BL2. I would say when Piston cheats and does the out of bounds. When Piston goes out of bounds, let's say that was pretty alpha. I would say when Handsome Jack pretty much kills his daughter in a way. That was base. And let's see, what else? And that guy in the bar who says that hung joke to Moxie. He's my idol. Super idol. Reference? Posted elite ball knowledge in general. This better be defending the Hector's Paradise. If it's not, then I'm banning you from the server, by the way. So, let's see. Elite ball knowledge in general. Where? What is that, a Bakugan? What the heck is that, boy? Boy, what is that? Okay, wait, let me see. Does this work? Yes or no? Hold on. Something crazy might be happening, and my computer might crash because I had to downgrade my RAM by 48 gigabytes. Crazy. Freckled Frog, welcome. Is it the best game ever created? Maybe. Do I make teriyaki chicken or burgers tonight for dinner? I like teriyaki chicken sounds better to me right now. Gas mask lighting, exactly. Speaking of gas mask lighting, chat. His lighting just feels like it's always cooked. I don't know. Oh, wait, is this actually working? Hold on. This is gonna be so bad, by the way. Let's see. This is so stupid. Okay. Window capture. How do I close that out? How do I do this? Okay. Should work. So So we'll do a little bit of 2 marbles in the corner because Cody plays. Redstone Geek really, really wants marbles. He's just trying to give away money at this point, which, I mean, fair. I appreciate that. Hold on, let's kill this guy, though. That was a Battleborn figurine? My bad, bro. Why does bro have the Battleborn figurine? I just died to Pete in frickin' normal mode, practically. All right, what's a good escape rate on the map? How do you do this? Map name? You like filter it. How do you filter? What? Oh, just click this. Average time. We'll go by average time. We'll get a well, those are the world records. How do you know the average time? Oh, no. Average time. I see. We'll throw up a 5 minute. No, we'll throw up this 4 minute. Marble Centariar. How do I know the death count? If I click this, does it just open it? Max Racers 500. How do you know what's like the death ratio? You can't hear, but it's going kind of crazy right now. I guess we'll do this one. All right, chat. If you want a chance for Redstone Geek to purchase you a copy of Golf with Friends, you'll have to come over here. Oh, dude, my computer, the 16 gigs of RAM is feeling this. Let me tell you. It's loading extremely slowly, so let's kill this guy. This is the real Garnet Anarchist, yes. PS4 came with Battleborn? Bro. What? Really? I didn't know there was ever a time that they were like, oh, what should we package with the PlayStation? Why are you using 16 gigs? Because my RAM broke. I spent 10 hours trying to fix everything I could, praying it wasn't the RAM. It was unironically a quicker and cheaper method for me to go to the store and buy a new motherboard and do 2 motherboard swaps before deciding it was the RAM, and it was in fact the RAM. So I had to go from 64 gigs that I paid in September. I paid about $200 to $250 for. Maybe $280 if we're really being generous. To having to spend $220 for 16 gigs of RAM. So that was pretty cool. But they gotta nerf this guy pretty bad. It was every stick I had, yeah. That's why I'm so confused, because both of my 32 gig sticks just don't work anymore. Dude, is it still loading the Marbles map? Oh, no, it's here, but it's just not updated on window capture. What? Okay, what if I do that? That's a window inside a window. My bad. Marbles on stream. What? Why can't you guys see it? Why is it doing that? Because if it won't show it, then we would have to tab out and manually play this game. And I don't want to do that. I want you guys to be able to see Marbles on stream while I play Borderlands. How would I... Why is it doing that? Maybe if I just, like, start up a new window capture. Maybe if I just clutter my sources even more with more window captures, it'll actually fix the issue. Select window to capture. Marbles on stream. Bro, it's cooked. I guess there's just no way. Swap to marbles only? Tell you what, we'll do marbles at the end of stream. Will that make you happy? We'll do marbles at the end of stream. If that'll bring you joy. Bro hated Overwatch so much, he swapped to Battleborn. That's crazy. Might not be here for the end of stream. We're not going to go too much longer. Well, I think we're just going to get the kid in and then call it a day. Wait, what if we got something crazy? So if you'll be here, I mean, if you have time to watch the stream, you have all day. Let's be honest here.
Now introducing the barbarian, the beautiful, the most buxom sponsor of the history of Pandora,
Super Idol. Yep, thanks Obama for the frickin' RAM prices, by the way.
Thanks for the sale. So, you want what's in the vault?
And given how tragically long it's been since I ran my own fighting ring, I want
Cultist, what lane do you main?
I I think it's time you and I became partners. With benefits. Head back to the main crater and
Sup?
we'll talk
You support?
strategy.
Can you even play BL4 with 16 gigs? I genuinely don't think so. I really don't. Not 100% sure, but I don't think so. So I don't know what to do. I'm going to try and see if... It claims there's a lifetime warranty on this, like, Team Force RAM or whatever. And I'm hoping that that is true. Because if it's not, then I'm down the equivalent of $800. Even though it didn't cost me $800 at the time, it would be the equivalent of $800. Can I save quit here? Play BL4 with 16 and it's all right. Do you also stream? That does definitely have an effect. Battleborn, I feel, died really quick. Yumi bought Rel Top, swap them. I remember one of the first Clash tournaments I did, Cultist, every time I play Clash, it's with the worst players of all time. It was a Tryndamere one trick who anytime you're like, hey, I feel like this is pretty good on Trynd, he was like, no, it's not. Trust me, I played Tryndamere a bunch. It's definitely not good. And he just kept going on about how easy of a win his lane would be every game because he played Tryndamere and he knows how to play Tryndamere so well. And then he lost to Yumi top. So. BL4 stream and host a little marbles. Yeah, I kind of like that. We get a little marble on. Overwatch came out at the same time and it killed it off. Did Paladins came out right after Overwatch as well, right? And then they were like, look, instead of a pig with a hook and a shotgun, it's a turtle with a hook and a cannon. Smed, welcome. I'm not a huge fan of BL3, but also I think like on a more objective standpoint, it's a really good game. You know, for me, it's like C tier personally in terms of how much I enjoy it, but I think it's an A tier game. Solid A, good A, like high A probably. See, I really like how with Borderlands 4, I like purchased all of the parts for this setup for like the deliberate reason of being able to run the game, and then like I just feel like I can't. Also, I went to the wrong place. I just feel like I can't because the game runs so poorly. So shout out to Paladins. I always felt like Paladins was just ugly Overwatch, and then they were like, it's a battle royale. It's like, who plays this? I know streamers played it for a little while, but I feel like all the other battle royales were just kind of better, no? As a top Smite 1 player, your LOL terms mean nothing to me. Bro probably means Aphrodite, bro. Bro's playing Cupid or something. I love Smite, though. Not playing it. I've always been bad at Smite, and I never cared for it after when I first tried to get into it, in which I didn't understand what feeding was, so I think I was like 23 deaths on like Thor or something like that. My friend was like, dude, you keep feeding and you're giving them more money, and I just didn't understand it, so I just kept trying to like kill them. It was really bad. But Smite I love for the fact that like with a lot of games they'll do like a collab that kind of makes sense. Smite is like, here's Zeus, here's Aphrodite, here's Slipknot. Literally Slipknot crossover. And it's like, I'm not complaining, but like, where'd that one come from? Getting like 90 FPS with my 3080, so much better than it was, bro. What settings are on? Because I literally, chat, for what I have, I should not have to be on lowest settings with DLSS set to performance in order to hit 144 FPS consistently. Genuinely. My favorite Greek god, Slipknot, that's right. Dude, Rainbow Six, it got so unserious, bro. In the beginning of Rainbow Six, it was like tactical, Tom Clancy, Rainbow Six. And then now it's really bad in terms of that. And then dude, they kind of did the Minecraft where they started like overcomplicating things and like adding either a bunch of very specific abilities that either trample over the effects of other abilities or are just like too niche to ever use. And then they also started getting, like, more and more ridiculous with the gadgets, where in the beginning of the game, it was, like, high-tech-ish, but it was still, like, mostly modern. So it was, like, a heartbeat sensor through the wall, or being able to scan for objects, setting up traps, setting up ADSs, setting up, you know, this and that, armor plates. And then as they went on, it's like, you can create a hologram that can run through anything and won't take damage. However, if your hologram ends up dying, you immediately are located to their position, blah, blah, blah. And even back when it was like Alibi and Maestro, even that was kind of the start where it was like, holograms? Okay, I guess that's fine. Well, where are we going with this? And then it just gets worse and worse, where it's like, there's the one girl, shout out, in the wheelchair who, it's like she just sends in like robots to go do it, and it's like, what happened? And then you've just got like 2B and Pickle Rick. Medium and high with balanced DLSS? Bro, I guess I'm just doing it wrong. The Poseidon Slipknot skin was so peak. Alright. I'll just save quit. Favorite game outside of Borderlands? I just saw you said that. Favorite game outside of Borderlands? I don't know. It's really impossible for me to say like favorite games. I just go on rotation, you know? It's like this month I'm playing X game, next month I'm playing X game. Recently I've been having the thing where like I just hop on games for 5 minutes and I'm like, this is just not even fun. Video games aren't fun. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know if I'm just like low energy, depressed or something like that. But my favorite games outside of Borderlands, love Terraria, always have. All the FromSoft games are, I probably have, if you combine all the FromSoft games, they're probably my most played games of all time. Maybe less than Borderlands, maybe a little bit less than Borderlands, but still like very, very high amount of time. I mean, my all-time GOAT is Donkey Kong Country 2 and Donkey Kong 64. But like Donkey Kong Country 2 is like, it's my all-time favorite for so many reasons. And yet, it's not like a game that I'd go back and play. If you're like, you can only play one game for the rest of your life, I wouldn't choose that. I know. Games, I don't know. Like, and it sucks because I literally will be like, man, all I want to do is play a video game right now. And then I hop on video game, 3 minutes. This is boring. I hate this game. Hop on game, 10 minutes. This is boring. I hate this game. Hop on game for, 10 minutes again. This is boring. I hate video games. Which is why I like streaming so much, because it makes games so much more fun, because like I get to interact with you guys on top of it, and I already enjoy it, but it just makes it feel like there's more of a purpose to it, I guess. Rainbow Six also added a bunch of Valorant skins and a weapon inspect. No, I recently got on. I hadn't played since before Siege. I'm telling you, Rainbow Six is like the only game where it just gets worse every update, at least for me. Literally, I got on for the first time after Siege. There was not a single change I liked. Like, it looks worse. Visually, it looks worse. They overdid the lighting and the audio. I didn't notice. The audio still sucked. It's still Rainbow Six audio. The lighting looks worse in every map, and only like half the maps even changed. For some reason, they made it so... And this is the worst choice ever. It used to be that there was a ban phase, right? And the ban phase would occur at the beginning of the game. You could ban, I think, 2 characters per team. Now, you do the first ban phase before the first round. And then after the first round, you do the next ban phase. And then after the round, you do the next ban phase. So if on first round, the enemy is running Pulse because there's a Pulse 1 trick, and then you die to him, I'll just ban him out. We'll just ban him. How about that? Like, imagine if in Overwatch, after every point, it was like, okay, you can now just ban out another character. So if their Widow 1 trick is doing really well, it's like, well, you're gone. Bye. And it's so bad, and it slows down the pace so much, because before it was like, here's a 1-minute ban phase. Now it's like, here's a 1-minute ban phase, then another 1-minute ban phase, then another 1-minute ban phase. It feels like Rainbow Six knows exactly how to reduce your playtime, bro. Increase the amount of time you spend looking at a menu, and decrease the amount of time you spend actually playing the game. It's so bad. And then they changed the colors from the iconic Rainbow Six, like bright blue and orange for the teams, to the not iconic, like dark, unsaturated, ugly brightness turned down blue and red. And it just looks worse. It feels worse. All of the guns feel worse because they went over like the giant nerf of everything, and like ADS overall is just nerfed hardcore. What was so great about Rainbow Six, part of what was so great, is that it was the best way to play was to play tactically and slow. And yet, if you were really, really good and you were like one of the cracked Ashmans, you can just sprint through and just like out-frag. But then they like nerfed the ability to out-frag, and even though I wasn't the one to do that, it's like I still want them to be able to do that. If he's that good at the game, I want him to be able to do that and show that. And I can continue to sit on a one pixel angle. And then there's just so many other changes when I was playing where I was like, this is just literally not fun, dude. Like, I hated playing it, and it felt overstimulating too. I don't know. I don't know if you guys play Rainbow Six, but I feel like it got worse after X, and I literally feel like the game has continued to go downhill for the past, like, probably 5 or 6 years. It just felt like changes for the sake of it. I get that a lot to just starting and stopping games, and I can't really do much solo play anymore outside of story games. Yeah, I don't know, and I'm like craving like something deep, but also at the same time, I'm like, well, I don't want to get into an 800-hour playthrough of like a single-player game. So, like, I don't even know what to play, bro. So off stream, I really haven't been playing many games. I'm like, maybe I got a dopamine detox or something like that. Yo, CS though, CS is one of those games where I kind of feel like it just gets better, honestly. CS very rarely gets worse. Exactly, Aimcon. It definitely makes it more fun. But yeah, no, so my games are on rotation, was the way to answer all of that. My sister used to play it, moved to the finals a few years ago. Yeah, it just feels worse and worse and worse every time, man. And like, I don't know if I'm crazy because I've seen like, I've looked up like Rainbow Six X, whatnot, and a lot of people are like, oh yeah, it's better. It's like, where's the better at, bro? Where's the better? Because I feel like what always intrigued me about the game is you can do so many things. There's so many different playstyles, and yet all of the gadgets and stuff are like simple enough that you can understand it without having to like really play the character and get really in depth on the character. They all fulfilled their own specific purposes. They never felt like they were stomping on each other. And then like the closest you had was like Doc versus Rook and choosing which one was which. And I don't know, it just got worse. They keep removing... dude, how many times have they given the MP5K on defense, the ACOG, and then removed it again? Just choose, man. Just choose. And then you combine all of that with the fact that the only people that still play Rainbow Six Siege are like the pro players that have been playing it for 20 years. And it's like, you can't hop onto a casual game because there's no casual game. And quick play feels horrible. This is like this actually ruined the game for me. Because I am an unranked player most of the time. I play ranked sometimes. I'm not super good though. But I'm mostly an unranked player, okay? Out of my like... I think technically I have like 1,000 hours on the game. Majority of my time is on unranked because it feels a lot more competitive. It gives a long, fulfilling game every match. You get the benefits, like the ban phase. However, you know, it's not super sweaty. People are a lot worse generally. You're not playing in rank, right? And then quick play is the one that I would always avoid because it's like, you hop in half the time, you're halfway through losing. You play 3 rounds and call it a day, right? Except now, with the new ban phase system, where it's like one phase, call it, one phase, call it, one phase, call it, one phase, call it, it feels genuinely so bad to play that I don't want to play unranked, but I don't want to play quick play. I cannot stand the new ban system, and like everyone's just really good now because it's just one of those games where like literally the only people that still play it are the people that are really good at it. You know what I'm saying? Hydrate. I got you, bro.
I'm so glad you could make it. I'm gonna
Disco Elysium. That's the game with like the cool art style, right?
out of your corpse.
Have so many games started, but now I don't remember anything. It's not fun and hard. Dude, I have so many games started that I've just never beaten. It's amazing. Maybe I'll think about it. Maybe I'll think about giving it a try. I have so many games started that I'm like, you know, at least 50% of the way through, and yet I just have never beat. It's kind of rough, honestly. And then I always just like, I don't know what it is, but something in my brain always does this, where like I'll gain a hobby, and then like just forget it exists for like prolonged periods of time, and then it's like I just never end up finishing it or like continuing it because I literally forget that it existed in the first place, right? Like one thing I just remembered, like I was going on this Paper Mario kick where it was like every single day I was loading up Paper Mario and I was like, this is the best turn-based RPG of the 21st century, right? And then I just forgot about it one day, and then months and months later I was like, hold on, I'm literally like 80% done with my Paper Mario playthrough. Why did I quit? Oh no. Ah. You know what, Toasty, I'm a clinker, as they say. I liked when I got called a clinker in Borderlands 4 by the enemy. That was epic. You know, okay, I don't know why. I really don't run into many cheaters at all in CS2. Here's the anti-cheat, okay? You guys want to know the anti-cheat secret for Counter-Strike? Don't queue up Dust 2. Almost every time that I get a cheater, it's Dust 2. Occasionally, it'll be Mirage. Occasionally, it'll be Mirage. But I never see cheaters outside of that. Because I'm just not good enough. They definitely changed the ranking system, though, at some point. Because for, like, my whole life, it was always just, like, Silver 4. And then I had got it on and ranked on a few maps. And every time it was, like, Gold Nova or higher. So I don't know what they did, but they made me feel good about myself. Okay, I was hoping Sweet Release. Like, I was hoping to get that guy down, so then I'd hit, like, a crazy Sweet Release type angle. Italy cheaters? Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? Don't have 30k elo. Does it get... Well, I guess that's true. It probably gets worse as the elo goes up. Because that's where, like, the cheaters have gotten to. I guess you just have to be bad. If you're bad like me, then, like, there's no issue. She's having the thing where she can't be slagged, I think. Oh, maybe she got slagged. Maybe the 40 kill dude was just really good, you know? Just having the game of his life. Honestly, this is one of the worst fights in the game, and I'm really glad it did not become a raid boss. Wait, I have a rocket. I have a rocket. Come on. Hello, Strawberry. I know, right? I don't. It's doing pretty well. I know, Toasty, but I also knew that I could just refund it. But the thing is, okay, here's the thing. My symptoms, Toasty, were symptoms that, like, could have... Oh, hey, she died. Were symptoms that could have technically been a whole myriad of things. And I was like, dude, I do not want to spend $200 on RAM right now. So I tried my best to not have that happen. I've not played Clear Obscure. No. If you're talking about Motor Mama, no, Vulture. Game loses you or the other way around. Just think about the amount of times the game was fun, even if you didn't finish it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird. But I do wish that I enjoyed gaming as much as I did, like, when I was younger. I just don't. Even though, like, I have the free time for it. Mostly. It's like, I don't know. My premiere rating? I don't know. I got a friend that's gone scammed on CS twice. The first time he got a knife and a pair of gloves that was worth $300, and the second time it was those new $40 weapon charms. How did the CS crash, it didn't, like, raise the price of pretty much everything, but it lowered the price of knives. So, like, didn't someone lose, like, $1 million, technically, overnight? Because like the effective value, which just hurts so bad. Okay, we actually need to level up before we take this mission. Okay, quick XP, because I don't care to finish this DLC. Let's go kill Turkey one time. Or we could kill Tinder Snowflake. Hold on. Good idea. All the BL2 DLCs don't have many legendaries. No, they do not. No, they do not. The most are in Fight for Sanctuary, but they're not even unique. They're all just swaps. Oh, this is still 34. Okay. So, actually, that's not going to be good XP. I mean, I guess we could just do it normally then. I don't want to do that. King Bong, yeah. You're chopped, buddy. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. The Torgue DLC is the worst DLC in Borderlands 2. I said it, and I'm not afraid to say it. The Torgue DLC is the worst DLC in Borderlands 2. And if I had to get rid of any DLC in the game, I would get rid of Torgue DLC. Now, assuming that getting rid of Fight for Sanctuary would unbug the game and would take us back down to 72, I would remove that one instead. But, you know, under these circumstances, it would just be that the content of the DLC itself is gone. Okay, well, okay. I wasn't talking about headhunters. I would remove the Moxie headhunter, okay? Let's get that clear. Out of the main DLCs. Okay. Let me add more caveats to this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you acting like Son of Craw is the worst? Hold on. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, Buster. I bet you don't even know how to drive an 18-wheeler. We just get the skin? No. Okay. Chat, have we... Speaking of skins, have we gotten... How many skins have we gotten today? Have we gotten 4? Can someone look back? Do we have 4 skin? So Fight for Sanctuary, when it came out, Demon, it came out with some issues. For one, it raised the max level from level 72 OP8 to level 80 OP10, which nobody asked for. It adds multiple hours to the XP grind. It significantly reduces your total amount of, like, different builds, considering you can kind of just spec into everything now. It made you do 2 more Digi Peak runs, which are the almost exact same. In fact, I think they are the exact same as OP8. It's just you do it again, and then one more time. It made it so everyone had to refarm all of their perfect gear that they had already farmed for. It made Hyperius and Veracitus both have doubled HP over what they're supposed to. So, like, actually glitched it out, right? And it also added a ton of items that are just straight up, like, power crept to all hell. Look at the difference between the Kerbalaster, which was a pretty good item, and the Peak Opener, which is like, if someone were to say, like, oh, I think the #1 best gun in the game is the Peak Opener, I would have a few disagreements, but I'd be like, no, that's totally fair, though. Like, that is absolutely fair to say that. So that is all the stuff that Fight for Sanctuary did. And I have more issues with it, too, because, like, it used to be that if you wanted to farm tubbies, there was, like, 9 different methods to farm tubbies. It was like, okay, so if you want to farm tubbies, you can go to the Dust. You can do a Dust run. You can do the Hollowed Hollow. You can do Arid Nexus, Badlands. You can do Arid Nexus, Boneyard. You can do Frostburn Canyon. And a lot of those were like, oh, you can do Frostburn and do that and get a Hellfire. Or you can go to the Dust, go through there, farm the Dust, and get like a Nukem or a Lyuda or a Buruk. And it was very fun. It was fun farms. And then now it's like, oh, where's the best tubby farm? Fight for Sanctuary. It's like, oh, what about if I want to... It's like, no, Fight for Sanctuary is, like, definitively by far the #1 tubby farm. It's not even remotely close. Which is like, it's good that it's easier to get the class mods, but at the same time, it just really reduced the variety. And before it was like, oh, where should I world drop farm? And it's like, oh, World Drop Farm the train. World Drop Farm a raid boss if you can insta-kill it. World Drop Farm, you know, certain red chests. Like, farm the red chest at the end of Heroes Pass. Do X and Y. And now it's like, oh, where do I World Drop Farm? Uranus. It's like, well, okay, what if I don't want to do that, though? Like, is there somewhere, like, more fun than that? It's like, Hatterax. And it's not even close, because, like, if you were to try and World Drop Farm, like, Pyro Pete, I would say 1 in every, like, 10 kills you'll get a legendary. As we're with Hatterax, you will get a legendary every single kill. And you will get the peak opener every single kill, which is arguably the #1 weapon in the entire game. The actual content of the DLC is totally fine. The gameplay is, it's the hardest in the game, outside of like Digipeak and stuff, but it's fun. I think that a lot of the items, even if they are just power creep, they serve a purpose. They're interesting. There's the Nirvana, which is literally just a Hellfire with a different skin. There's no stat difference in any capacity. But there are some cool items where it's like, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, no, it's I mean, it's fine by itself. You know, where is this at? Is this poster all the way in here? Probably. Oh, wait. Or is that the one that's like, yeah, it's down there. Okay. I'm glad I didn't go in there. The gameplay's fun. The bosses are relatively fun. I don't like the Hector fight. It's a little imbalanced, I would say. Combat is fine. The story is fine. The side missions are pretty fun. You get to see Butt Stallion again, which is pretty cool. But she can't drop gemstone weapons. Chat, do we farm a Vladof Anarchist on this playthrough? If we do, what we can do is we can just read only our Iridium, set the game to like 32 times speed, and then just do it that way. Put the new snipers on. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Did we get multiple or just one? I think it's just the corrosive one, right? Yeah. I don't think we got anything else though. I think I bugged out my guns. Oh, we're good. Yeah, I don't know. Fight for Sanctuary though, like if you were to, even if you kept everything the same, but you got rid of the level up, like if you got rid of the new max level and the glitch raid bosses, I think it'd be a fine DLC. I think people would not really complain about it too much, and they'd be like, yeah, this is pretty good. Kitten is Vladof, yes. Unless I'm crazy. I hope not, because we just went through all this effort for it. Alright, so read-only enabled, farm, and let's get this fire kitten. I'll say go with any prefix that's not wild.
A picture's worth 1,000 words, or in your case,
Oh wait, or Swift, the bad one.
1,000 times.
What does Swift do?
Like what you see?
Wait, no, because it's not the hail. Is this a good one? Yo, Trog, is this a good kitten? Drop it in the comment section down below. It's fire with an accessory. I think Swift is actually fine on this. Wait, this is the best one I could have ever gotten. If you completed Kleptocurrency, yeah, at that point, it would be quicker to restart UBHM, go back through, and unlock the farm than it would be to farm anything else. It's the box prefix. I think this is good. It's good. It's good. Bullet speed. It's bullet speed and fire rate, right? Read only disabled. And farm counter gone. All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to clear out Southern Shelf just to see what our damage is going to look like in UBHM. Do you like TD or shotguns? No. No, not at all, actually. Wait, what? Since I started in the DLC, watch this. I wonder if I can like reselect, go to TBHM, teleport to Southern Shelf, and then go back to UBHM. The highest frame rate accessory, perfect. Strawberry, we already are friends. Remember, we're parasocial. How do, your OP levels will stay, Demon. Your OP levels do stay. You know, I appreciate that you get a pretty significant weapon swap speed bonus when playing in UVHM. That is quite nice on the part of the developers. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. Wait, that's without slag, by the way. Slag is optional, chat. You know, I get why people make the argument that, like, you don't need slag. But it's major sandbagging if you don't. Mick, why do you raid... Mick. Why do you raid when I'm literally about to end stream? Okay, we'll go slightly... We'll kill Captain Flint, and then we are ending stream, okay? But we are on Vladof Maya. Welcome, raiders. Okay, chat. Mick's chat, Thunderball Fist or Hector's Paradise? I mean, and I'm not asking Mick because I already know Mick's opinion. Because I've been gaslit, chat. I've been gaslit repeatedly in this community to believe that the Thunderball Fist is better than Hector's Paradise. That, you know, that's a good point, Mick. You did raid as you ended stream, too. That's weird. Why did you do that? Okay, wait. Kitten or Heartbreaker? I choose Heartbreaker, but the Kitten's good, too. Look at this, chat. You don't even need slag. This is what Mick plays on, by the way, when he does his challenges. Crazy. Baby mode. I'm kidding, of course, Mick. I know, but people are telling me it is, dude. People are unironically telling me that the Thunderball Fist is better than Hector's Paradise. I'm like, in what world? Maybe in a world where the enemy was standing still. Oh my gosh, Harry Grab, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. Maybe in a world in which you were playing and every enemy stood still every single time, okay? And the enemy always stood still. Then yes, the Thunderball Fist might be able to do slightly more damage. Mick with the 13, with the Prime sub too. Thank you so much for your one and only Prime sub. I genuinely appreciate that so much. Shout out Tubby J for giving you a full year and then dipping. But, you know. Anyway, if they couldn't move, sure, maybe Thunderball Fist. But it's like either A, you shoot them with a direct hit, and it does less damage than the Hectors would do, and you don't do any damage with it. But you get the grenade splash, so I guess accent players are just super happy about that. Thank you for the hydrate. Or alternatively, you predict the shots, and then you get pure splash that is also underwhelming.
A pleasure to meet you, Vault Hunter. I am Sir Hammerlock.
It's literally alpha propaganda. No, we've been going over tier lists in my Discord server, !Discord, and I've been getting gaslit so hard, dude. Shout out Garnet Anarchist 3. I've been the biggest shill for him for a long time. I recommend you go sub to his channel. But he's been gaslighting me, dude. Because he was like, the little Eevee is C tier, and the Hector's Paradise is C tier. The Hornet's A, though. And I'm like, hold on. And he's like, well, the damage potential of the Hornet is higher. And I'm like, yes, only against loaders. But if you're fighting literally anything else, the Hornet's just not going to be good. And this is at OP10 he's talking about. The Hornet's just literally not going to be good against anything else. So then it's like, are we basing it only off of, like, you're fighting that one specific armor type with the weapon, right? But I'm like, okay, I can see where he's coming from. It's not how I would do my tier list, but I get it. He's saying, like, if you are under optimal circumstances, how good are these weapons, right? So Hornet gets an A tier. Then he says Hector's Paradise and Little Eevee are C tiers because they're locked to shock. And I'm like, you're absolute lunatic. That's just not even true, okay? Even if it was true that they, like, were bad, you'd still be a lunatic. But, like, I get what you're saying, but C tier is crazy. Put it at least in B tier. Then, after saying that they deserve C tier, he says that he thinks the Storm should be B tier. And I'm like, bro, your zero bias is showing right now, okay? Out of all the shock-locked weapons to call B tier, why is it the Storm? You are crazy. Hello, CISO. True. Wait, CISO, you're actually right. Hold on. You're actually right about that. Wait, that's actually true. Anyway, his tier list is just different than mine ranking-wise, but I'm still getting gaslit by his own rules of the tier list. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about right now? But I will say, I fought tooth and nail to get some of them as high. And to put it into perspective, so he was saying that the Hector's Paradise and Lil Eevee are C tier. You know what else we have in C tier right now? The Seeker and the Bearcat. For context, there is no way Hector's is as low. I love the Bearcat. There is no way that Hector's is as low as the Bearcat or the Seeker, bro. What I did learn, though, I was doing some testing, and on Axton, okay, who doesn't receive any bonuses from the Seeker or the Bearcat has a significantly quicker kill by like 30 or 40 seconds at OP10. I was very surprised by that, actually. I didn't think it would be as far ahead, so shout out to the Bearcat. Granted, it was like minutes behind other items, but, you know. Chat, is the kitten broke? See, I never know how to feel about the kitten. Because it's really good, but also I feel like so many times that I use it, I'm like, it's alright. I don't know. I think it's a non-OP level type weapon. Maybe. Because like right now it's crazy good, but even when I use it on my Krieg, I'm always a little bit like, I'd be better off with something else. A tier fun-wise on the Storm, bro. I never used the Storm and been like, man, I'm having fun.
I should probably clarify. The diamond horse I've been telling you about.
Don't dish it if you can't. Oh, talking about strawberry, bro. That's just strawberry's thing. It's all about the one-sided relationship. Okay, wait. Mixed chat though. Mixed chat. Here's the real question. What tier do you give Sweet Release, chat? What tier do you give Sweet Release from F to S? Think about it. Think about everything about it. Keep in mind it's % missing health, and it aggroes all enemies. What do you put it at? I give it solid B. Wait, that's so true. B for bad. True. Okay, I will say the one thing about the Storm that I will give it is that if you are sudden death mode, the YouTuber, and you happen to be running the Storm on Krieg with Fuel the Blood and are willing to calm swap after your one Fuel the Blood kill, and you also happen to have the Grog Nozzle for a double drunk stack, the Storm can be pretty good. Yes, Cowboy Dano, that's the skill. Yes. Every time I get excited every time I get a torrent because I can't read. You get excited every time you get because it's not. What are you saying? I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna attempt it. Over 521. I'm sorry, bro. It's cooked. Krieg can use everything better, but let's be honest. There are. I don't like that argument. Because people will also make that argument if you're like, oh, this is really good on Sal. Like, the little Eevee on Sal goes kind of crazy, and I didn't know that. I tested it out, though, and I was like, wait, it was, I cleared out Bloodshot past 1Y, right? Assassin 1Y. And if I'm not mistaken, it was about 30 seconds slower than a Deepa. And I was like, hold on. Why is this kind of cooking right now? But it's the same thing as like, well, everything's good on Sal. It's like, yes, but there are things that are extra good on Sal, okay? And while it is true that Krieg can make everything good, it is also true that Krieg has special synergies, such as the fact that all of the Storm's Teslas happen to do grenade damage, and he does happen to have a up to 200% grenade damage boost. And has very good swap speed to use the Grog to full effect. And etc. and etc. Also, chat, go all in on that Gamba. Most you could lose is 100%. Most you could gain upwards of 200,000%, varying depending on the outcome and amount input. No, it's honestly insane because I'm pretty sure that the grenade damage of the Teslas, Akasha, I'm pretty sure the grenade damage is like 2.7%, like 6.7% or something like that. Very, very low. So it's not even like high enough for it to work on that character. And then it's shock locked on top of that. It's rough. That isn't to say you can't make it usable, especially in OP0. That's not to say that you can't make it usable, but it's tough, you know? It's tough. You will not catch me defending the bonus package? Why are we talking about the bonus package here? Chat, BP or meteor shower? Is the meteor shower not just a slightly better BP? I think it has more child grenades and more damage. Although, I've heard that the spread of the meteor shower like goes out further. I don't know if that's true. My 6-7 jokes bring you so much joy. And that's the audience I'm culminating. Wait, is the kitten the most broken item in Borderlands, by the way? I don't use it enough. Meteor shower goes off twice, so it's just like way better. Torg Maya, rest in peace. It's back there with Doll Maya. Hey, but we're using the #1 skill on Maya, according to McWiggle, which is kinetic reflection. And you will notice that I do not take any damage, ever. As long as it's up. In fact, I am healing for all the damage. Wait, what? It's only at 9 out of 5. Oh, because I have the kitten. Duh. Dude, why am I healing with this gun? I remember one time I thought my Borderlands like was modded or something because every time I shot there was like a blue effect, and I was so scared that like I got hacked that I save quit my game, and then I learned amp shields do that. A 6-7, thank you, Waffle Giraffe. You are so base. I should get one. I should get an emo. We do have Cody play Boo Boo though, so our little guy, our little guy. Yeah, bro thinks he's mysterious or what? Oh, we have a new Tesla. What am I, a rich Californian? Got him! Got him! Me self-driving my Tesla? Well, not me. My Tesla self-driving so I can play Borderlands 2 bingo. On Borderlands 2. The game. Wait, but we do fire damage, so like how are we supposed to use this against Captain Flynn? Hey, the Neogenator? Top tier. Nobody, I feel like not enough people use the Neo or the Evo, for that matter. Because they think like health stacking is just like really horrible. But it's really not. Even at OP10, it's very much doable. Just photoshopped a 6 and a 7 on a Cody Play Boo Boo. Sort of as like a tattoo type thing or what? BL2 in the self-driving Tesla. Can I make it? Can I beat Borderlands 2 before my Tesla makes it to Wendy's for the Dave's Triple? Very good idea. Thank you. We are all equal unless you are blue. And if you're a blue, kill the blue. Sorry, Toasty. It does annoy me on dark mode. It took some significant power to actually read that. There's like a very specific shade of blue that for some reason does not show up on this monitor very well, and it makes it impossible to see. Exactly, Dread. Exactly. I don't know. You must have it set to be blue or something. Those shields suck. The B is the only thing viable. True. And a grog nozzle. With the Sandhawk. I mean, if a fire kitten kill Captain Flint, then I guess it's pretty good. Let's hopefully cause a nuclear explosion on this guy. We should actually, you know what we should do? We should push Fight for Sanctuary. Because if we do Fight for Sanctuary, we get the electric chair and a world drop farm. And I have no clue whatsoever if it is possible to... Oh, hey, Gamble. Hold on. Okay. Gamba is there. It is... I wonder if it's possible to kill Hatterax without the class mod if we select ourselves. Unless he dropped it out of the map, which I don't think he did. Let me... Just in case, we've had it happen before. Just in case, let's go to our mods. Let's turn on Be Gone Out of Bounds Loot. And there's the bonus package that we got. We didn't even check it, bro. But I guess we will. It's decent. I've seen better. And we'll turn the mod back off. Because, you know, I have been using Apple's Borderlands cheats this whole time. Does that disqualify this run? Yes or no? Choose outcome? No. Anyone who voted yes, you were fighting against all odds, and I respect it.
And now you
Can I beat Borderlands 2 on my Neuralink in my self-driving car? Me personally, yes. I think that's kind of obvious. Wait, the kitten is the most broken item in Borderlands 2. I might raise this up in my own tier list. This is kind of crazy. Maybe I've just never used it correctly. Maybe I just like got bad ones. Maybe Krieg's just bad, chat. Is Krieg just a really bad character? Because that's what the YouTube Shorts people tell me. Chat, who was it that used to watch with their mom? Was it not Diego or one of the Dominics? For a while we had like 5 Dominics. What happened? Dominic, if you're still here, be honest, did you eat the other Dominics? Anyone know how blockade works? Yeah, it's bugged. It's supposed to give 450% at max capacity and then lower, but it gives an overall 52.5% just permanent damage reduction. It's very good. Hello, Earrop. I don't know why you just said that in my chat.
Me mighty vessel! Lower her into the water, you salty dog!
That's just what it is, Redstone. That's just what it is. Wait. Did CISO say that he got the kill? Or no? CISO, have you ever done a non-warder kill on this guy? Redstone, did you still want us to play marbles so someone can get a free copy of Golf with Friends for Steam? Bruh. This kitten? Kind of broken. Kind of freaking broken. If you'll host. Okay, chat. Well, that is the end of stream, but we will do a marbles because Redstone really wants us to play marbles. So we'll do a marbles. I don't know the controls on marbles. He really wants us to do one, and you will win a free copy. Thank you for Borderlands 2, Clatter. You will win a free copy of Golf with Friends. So, you know, if that's what you're all about, then more power to you. It'll be a signed Redstone Geek copy. And if you don't play on computer, we'll just give it to Toasty Waffles. So. Can I make this crap full screen? You're welcome, Anton. Thank you for being here. We're not quite done yet. We'll give it a minute. Dude, I think my RAM just being dead is like genuinely affecting all my load times. Because I notice everything is loading so much slower. It's so bad. Windowed full screen. Apply, baby. It's on the wrong monitor, baby. Move it over there, baby. All right, so how do I do this? Race. Average time, we'll go for a... We'll do a 2.5 minute run. We'll do a 2.5 minute. Oh, we'll do this one. This one looks fun. Now let's go up a tiny bit. The dojo, that one looks impossible to watch. We'll do Frozen. All right, chat. Exclamation point play in the frickin' chat. Oh, wait, not yet. Hold on one second. Eddie Murphy. Dude, I like... Everyone dipped out of YouTube. YouTube died in terms of views. An Allegiance Krieg? I don't know. If I did, it would be Bandit, for sure. Honestly, after this one, we might do it again. We're like... Oh, also, I need to stream my screen. Honestly, we might do it where... exclamation point play, everybody. Exclamation point play in the Twitch chat. Exclamation point Twitch if you want to get over to my Twitch. In the Twitch chat. I'll join. I'll go ahead and join. This is for a free copy of Golf with Friends. Currently $1.99 on Steam. But Redstone will give it to you. So, how do I make it so the names stay? Oh, crap. How do I do this? What the frick? Toggle names. Left alt. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Anyway, I'm thinking about after this, I'll do another thing where you guys can choose one of the other characters on Borderlands. And I will let you guys choose the character, and then I'll choose the allegiance. I think if we get Gaige, I'll probably do Maliwan. I've really been interested in that, and that's the only way I think I could enjoy Gaige. And then, welcome Dark Aaron, and welcome Jero. That's true. More people can redeem golf. And then I'm thinking probably if we do Gaige, we'll do Maliwan, because like I've wanted to do that for a long time, but also it's horrible. And then let's do a countdown. How do I do this? Do I just type countdown? Oh, I just do countdown. We'll do 90 seconds. And then I just press start. All right, you got 90 seconds. Krieg, we'd probably do Bandit. I don't know what we do for Zero, but like I kind of hope you guys don't pick Zero. I'm not a huge fan of Zero. I don't know. I know he's really good, but he's just not my favorite. Yo, if any YouTube people are dipping out, that's totally fair. But thank you for being here. I do appreciate you guys being here all the stream. I do wonder. Oh, I just flashed my view bot, chat. I do wonder what's... Since Mixed Chat is here too, we'll do 2. Okay, as in 2 copies for first and second place, or 2 Maravels? Because we could just do first and second place, which I'd be fine with. Was I was about to look at something. Oh, I was gonna see who else playing today. We'll see who's gonna be next to raid. Maybe Play-Doh Kid. He's the GOAT. Yeah, we'll probably raid Play-Doh. That makes sense. Oh my gosh, Angel Days with the gifted sub to Kane and the gifted sub to No Apologies. Thank you so much. How many does that put you at? 160. Angel Days, you're too generous. I really genuinely appreciate you so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 2 copies, 2 rounds. All right, we'll do first round and then we'll do one more. And they're off, chat. And they're freaking off. Thank you also, Stream Labs, for dropping 98 different updates on that. And the gifted random strawberry. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate you with all of my little heart. And I'm low-key in the lead. How do I do it? Can I just type like 1? Oh my gosh. It's our 1 life goat right here. Our 1 life goat. Let's go, twin. This is absolutely insane. The race has all just begun and it's already so one-sided for this 1 life player. Wait, I'm kind of coming up though. Hold on. I never win at marbles. Is today my opportunity? Chat, are we playing with collision on? Oh my gosh, we are. Yeah, you gift a strawberry fairly often. Right? Strawberry, how many months? You're purple. So as much as Angel Days and Antrog, bro is locked in. If you win, I'm going to have to add you on Steam. Yeah, that would be a little unfortunate, Redstone. Like, you kind of give me the ick a little bit. I'm surprised that they've still never figured out how to make it so, like, first place actually goes to proper first place. How do I... Let me on, bro! All right, there we go. Dark Aaron in the... Ooh. It's looking rough for you, buddy. Yeah, cultist. Hey, man. It is true. Chat, I paid for the view bot, 800,000. I didn't. This is a joke for the record, Twitch. Paid for the $800,000 view bot, and we got 20 people on YouTube. Maybe. Dude, okay. Hey, Distronics! All right, you got to add Redstone Geek on Steam, or he needs to, like, send you a code or something. So we'll let Redstone Geek send you a little whisper real quick. That's kind of a cute little map. Ooh, that's rough, Angel. Ooh, that's rough. Bro thought they were there. Anch and Gaige? Probably never. Brr, brr. Chat, there goes the viewbot getting doxed again. Is that everyone? No. What the frick? Oh, I pressed Alt again. I'm so bad about that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Last place. Ooh, this is kind of slow. Yikes. Give up. Lowbrow. All right, Distronics and Redstone, you guys got to add each other. How the frick do I do that? Final results, shout out. Borderline got world record. I'm not even going to lie, you Borderline got world record right there. Okay, so now what? I just go back to the race menu. I know you can't hear the music, but it's kind of playing. It's like... Let's do a community one. Sort by time. 123 hours. Bro thinks this is a subathon or what? All right, we'll do like a 2-minute one with like a fairly high elim percent. Wait, the higher the percent, the more the deaths, right? Borderline rigged, yes. Yes, borderline. I borderline cheated all of you out of your golf with friends. All right, well, we'll do this one. We'll do 45% death. Borderlands. Borderlands. All right, we'll do this one. It's a 45%. If nobody wins, then nobody wins. But exclamation point play in the chat. I'll join as well. Oh, look at look how fun this one is. Look, chat. Look at this. It's like, how does this one average 2.5 minutes? Look, it's like the little play mat. That's crazy. This is reinforcing into the brains of children that you need to, like, the infrastructure should be built around like cars. That's crazy, bro. I'm part of the no car Reddit, and so I know all about that. All right, let me do we'll do a little 90-second countdown. Exclamation point play in the Twitch chat if you'd like a chance at a free copy of Golf with Friends, which is currently $2. So, you know, we're going crazy with these giveaways here. You know, I think I might actually have like a free bounty pack for Borderlands 4 or something, but it also didn't let me do it. Gimmick maps. But this one's kind of fire though, no? I'm confused. So do we go all the, it's just flat? It's just flat plains or what? Bro thinks this is a plains biome. Okay. This is indoctrinating children into thinking factories around homes is natural. Yeah, no, wait, hold on. Yeah. Well, yeah, what the heck? Wait. And there's no way a factory is only double the size of a one-story townhome, by the way. Was this a school? Bro, what the frick? Fire station, I like how they're like, you know what this town needs? It needs tennis and this thing. School sucks. School sucks. Dale is kind of already in the lead. It's kind of rigged. Yeah, every time that you see like a nice bit of land, you know, where it's just like, man, this is beautiful. This could really use a Walmart. Yeah, you want the factory smoke. It adds to the aroma, you know? It almost looks like we're not even moving. My town has a this thing, and my town has a that thing, and my town has a Valtro or Valcro. Is that just Valcro, like Velcro? Why is this? Wait, how does this map have a 50% death rate, by the way? Who's dying on the playmat? What is that? Is that mommy's pill dispenser or what? Oh my gosh, I just nuke you, dude. I just shoved a nuke up my marbles map. Oh, there's 2 paths. You guys are crazy. Valcro is always coming up first. I mean, it is what it is. Thank you, first place, for going there. Wait, this is insane. This is absolutely insane, bruv. I literally cannot even believe this right now. This is people who have like never made out of their hometown. They're like, man, this is the place to live. Factory smoke builds the immune system. That's why so many kids worked in factories in the 30s. You know what's crazy? I've seen those things where it's like, back in the day, kids used to work in coal mines. Oh, you're getting cooked right now. Back in the day, kids used to work in coal mines, and now they play Minecraft to mine coal. Like, they yearn for the mines. Our town has turrets because you gotta be prepared. Wait, there was some game I used to play on my phone. It was like some alien defense type game. It was a tower defense. and it had a flamethrower turret. If you know what I'm talking about, leave it in the comment section below. It's kind of crazy. How do like half the people that play this die? Oh, you're horrible, buddy. Oh, you can't even make it in the freaking hole, buddy. Okay. Okay. And that's an easy dub. And that's an easy dub for Valkyro. Is this Baby Yacht Kid on map? Yes. Yes, it is. How did so many people die? You guys are horrible, bro. You guys died to the playmat. Bro was like, take it to the playmat. Take it to the playmat. All right, Valkyro. First of all, in chat, do you even play on Steam? If you do, Redstone Geek, I'm sure, will whisper you and give you a free copy of a $2 game. I died. How did I die on the freaking playmat, dude? That's crazy. I yearn for the mines, I guess. GG, man. GG. What the? Get me out of this game. Oh, there's my entire home address. Docs right there. Oh, there's my marbles on stream. Docs right there. Crazy. Please just let me out of the game. All right. Redstone Geek will reach out to you. You finally won a marbles. There's about 10 people in it, and it was the playmat marbles. But still. That all said, chats. That all said, baddie boy. You didn't quite get the idea, did you? You don't know how I got these scars. Me father was a drinker and a fiend. One day he was getting a little bit rowdy and, well, he took a knife to me mother. It is what it is. I'm getting recommended a Golf with Friends stream as the next raid. We will raid Play-Doh Kid. I trust that Redstone Geek will reach out to you. If he doesn't, then actual scam. It is what it is. But let's go ahead and load this up. It's nice when I raid because it gives me like a timer to end stream so I don't just keep talking forever. So we've got like a minute or something to say how much I appreciate you guys so much. Love all of you. Thank you so much. All you YouTube viewers, all the YouTube chatters. YouTube was kind of popping off today for the most part. That's all for my computer stuff that needs refunded because my computer's broke. And yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for the support. So many follows today, like a crazy amount of follows, ton of subs, ton of everything. The $10 from Max earlier in the beginning. I appreciate you guys so much. Your generosity warms my heart and means so much to me. I genuinely appreciate you. Twitch has 6-7 viewers today. My appreciation has just dropped. I know, Strawberry, that once we raid, you're going to be harassing Play-Doh Kid. Please just hold back a little bit. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate you so much. I should be back on next Tuesday, where we will continue Vladof Maya, and then we will get Taco Tuesday. Not on stream, but as my me time. Thank you all. I genuinely appreciate you so much. If you lurked, if you VOD watched, if you chatted at all, if you so much as typed, hey, little bro, hey, you look lesbian, then shout out, thank you. I appreciate you. And we're going to go ahead and raid. Bye-bye. All right, raid now.